we get reports that they do a kind of matching of premium collection and settlement of claims on a year-wise basis. The insurance doesn't operate in that way. Over a period of time, say 4 to 5 years, it should more or less match except for the administrative cost. But it should not match year to year, because there would be some catastrophic years where insurance companies have to pay more. In some years, the crops are good and that year the claims do not have to be paid. So, but this kind of a misconception, it is the insurers must have their good communication strategy to explain as to how the insurance operates. I think that is necessary so that you can build trust. And I believe that the reinsurance capacity is limited now, because of which some of the insurance companies have now stopped doing crop insurance. From the regulator side, we have asked all the insurers to review this situation and join this national program of crop insurance, because this is important for our nation. And we are also working with the reinsurance companies so that they can develop expertise. But at the same time, insurance companies also must improve their retention capacity. With the experience, the primary insurers also must accept more responsibility. And I think we would, as regulator, we would involve all the insurers and reinsurers as to how to improve their respective capacities, so that they would be able to kind of fully protect the farmers in need. The structure of the crop insurance, what is to be covered, what is not to be covered, how it is to be done. This again, I am happy to note that in some the Agriculture Ministry has allowed some state government to do some piloting of the different structures, like Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh are having a structure 81 where beyond 110% loss ratio, the state government takes responsibility. Of course, there is some uncertainty on the state governments, but it is important for the insurers to develop a system that very rarely it should go above 110%. Similarly, if the claim ratio is less than 80%, then the insurance companies will refund, and that can go back to the farmers and the state governments and the central governments. So this is something which will generate kind of more confidence about the crop insurance scheme, and they would be assured that the insurance companies are not making any undue or supernormal profit. And I would also urge the insurers that this is not an area to make a supernormal profit and all. This is a kind of system where we are helping the poor farmers of the country. And I think here with kind of we must chip in so that they get the protection at an affordable cost. So I think during these 1.5 days, you have got several sessions where you will be discussing about use of technology, use of kind of creating awareness, and kind of how to make the system more robust. I wish all the program all success. Assis has been kind of giving a kind of leadership to the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana for last few years, and I think with his expertise and with the help of the state governments and their best practices, this Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana would become a success, and what we develop here can be a model for many other developing countries in the world. So I am sure all the stakeholders will rise to the occasion and make this revamped program a success. Thank you very much for inviting me to be with you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, for the keynote address, I invite Dr. Saurav Garg, IAS Principal Secretary, Government of Odisha. Senior IAS Officer Dr. Saurav Garg is 1991 batch officer of Odisha cadre. He has held various responsibilities in the Government of Odisha and is now heading Agriculture Department in Government of Odisha as Principal Secretary. He has over 25 years of experience in administration and corporate governance. I invite on stage our keynote speaker, Dr. Saurav Garg, IAS Principal Secretary, Government of Odisha.
Good morning and a warm welcome to Dr. Sudhanshu Pandey, Dr. Khuntia and all the colleagues present here today. It's a pleasure to come to PMFBY conference. It's always very well arranged, and PMFBY is one program where I think the feedback from such conferences are actually implemented. So I must compliment Ashish Bhutani and his team for being so responsive to suggestions that are received from time to time. In Orissa, of course, we've been implementing the program since its starting in 2016. It has expanded both in area, in terms of number of crops, also it has expanded. And of course, in this year, there has been a slight drop in the number of farmers and area, and that could be a function of more than one, not only COVID, but also this year it was voluntary. And, and there are some other concerns which I'll just be mentioning. But there are 4 or 5 things that we are very proud of while participating in PMFBY in Orissa. One is on the use of technology. We were among the first few states which started capturing CCE data through mobile apps, and we incentivized at the state level from people from using the mobile app. We also were pioneers in implementing the smart sampling technique for selection of plots. We've also one of the first few states to integrate the land data, the land record data with the crop insurance. I think Maharashtra is the only other state which has done it. We also started a scheme for incentivizing non-lonely farmers. From the state side, we, with the use of the consumer service centers, we started that. And we now have a agriculture crop insurance monitoring portal, which is an end-to-end portal where farmers can actually look at what stage their claim is. And I think the banks and the insurance companies have partnered us with this, and we are happy to have this partnership. Having said that, there are some suggestions I have, since that's the focus of this conference out here. One relates, I think, which I think Chairman IRD also alluded to, is the issue of how we can keep the premiums under check. For example, for Orissa, the premiums have increased from 2016 at around 500 crores to more than 2,200 crores last year. So while we understand its increase in farmers, increase in area would automatically result in an increase in premiums, but I suppose economies of scale also should kick in so that the per farmer or per hectare costs can come down. And in this kind of a situation, I think all the stakeholders, whether it's the farmer, whether it's the government, state or central, or the insurance companies, none of the 3 or 4 partners can expect more than what is due to them. So the farmers can't expect claims to be given when there is no crop loss. The governments can't expect insurance at no cost. And I suppose the insurance companies also cannot expect to make supernormal profits. So there has to be a win-win situation, and each of the parties should feel that when they are entering this contract, they're not losing out on any manner. And for that, I think there are models. We were running Biju Krishak Kalyan Yojana, which was a local health insurance program we started in 2012, where out of the actuarial premium, 20% was set aside as administrative cost, and of the balance 80% premium, if there was a saving after payout of the claims, 90% of that was refunded to the state government and 10% was kept by the insurance company as a kind of an additional premium that they get as a profit. Similarly, I think Maharashtra has done a model in the Bid district of risk capping, and there's also the Tamil Nadu model. All I'm trying to say is there are models which will ensure that none of the 3 parties feel that they're losing out, and it's a win-win for everyone. So I would strongly urge, going forward, we would need to think of along those lines. The second issue I just want to flag is the issue of scale of finance. I think every year the scale of finance is increasing, and that's part of the reason that the premiums are also increasing. So on the scale of finance, whether we can have one system for the credit part and maybe 80%, 70% for the insurance part, so that it's not necessary that the entire loss is borne from the insurance. So we just need to, I'm just flagging this issue of scale of finance because this is integral to how premiums would be calculated. The third issue which I would like to raise is the issue of how we can reduce the size of the insurance unit. In Orissa, for example, for paddy, we are at GP level, but for non-paddy, we are at a block level. Any increase in the insurance unit would automatically mean an increase in the number of CCEs. And given the kind of physical manpower that would require, it becomes prohibitively expensive. So one is on the CCE optimization protocols, and the second is, of course, how we can accelerate the use of technology that we are at the moment piloting, so that, let's say, in a couple of years, which is, I think, also the objective, that we do away with physical CCE crop cuttings, which are also more amenable to local pressures, I think, which all of us are aware of. The fourth issue which I would like to focus on is that at the moment we are doing crop cutting, one for PMFBY and another for NSSO for production estimates. I would strongly urge that there's no reason that we need to have separate protocols or sampling techniques for PMFBY and NSSO, because that only doubles the number of crop cuttings that we are doing. So some amount of coordination would be required at NSSO level and in the PMFBY team. And the fifth point I would mention on the increase in the number of crops, I think which also Mr. Khuntia alluded to, that, for example, we are growing 41 crops in Orissa and we have 8 or 9 crops under PMFBY. It perhaps does not make sense to increase insurance to all 41 crops. And maybe we could consider prioritizing crops which at the national level we feel are more important to be de-risked. And what I'm getting at is, for example, oil seeds are very important because we are importing oil. So if we want to have greater production of oil or oil seeds in the country, we need to incentivize production of oil seeds and therefore de-risk oil seeds production to that extent. Just because a crop is widely grown, that doesn't mean that we have to insure it. I know but what I'm trying to, and I think what I'm trying to say out here is that we need to prioritize at a national level which are crops which are either in national interest or which will help improve farmers' incomes or will help diversify crops from the traditional green revolution kind of area, incentivized crops. So if we are working along this, we need to look at the ecosystem at a much broader level and de-risk the crop production also on that. There are some other issues which I'm sure my colleagues will talk about on increasing, for example, paddy is not part of localized calamity and wind damage, damage due to animals, etc. Those are specific issues. I won't like to focus on this, but just one other issue is I think the National Crop Insurance Portal has been doing very well, but I think because of the large load on it, very often we have been experiencing problems. I'm sure it's a technical issue that would get resolved. With these words, once again, thanks to the PMFBY team for, number one, having this conference in Bhubaneswar, though it's a time of COVID, so I don't know how many of you would be able to go to Jagannath Puri temple, which I would strongly urge, even if you have time tomorrow, or to Konark or to other places in Bhubaneswar, and hope we can have such a conference again at a more normal time, and look forward to very illuminating 1.5 day discussions out here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next speaker who will be discussing about the industry perspective, I invite CEO and Managing Director, Bajaj Allianz General Insurance Company Limited, Shri Tapan Singhal, who will be joining us virtually. Shri Tapan Singhal has a rich experience in insurance industry of more than 25 years and has been heading Bajaj Allianz General Insurance for 8 years. He also chairs the CII National Committee on Insurance and Pensions. He has won numerous accolades and is one of the most influential CEO in the insurance industry. I now hand it over to Shri Tapan Singhal.
Thank you, ma'am. First, almost a pleasure being here. Chief guest, Mr. Kuntia, Mr. Pandey, Dr. Garg, and obviously Dr. Bhutani. I would like to start by saying that it gives me immense pride because of this scheme when I think about as a citizen of India and as an insurer. I'll elaborate on these two topics and then I'll take on as to what exactly does it mean for us. As citizen of India, because if I look at it, in the way the scheme is implemented and the way the coverage happen and the way claim ratios have been, I heard some comments on claims, and if you look at the claim ratio for the past 4 years, if you look at it, it's over 90%. And if you add the expenses and the insurance cost, it actually goes over 100. And that's why you look at that some of the insurance companies have walked out of this scheme. So the way the scheme has been implemented for the benefit of farmers has been phenomenal. And I've said this in the past, and I want to repeat this again, that Dr. Bhutani and his team, the kind of job they have done, they'll go down the history of India for creating a structure which would be copied by other countries very soon. And the way it's progressing, the way every year I see huge progress happening on this is phenomenal. As Bajaj Insurance Company, we are committed to be a part of this and take this progress further. And we have been involved in this from the very beginning, and we continue doing so. That is our commitment. Now, one of my beliefs as an insurer has been over time that government and insurance companies, when they work together, they actually bring a lot of benefits for the citizens of the country. And let me elaborate with two examples. One is the health scheme. When the National Health Scheme was launched, 40 crores of Indians got covered which were below poverty line. Now, do we understand that just by this one scheme, in 5 to 7 years, we shall actually see life expectancy of Indians move by 4 to 5 years? Fundamentally because of the kind of healthcare infrastructure which will come up and the kind of availability of good treatment that's going to happen over time. And that is precisely the reason if I look at Japan with a life expectancy of 90 and Uganda with a life expectancy of 40 years, the difference is healthcare. insurance companies and governments working closely together, and obviously the health infrastructure starting to come together is going to make a huge difference. The next big thing which I saw was this crop insurance. I think when it started, we let a lot of reports in the newspaper, and I think now people are looking at paid claims and not incurred claims, and a lot of controversy I also read in the newspaper. But when I looked at actual figures, not so. It is one of the most efficient mechanism of distribution of subsidy to the root level at a very efficient manner, where frauds are being looked into, which is being cut into. And I think when I heard the question of how does the premium come down, I think predominantly as we become more efficient in cutting down frauds and we are actually paying the real claim, the premium starts coming down. And that is what I've been observing. If I look at the premium over time as it's moved up, has been phenomenal. If I look at some states where we had huge losses, the kind of payouts which happened, if I want to give an example, cyclonic rains in Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh last year caused huge damage to soybean crops, in which the PMFBY came to rescue, and claims of approximately 11,000 crores have been paid at the industry level. No? If I look at the flood affected areas of Karnataka and Maharashtra last year, or if I look at the drought in Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh in the Rabi season, and the kind of payout happening has been phenomenal. The kind of support the industry has been providing over time in this has been exceptional, in that point it has to go. Taking this forward, since we have government representative in this session, I think the third thing that we should look into is solutions for parametric solutions for floods and cyclones in the country. You know, if I look at it now, Chennai was yesterday, we heard about how it is happening. In a year, we have 4 to 5. Orissa has been subject to huge cyclones in the past, which has been there. Insurance companies have solution in which we can actually give a cover to all these areas, complete state-wise. And if flood or cyclone happens, the money can be transferred to Jan Dhan account in a matter of just hours, not even days. If a certain amount of rainfall happens beyond what has been agreed to, the money can be transferred, and that will bring huge relief to the people and citizens at large. Now, do we realize the impact when we talk of insurance? Where it is mandatory and where it is not mandatory, what difference does it make? Let's say automobile insurance in India is mandatory, the third part of it. The penetration for automobile insurance in India, if I look at private cars, would be over 90% or so. Commercial vehicles over 17% or so. Let's look at countries where it's not mandatory. If I look at Indonesia, where it's not mandatory, the penetration of insurance for automobile is mandatory only for commercial vehicles there. Do not beyond 20-25%, which is there. The impact of insurance in motor, do we realize that we pay close to 40,000 crores in a year to people who die in road accidents or have serious fractures or injuries in road accidents? Now, if insurance companies are not doing this role, this burden would have come to the government to look into and pay into that. Insurance companies in a year pay over 1 lakh crore as claims and compensation to people who suffer losses. If this was not being done by insurance companies, the entire burden would come to the government to do so. In fact, on a lighter vein, I was searching the role of government, and I turned the encyclopedia earlier to manual, and now we do it virtually. There's a first quote which says from Voltaire in the year 1764, in general, the art of government consists in taking as much money as possible for one party to the citizens to give to the other. No, it's very interesting when I read this, because if I look at insurance company, that is exactly what they also do. They take money as premium from a lot of people to pay to a few who has a loss. The government collects taxes from a lot of people to pay to a few, where they provide security and they provide kind of support which is there. The combination of insurance companies and government provides such immense benefit to the citizens of a country is something which I wanted to bring to the notice in this forum. And I see the agriculture insurance as such a powerful tool, and the impact of it is seen year on year. And if I look at some governments which have moved away from the scheme, and when we had these huge losses coming again, I was speaking to Dr. Bhutani, and he said they were looking back to how they get back into it. It's a phenomenal work done by Dr. Bhutani, supported by insurance companies, and every year is getting better and better with all the inputs which is coming through. And as mentioned before, in about 5 to 7 years' time, the world will be talking about how this has got implemented to the level responsible. Now, if I also talk about a bit on the terms of our chairman IID, he mentioned about the permission for agents in the rural areas or the technology solution in which claims can be settled. I would like to inform Dr. Kuntia that as a company, we have launched an app, and that to me also a very surprising fact. We launched the Farm Mitra app for farmers, and I thought how much downloads would happen, and I was surprised to see about 2 lakh farmers download the app within a month's time. Claim intimation is happening through that. We're also launching rural agents to help do insurance business on crop, and I request Dr. Bhutani that they should be allowed, the rural agent should be allowed to be able to enroll non-only farmers into the scheme, and we should set up that distribution also. And I heard Dr. Kuntia talk about it. No, and that is something that we also believe should be done as fast as possible, which is there. And if we also look at the usability of apps by farmers, it is phenomenal. I think we have a misconception that apps and smartphone is something which is a domain of the urban population. We would be surprised to know that the amount of smartphones in rural sites is much more than the amount of smartphones in urban areas. And I myself was surprised and saw the heavy downloads happening of the claims app for farmers, and the way they were using it and the way they were sending in details through the app. So the technology use and the spread to the root level is something which is going to make a huge difference. And going forward, I think that is the future as to how do we take it right to the root level in terms of the servicing, in terms of the claim payment, in terms of the coverages, and how do we empower rural agents to be able to do this business also, which is there. In fact, the other interesting part was, even though this was made voluntary for this year, we saw the amount of enrollment was equivalent to what it was when it was not voluntary, it was mandatory. So it shows that the farmers have seen the value and the relevance of this insurance product which is there. So from my perspective and my company's perspective and from the industry perspective, I think we support this endeavor of the government very strongly. A strong believer of government and insurance company partnership in transforming the lives of the citizens of a country. Strong believer in looking at more intense schemes, and especially the one that I want now to be pushed forward is for the solutions for hurricanes and storms, which is happening now regularly in the country. How do we provide solution for the coastal areas all across so that citizens don't suffer there? And from the Prime Minister Fasal Bima Yojana, I think hats off to the team from the government and Dr. Bhutani in particular for creating such a wonderful program, and the way it is progressing. As I said, in 5 years' time, the world will be talking about it. I'll be surprised if other countries don't copy this. With this, thank you all for inviting me to this event, and thank you all for this wonderful event. And I hope to see this moving from the next level as we progress further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Shri Ashish Agarwal for the vote of thanks. Shri Ashish Agarwal has more than 18 years of experience in agriculture research and crop insurance underwriting, portfolio management and business development. He is currently heading agribusiness vertical for the last 7 years with Bajaj Allianz. He's actively contributed in drafting the revamped operational guidelines of PMFBY. I welcome on stage Shri Ashish Agarwal.
Honorable Dr. Subhas Kuntia, Chairman IRDI, respected Sri Sudhanshu Pandey, Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Corporations and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, Dr. Sanjeev Garg, Principal Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Government of Orissa, Dr. Bhutani, CEO PMFBY, Mr. Tapan Singhal, MD and CEO Bajaj Allianz GIC, our most valued invited guest, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this 5th national level conference on PMFBY. I, on behalf of the insurance companies, reinsurance companies, banks, government agencies, and all the stakeholders involved in the implementation of the PMFBY, and on my own behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the distinguished speakers for gracing their presence on this occasion and sharing with us about their views and opinions on the PMFBY. A big thank you to Dr. Kuntia for his thoughts and encouraging words on PMFBY. He highlighted various points related to the revamped operation guidelines, like how to increase the non-loan coverage, basically how to increase the distribution, how to kind of get more reinsurance support, and all other things related to PMFBY. Thank you very much, sir, for that. Definitely, we need to work on bringing the efficiency for claims payment and timely claim settlement to the farmers. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to Dr. Sudhanshu Pandey ji for his presidential address, in which he emphasized on the need of crop insurance for the farmers and its benefit. He also mentioned the requirement for an efficient and effective insurance product, which could be a win-win situation for the industry as well as for the farmers. We are grateful to Dr. Saurabh Garg for mentioning many technological-driven initiatives, which I'm sure would be, which motivate other states also to replicate. Also, he has given suggestions 5 suggestions regarding improvement in the PMFBY scheme. I'm sure this is quite imperative, and this would be taken care. I may like to express our sincere thanks to Dr. Ashish Kumar Bhutani for his support and constant encouragement, which eventually led to this conference. Dr. Bhutani's commitment and approach towards the scheme is phenomenal. And as mentioned by speakers earlier, that he has actually made this as the most talked about scheme in the world. I also wish to express my gratitude to Mr. Tapan Singhal for providing encouragement and giving industry perspective on crop insurance. We are all inspired by your great words, sirs. A special mention of thanks for all the dignitaries making it to the event during this pandemic situation. With the context set for this meet, we look forward for active participations, valuable inputs, and suggestions across all the sessions. Also the takeaways and strategic inputs for implementation across the program life cycle to make it a huge success. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to state that we all are grateful to all the speakers on the stage. We thank you for being with us for this event. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the plenary session. We will take a short 10 minutes refreshment break, and we will all gather here again after that. Thank you so much. We'll see you again in precisely 10 minutes. Thank you.
ये फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो।
Government of India to address the gathering about the challenges faced and the way forward.
At least I think Mumbai is better than Delhi.
Yes, yes. So far, sir. So far.
कैसे कैसे चलता है? फोकस नहीं करना, किस पे करना है? Where to point it? मुश्किल कहाँ है? I would request friends to come back to the call. Let's get down to serious business.
वो था, वो तो निकल गया पीरियड पाटिल की ये टाइम।
विनोद जी आप आ जाइए, आपका ही वेट कर रहा हूं मैं। नमस्कार। In the morning session, in the inaugural session, we discussed in general how we have moved during implementation of PMFBY last 4.5 years. I'll just give a snapshot of what we have done, where we are, and what are the possible way forwards in our journey in PMFBY. Next. Can somebody move the slides, please? Ritesh, next. Yeah. This is a snapshot of what we have done in PMFBY, what has been our achievement in implementation of the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. If you see the what Dr. Khuntia also is pointing out, the allegation generally that supernormal profits are being made by insurance companies. If you see the years 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, and an aggregate of that, 89% is the claim ratio for the first 3 years. That would mean that out of every 100 rupees collected as premium by the insurance companies, 89 rupees have been paid as claims, not to talk of the administrative cost and the reinsurance support, which comes to 10 to 12%. So at the national level, the companies are just about breaking even or making a small loss. Kharif 19 data, 86.8% is the claim ratio. This number will likely to go up to 90%. Some data is still pending from some states. Rabi 19-20 data is still to come in. I expect the first 4-year ratio would be around close to 89 to 90% only. So I would say to that extent, the scheme has done very well. The numbers, the farmer application numbers are not the, I would say, not the correct parameter of judging the scheme. The area insured would be a better parameter. But as I say in earlier programs, in earlier meetings also, please do not judge the program by numbers. We have to first stabilize the scheme, get the scheme implementation in proper shape before we talk about getting more people under the scheme. And it has already become voluntary, so there are different challenges there. Next. Now we come to revamped PMFBY. What we have done, as you are aware, as I told you in the earlier session in the morning, that we went through a detailed exercise of revamping the scheme. We are facing certain challenges. The challenges were that the farmers were being enrolled compulsorily. Parliament committee meetings, farmer associations had been raising this issue with the Government of India regularly, that why are we being forced to enroll under crop insurance program? Low investment by the insurance companies for a shorter duration, their assignment of work was for a season or a year. That was also an issue that farmers did not know whom to contact. Once the season was over, the company had packed its bags and left the place. The inconsistencies in yield data, jacking up premium rates, no flexibility in the type of product being offered by Government of India under the scheme, delay in release of subsidies by states. I'll come to that, the slide subsequently. Huge number of CCs. The number of CCs is a logistic nightmare. 8 to 9 million CCs in a short window of 15-20 days is a nightmare. I have my friends from states who will agree to what I say. The selection of plots is another challenge. Random selection is the present way forward, and that is a problem when the yield is, when the bad plots are selected, the companies raise issues. If the good plots are selected, the farmers raise issues. So there was a need to rationalize that system also. And the sum insured, Dr. Saurabh Garg was mentioning this issue, that sum insured is a problem in many states. So how do we handle that problem? That was one issue which was before us when we looked into the revamping of the scheme. And could we get away by doing less number of experiments where the crop condition was good, and the delay in sharing of CC data by states, and the low uptake of scheme in northeastern states. As you are aware, most of the schemes are done on 90-10 basis for northeastern states, 90% being the central subsidy. But since its inception, the crop insurance has been on a 50-50 sharing pattern, even for northeastern states. Next. So what have we done? How have we addressed those challenges? Lonely farmers are now this. So I'm sorry. This is a slide. Yes. The chronology of steps taken under the revamped scheme. If you see, we began the exercise in July 19 when the Honorable Agriculture Minister held a conference of all the agriculture ministers and principal secretaries of states, where we discussed the entire program threadbare, the problems associated with the implementation of the program, the state's perception of the issues which are impacting smooth implementation. Then we went ahead with a national conference in Guwahati, where we worked on the suggestions received from the states. We went ahead thereafter and produced this a document before the group of ministers in Government of India. And then thereafter, we again had another conference in Udaipur, where we again worked on the suggestions which we received from the group of ministers. And finally, the cabinet approved the program, the revamped scheme, in February 2020. And thereafter, we were struck with COVID. In spite of that, we went ahead with supporting states in issuing of guidelines, model tender documents, and ensuring that the program was on track in spite of the restrictions imposed on account of COVID. Next. So what have we done under the revamped scheme? The biggest change, I would say, is that a scheme has been made voluntary. All the insurance companies had huge issues, or huge, I would say, apprehension regarding the scheme being made voluntary and its impact on the type of coverage it will bring in, the adverse selection, the issue of numbers going down, and the problem of rise in premium rates because of lesser volumes. We brought this change to support the farmers in their quest for being allowed to take independent decisions for coverage. The allocation of work to insurance companies has been made compulsory for 3 years, and that has had its impact. We'll come to that. The central subsidy has been restricted for the irrigated areas and the non-irrigated areas at 25% and 30%. Problem was in many crops and crop combinations in various districts, the premium rates were touching 50, 60, 70%. Mr. Uday is here, somebody from Rajasthan is also here. They would bear me out, the rates were very, very high. I am very clear, for a sum insured of 100 rupees, if you have to pay 60, 70 rupees year on year as a premium, whosoever may be paying the money, farmer pays 2%, that's fine. But somebody is bearing that cost. It's not insurance. There is something, I would say, fundamentally wrong in the way we're implementing the program for those crops in those geographies. So that is something which we worked upon, and we restricted this, and we requested states to have a deep dive into why this is happening and address those issues. And for that purpose, Government of India has also set up a separate mechanism for addressing the problems in the rainfed areas of the country. The option to states to have a flexibility in the risk basket which they can notify as per their own necessity and requirement, and states defaulting on release of subsidy, there have been some restrictions imposed on their implementation in subsequent seasons. The selection of CC plots through satellite-based selection through smart sampling, I'll have a slide on that, I'll explain that, and the option of value of the crop as sum insured in addition to the scale of finance has been the second, I would say, option given to states to look into the type of sum insured they want. There are many states which are saying that the scale of finance is perhaps not the right parameter of selection or the determination of sum insured. And I agree with them in the sense that the district level technical committees were working independently and not much heed was being given in many states in earlier years, which led to either the sum insured being going through the roof or being so low that the farmer was not getting the adequate compensation. So the value of the crop being the alternative sum insured is one relaxation we given to the states, and the flexibility is with them to take a decision. And the whole issue of a two-step process of yield estimation, I'll come to that, and the claim settlements based on technology. Now many states we are finding that the yield data is coming very late from states. So what we have done is put a check, we have put a timeline, we have put I would say a cut-off date. Beyond that, Government of India would use technology-based parameters for deriving yield, and accordingly payout would happen according to that. The central share of subsidy for the northeastern states has been revised and made 90-10 to encourage states to participate in the program and take advantage of the program. Next. Now, what has happened Kharif 20? It's basically there was a lot of apprehension, numbers would go down. They have not. If you see what has happened is some states have exited the program. If you see the common states, number of farmer applications who have continued in the program in Kharif 20 and who are implementing the program Kharif 19 also, numbers, area insured and sum insured have slightly gone up. So belaying our apprehension that the numbers would go down. Our apprehension in the cabinet was that 10% reduction would happen, but about 3% increase has happened rather than a reduction in the common states. It has gone down if we include those states which are not implementing the program this time, the total area has gone down, but it's better to compare apple with apple. Next. So these states, Assam, Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka has had increase in the coverage, and there's some decrease. Principal Secretary Agriculture, Odisha pointed out the issue of decrease in Odisha. Primarily, I would say because of land record integration. Same is the case with Maharashtra. Haryana, Uttar Pradesh were expecting the decrease because the entire movement for the scheme being made voluntary was led by Western Uttar Pradesh. So we're expecting a dip there and a minor decrease in Chhattisgarh. Overall, a slight increase, as I said earlier. Next. These are the comparison on realized premium rates, just a snapshot of where we are and what is the going premium rate across seasons. 4 seasons of Kharif and 4 seasons of Rabi, what is the average and where we are. Next. Now, IEC activities was a big challenge. Awareness has always been a challenge in implementation of the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana and its precursor schemes, the NAIS and the MNAIS. And I would say committee after committee, as well as all the studies started or initiated by the ministry, clearly point out that awareness has been a shortcoming in the implementation of the program. So what we have done is we created a central advisory committee where insurance companies, states and Government of India partner. Because of the COVID, we primarily meet through video conferences, and we have been able to create and devise a national strategy to basically roll out a common program which will help states in better implementation and a more, I would say, structured awareness generation. We also created a knowledge repository at the central level to provide inputs to states for the material for local language, material in the local language for states. We've also had substantial training programs for the common service centers, the Panchayati Raj institutions, banks, and the farmers. And we have been monitoring this, the information and the implementation on real time. And we have had agencies which are working with us, and the number of hits are there for you to see. And we've also prepared some videos in the local language, which have been dubbed in 8 languages, if I'm not wrong. Odumbar may correct me if I'm wrong. And we are implementing similar strategies for the ongoing Rabi 2021 season. Next. Now, measures during lockdown. Next. A huge amount of claims was settled during lockdown, primarily by requesting states to release subsidy, following up with the crop hunting programs in states. And we were apprehensive that many states might not be able to do crop hunting experiments. Premium of the farmers had come in, and if we defaulted on crop hunting experiments, there would be a huge, I would say, a situation where companies would make money and no claim would come to the farmers. So what we did was, we created a parallel technology protocol for estimation of yield for all the crops that was prepared, approved, and kept ready. Thankfully, we did not have to roll out it in any state, and states were able to do sufficient number of crop hunting experiments, and we were able to settle the claims for these areas. And as I said, administrative approval for the scheme was given, the guidelines issued, hand-holding done with all the states for the tendering. All this happened during the COVID lockdown period. Next. Now, where are we? As secretaries are also pointed out, and Dr. Khunti also said, as well as Dr. Saurabh Garg in their initial remarks, that in spite of the fact that we had a revamped scheme recently rolled out by Government of India, there are challenges and they need to address those challenges. Next. A delay in release of subsidy by states is one of the primary problems, I would say, or issues which impact timely payment of claims to farmers. And that is also leading to breaching of the solvency requirement of companies. The ability of the companies to progress further and to be a part of the scheme has also been impacted in many states because of delay in the release of subsidy. So my request to all the state governments, it's better we think through, do a better planning, and ensure that we are better prepared to release subsidies on time. If the state has gone ahead with the program for a season, I don't see any reason for them to delay the release of subsidy, because farmers are waiting for the payment of claims. Farmer does not know what is the reason for delay in payment. He blames the scheme if there is a delay in release of claims and receipt of claims. It's better that we all strive hard and ensure that we address all issues which impact timely payment of claims to the farmers. What we have done is, as I said earlier, we have put a deadline of 31st March for Kharif and 30 September for Rabi, that states, if they delay payment of these seasons, the subsidy portion, they will not be able to implement the scheme in the next season. And the allocation of work to companies for 3 years is a step in allowing states to better plan their resources and ensure that they are ready with their part of the subsidy when the time comes. Next. Now, yield data sharing by states timely is also one factor which leads to delay in the payment of claims to farmers, and this also leads to a lot of, I would say, bad publicity for the scheme. What we have done is, we have, as I said earlier, we have put a cutoff date from the date of completion of harvest. 2 months after that, the guidelines say within a month, state has to share data of the yield with the insurance companies. But within 2 months, if this doesn't happen, we'll kick in the technology system and get the yield calculated and ask the companies to make the payment of claims. We'll not wait for states for a, I would say, indefinite period of time to provide this data. And smart sampling technique, which Dr. Saurabh also talked about. I'll have a slide on that. And what we have done is, we have started a technique where we use satellite imagery for selection of plots. And that is a better indicator of, I would say, the loss rather than a random system of selection of plots. Through a satellite, if let's say there are 1,000 acres of land and we see 80% is good and 20% is bad, 80% of the crop hunting experiments happen from the good areas, 20% from the bad areas. So it gives a good mix and ensures that we are ready with something which is more acceptable to all the agencies implementing the program. A 2-step yield process determination is another step which we have taken to ensure that where the crop condition is generally good, there's no need to conduct so many experiments. Only a sample experiments, 16 or 20 at the block level would do, rather than conducting 4 experiments for a major crop in every village or a common panchayat of the area. It will save a lot of resources and time for the state government to move ahead if we can clearly demonstrate that the crop condition is very good and there is hardly any dip in the yield in the IU for which we are determining that. And what we intend to do is, as I say earlier, I keep on repeating that this is a good scheme, piggybacking on primitive technology of CCs. And our endeavor to use or to determine or to develop a technology-based yield estimation protocol is, I would say, quite progressed. We have done sufficient number of experiments and pilots, and we intend to migrate to a technology-based yield estimation program for rice and wheat by March 22, cereals and millets, or the your nutri-cereals, by September 22, and pulses, oilseeds, and remaining major crops by July 23. So this is the protocol we are following. My request to all the state governments and insurance companies, please support us in ensuring that the pilots happen in your areas. We have already assigned districts to the agencies. Please support them in getting necessary approvals and facilitate so that we can get these protocols in time. And the scheme, see, I am very clear the scheme would substantially stabilize the day we have a technology-based yield determination protocol. Next. Increase in premium rates and lack of reinsurance capacity. Dr. Khuntia talked about this issue. He raised this issue. In fact, what has happened is in the current year, after the first lot of tenders were completed, many states found it difficult to have, I would say, moderate premium rates or justified premium rates for the crop insurance program. The state of Madhya Pradesh and Tamil Nadu had this issue, and we had to come up with certain, I would say, innovative solutions to handle the program, the problem. The issue of surplus sharing model for the district of Bid and for the state of Madhya Pradesh, and risk sharing model of 80-20. What we have done is, in the district of Bid and the state of Madhya Pradesh, if the claim ratio is less than 80%, the company refunds the premium or submits the premium back to the state government up to 80%. And if the claim ratio is above 110%, the state government chips in. And for the Tamil Nadu model, what we have done is, the entire risk sharing is 80% of the risk is taken by the state government, total risk, and 20% by the insurance companies. And whatever losses happen, the losses are accordingly, the payout is split between at 80-20 ratio between the state government and the concerned insurance company. So these two models we rolled out because there was an urgency and we were running short of companies who could implement the program. As said earlier by Dr. Khuntia, many companies have also exited after making huge losses under the scheme. And the reinsurance capacities, and we have 2 sessions on that. That is something so critical for us. I kept 2 sessions, a general session and a breakaway session, to address those challenges. How do we address those challenges? How do we moderate premium rates, and how do we ensure that there is sufficient capacity? Companies have, the number of companies have reduced. There is another challenge. All the companies have their boards which have given them a range for which they can implement the crop insurance program. Crop insurance is a catastrophic risk. And all the boards have allowed, most of the companies have 25, 30, 35% cap on the crop insurance program they can implement. And since the number of companies have come down, the ability of companies, even with the reinsurance support, to implement the program has come down substantially. That has reduced the competition and again jacked up the premium rates. There's need for us to get those companies back into the program. So we have to find ways and means of having a bigger basket of, I would say, options for states to bid with, and we are working on that. We'll be discussing that in the 2 sessions which we have. Could risk pool mechanism and creation of a national authority to implement the program, an independent agency, could that be a way forward? We'll take care of that and in the discussion which we have in the panel discussion and the breakaway session. Next. One big challenge which we have faced is the multiple farmers, multiple insurance on the same plot of land. Now, the Aadhaar-based deduplication helped us identify, for example, Ashish Bhutani has 10 plots, or he's taken 10 insurances for 10 parcels of land. I have identified that. But issue is, on the same parcel of land, are there more than one insurance? That can only be taken care of if we implement a land integration system, which we've done for the state of Odisha and the state of Maharashtra. Karnataka is having its own portal, and they have already done that for their state. So these 3 states are implementing this program. But now what happens is, on one plot of land, 2 insurances cannot be taken. So for example, it's 1 acre of land. Somebody goes to the CSC or through the bank and insures half an acre of land. When he goes next, or somebody goes next, they know half acre has already been insured, and you can insure not more than half acre now. That is the only plot remaining. So that has substantially reduced, I would say, over-insurance and multiple insurance, same plot of land, and helped us in saving a lot of precious, I would say, subsidy money for the state government and government of India. The third check would be to look into what crop they have grown. Now, a lot of plots are lying vacant but insured for crops. People have in some places gamed the system and know that there will be a payout. There's a chance of payout. Pay 2%, get maximum money as subsidy from the central government and state government, and take a chance and see if a payout can happen. Now, Karnataka government, what they have done is they have gone for a crop survey. Every parcel of land in the state has been surveyed. Nearly 2 crore parcels of land have been surveyed. Now that has helped us in clearly identifying what has happened on the ground. Many places they have found there are perennial crops, there are eucalyptus trees, there are houses, which were earlier perhaps fields and insurance or loan was being taken on that, and loan continues and there's no crop. So the third check would happen with the crop type of survey which Karnataka has done. A 3-pronged strategy will finally eliminate all ghost beneficiaries and multiple insurance on the same plot of land. We're moving in that direction. We have covered, I would say, land integration with many major states would be the second step which you would do, and third step, like Karnataka, states have to take initiative. My request to all the state governments to perhaps examine the Karnataka model. Can we replicate that? It helps the companies also. In my earlier meetings with the state government, I have been telling the companies also that please share the cost with the state government. They're spending close to about 100 crore rupees a year. Close to 100 crore rupees a year. 60. So for a state like Karnataka, could the companies who are benefiting out of this, I would say a lot of claim is saved because of ghost or spurious benefits are taken out. Could they also bear a part of the program, the cost which the state government is bearing? Other states could also look into that model. Perhaps we can have a separate session on that if time permits tomorrow. Next. Non-loany farmer coverage was a big challenge for all of us, and Common Service Center appeared as, I would say, a godsend opportunity to cover maximum number of farmers who were not loany farmers. And it has, over years, it has emerged as a very robust channel for enrollment of farmers. But the need for the Common Service Center authorities to have a look into the type of expertise and training of the village level entrepreneurs, the VLEs, the accurate data entry on the system, the proper scrutiny of documents. There many times I see that missing, and timely payment of premium by the CSC to the insurance company. That again is a challenge. We have been working with the CSC to address that. And many complaints of VLEs charging money from the farmers for enrollment. It comes free to the farmer. The money is being paid by the insurance company, 30 rupees per farmer. So that is something which has to be looked into. State has to be very cautious about no money should be charged from the farmer. It gives a bad name to the scheme as well as demotivates the farmer in getting himself covered. Other channels like the post offices, the banking correspondents, and the FPOs we're exploring, and shortly will come out with a protocol which will share with states to have more channels for coverage of farmers through the non-loany route. Next. Now, what are the expectations Government of India has from the stakeholders? If I look at states, timely release of states' share of subsidy and the yield data is the most important, I would say, expectation from the state governments. The timely notification and updation on the portal is another challenge which I face with some states. And extensive adoption of technology. We're working with technology solutions. My request, as I said earlier, please support us in getting those technology solutions piloted and implemented in your state. In fact, just to share, I think Mr. Podar is here. When he gets a chance, he'll be sharing what West Bengal is not part of the scheme now. They are implementing a different program. And for the first time in Kharif 2020, they are implementing a technology-based assessment of yield, and the payouts happen totally on that. I would request Mr. Podar from the AIC to share his thoughts in one of the sessions and how this scheme, we are very eagerly looking into the type of reaction and the type of, I would say, thought process state has after the claim payment is over for Kharif 2020 in West Bengal, for us to look into a similar situation. We're working on it, but they are using protocols which are not so developed. Let's see how the experience is. And ensuring 100% use of CC app. See, the primary reason we brought the app was to ensure that there are no disputes by the insurance companies. 100% use of app diminishes such disputes and ensures smooth payment of claims to the farmers, and the strict adherence of to timelines for various activities prescribed under the scheme. The data which we are presently monitoring is at the state level. I expect states to monitor the program at the district level. We have a VC system. Every Thursday, we meet with all the stakeholders for nearly 3.5 hours, and we discuss all state level issues. My request to state government is create a system of having a district level assessment back end before our VC. Perhaps it could be on a Wednesday or Tuesday, and you should be having this data with you, so that we want to now drill down to the district level. In fact, I have been requesting the insurance companies and states, because at the PMO level, they are monitoring now the program at the district level. So data is required at the district level, and it's better we migrate now slowly over next 3 to 6 months to monitor the scheme at the district level. So first, the states have to come on board and ensure that they have a robust system of monitoring the program at the district level. And creating a robust grievance redressal mechanism. The biggest problem is the grievances. The farmer does not know whom to complain, where to go when he has a grievance of non-payment of claim or his application has been rejected. The systems talk about going to the insurance company, there's a toll-free number, there is a bank through which he has taken the insurance, or there is a common service center through which he has enrolled himself. There are many options he has, he goes to them, but he does not get a definite answer. So what we did was, in the revised guidelines, we had put up a system of a district and a state level grievance redressal mechanism. There's need to now drill it down to the block, because it's very difficult for farmers to approach district level authorities for small problems which they have, and problems are in plenty. So please ensure that we have a block level program for supporting the farmers in redressing their grievances. Next. The insurance companies, timely settlement of claims, having a end-to-end integration with our portal, get the data mirrored on your system, quickly use AI to ensure that you quickly assess all the applications and clear them. I see companies, without naming them, that the season is closed, it's 1 year already, the claim is known, the yield data is already shared, and then they come, X number of farmers are not eligible to be enrolled for that season. This is something which we will not accept. Time and again, I have overruled such companies and ensured that they are forced to make payment of claims. Please, once you use AI, you have technology solutions, please integrate with our system, and within the timelines, please ensure that you have taken a decision whether this farmer is to be insured or not to be insured, well before the CC data comes into play. Otherwise, there will be an allegation of manipulation and I would say malafide from the farmers and the farmer associations, as well as state government. Please do not raise objections once the season is over and the claims are already in the public domain. Please do not play with the numbers after that. So that is, I would say, a very important request to all the insurance companies. Please have robust systems. Please do not take months together to complete the assessment or reconciliation of the applications which you have received. And all the cases of over-insurance, my request to all the companies, why don't you put some people on the ground to check, do a sample check whether that person has grown that crop or not. You have now offices at the block level. Can he not visit 10, 15, 20, 50, 100 fields and see what has happened? The results or the data which we got from Karnataka was eye-opening, right? When we discussed this and we had a presentation, even in the Prime Minister's office, on what Karnataka did on the crop survey. It was absolutely, if we could have got I would say, a hang of what is happening in the grassroots level, had we just put some people to just visit and do a sample check. This is a responsibility of the banks for the loany farmers, but banks are also run out of staff. A single man, 1-person branch, 2-person branches, and N number of schemes of government and state government. I do not expect them to visit the fields and do a survey. Please ensure that you put in some resources to do this, and this will be, I would say, stitch in time. By doing this, you will save a lot of resources for yourself, for us, and for the state government, and the premium rates can also be moderated, as I said, if you could remove as many ghost beneficiaries as we can. And a resilient grievance redressal system. I see a number of complaints on the social media, Twitter, Facebook, going unanswered. Ministry is forced to forward it to the insurance companies. Why don't you have a robust social media system of following claims, following all the complaints, and giving him an answer? We are looking into your complaint, and within a different time frame, please answer those complaints on the social media, as well as which come through your portal, through your toll-free number, as well as through mail to you. Next. Now, banks have been traditionally implementing the scheme from very beginning without insurance companies coming face to face with the farmer. The scheme is directly interfaced with the banks, and most of the persons who enrolled under the program were loany farmers. When we began the scheme, 95% farmers were loany farmers. Now we have 2/3 farmers are loany and 1/3 are non-loany farmers. This number loses its meaning when the scheme has been made voluntary now. Okay. But that said, banks still are the most important, I would say, player in the implementation of the program. And time after time in our meeting with the bankers, my friends are already joining me in the virtually for this conference. entry of updated Aadhaar details in the farmer application is critical for implementation of the program. I would not name, Mr. Vinod Kumar is there. I am saddled with cases where a bank branch has put the same Aadhaar number for 1,500 farmers. I am left with no option but to order that the bank shall make payment of claim. And I would say full marks to Karnataka for 18 crore rupees have been paid. 18 crore rupees of claim has been paid by different bank branches in Karnataka. Government of Karnataka forced the banks to make the payment, okay, using a variety of instruments to do that. And that has sent a message down the line that the need for us to not take it as business as usual. The scheme, as I said earlier, I repeat, these guidelines are approved by the Ministry of Finance. The scheme was basically launched by the Finance Minister in Mumbai when the scheme, he said this is the scheme of the Ministry of Finance. And banks are bound to ensure that they follow the seasonality discipline of sending the premium deducted from the farmers in time to the insurance companies, enter data within the time and ensure that correct data and Aadhaar number are entered. Otherwise, government will be forced to order payment of claims to the farmers by the concerned bank branches. This happened in many bank branches. The need for us to ensure that Aadhaar details are punched properly, as banker friends are aware, the scheme of the interest subvention scheme where we provide subvention to the banks for the concession loans given to farmers, there also Aadhaar has been made mandatory. If you say that the farmer does not have an Aadhaar, how do you give loan to him? Because that scheme also requires an Aadhaar number. So there is a need for banker friends to please have a look and see where, in which branches there is a problem with the Aadhaar number. Please do not give loans to them. And anyway, through the CSC, he requires an Aadhaar number to go through to CSC and get himself enrolled. I do not want any farmer coming into the system if he does not have an Aadhaar number or Aadhaar enrollment number. That is mandatory as per the DBT, the guidelines of Government of India for schemes of the concession loan as well as the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. As all of you are aware, we have put an opt-in and opt-out system for implementation of this loany farmers coverage under the scheme. We put the opt-out system primarily to ensure that the ignorant farmers are not taken out of the scheme forcibly, and they have to queue up before the common service centers to re-enroll themselves under the program. So that is something which is very important. Please maintain proper records of farmers opting out, because there might be some legal challenges later on if farmers say that we have not been denied claims and we did not opt out of the system. Next. So this is in short what I want to tell you, where we are and what type of challenges we face. A coordinated effort from all of us will ensure smooth implementation, and all of us are equal partners, be it the state governments, the bankers, the insurance companies, common service centers, technical agencies and Government of India. We all are there to ensure that the farmer gets the benefit of a huge scheme where Government of India and the state governments combined chip in close to about 32,000 crores, and 4,500 to 5,000 crores coming from the farmers, 37,000 crores worth of money being provided as premium to the various insurance companies. This is the third largest program in the world after US and China. With the number of farmers, this is the largest crop insurance program in the world. And we have to ensure that the scheme is properly implemented, stabilizes with the numbers we have, and I expect farmers to themselves join the scheme once the scheme is good and they know there is something which is beneficial for them. So let us work together. The sessions are packed. I know that it's quite taxing and tiring because we have done this earlier, but the outcome is immense, and it really helps us in shaping the scheme better and ensuring all the learnings are put into the revised guidelines, which we know, and we always say that the guidelines are not etched in stone, and we are ready to revise it today itself. If I get some valuable suggestions, I'll put up the file tomorrow for revision of the guidelines. So that is not the end of the story, that we issued the guidelines in March and April and they cannot be revised. So thanks to all of you for participating in the conference, and I look forward to very intense and very meaningful deliberations in the conference. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will very quickly move on to the panel discussion. For every panel discussion, people who have virtually connected, please log into PMFBYconference.in. I repeat, PMFBYconference.in with your participants' ID. to ask any questions to the panelists in the chat box. You can type in the chat box and ask the questions to the panelists and the moderator. The questions will be taken at the end of the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, now we begin with our first panel discussion, the topic for which is challenges in implementation of PMFBY, focus on high premium rates and insurance capacity constraints. I invite on stage the moderator for this panel discussion, Mr. Satyajit Tripathi, GM GIC. He manages the Agriculture Reinsurance and Investment GIC Ray. He has been associated with GIC since 1988. He has over 35 years of experience. Inviting on stage the moderator, Mr. Satyajit Tripathi, and the panelists, Mr. Saurabh Mishra, IAS Joint Secretary, Department of Financial Services, GOI, Shri Eknath Davale, IAS Secretary, Agriculture, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Brajesh Dikshit, Commissioner, Agriculture, Government of Karnataka, Shri Rafiullah, Government of Tamil Nadu, Shri Satyajit Tripathi, GIC Ray, Shri Mangesh Patankar, Swiss Ray, Shri Ajit Pathak, Munich Ray, Mr. Ajay Singhal, AIC, Shri Ashish Agarwal, Bajaj Allianz. Some of these panelists will be joining us virtually and rest of them will be joining us here physically. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the topic for the panel discussion is challenges in implementation of PMFBY, focus on high premium rates and insurance capacity constraints. I now hand over the session to the moderator, Mr. Satyajit Tripathi. I would also request Mr. Krishna Raghav to join in this session and also be the moderator. Thank you.
All the panelists distinct in this discussion today, and we have had number of PMFBY conferences earlier also, and this being the fifth PMFBY conference being held at Bhubaneswar, my own home state, and unfortunately because of COVID pandemic prevailing situation, I could not travel. Otherwise, I would have loved to come to Bhubaneswar. Let us start this discussion and regarding reinsurance capacity constraints and the pricing issues that have come to affect most of the stakeholders from this year's Kharif implementation onwards. I will take this opportunity first to ask Sri Ajay Singhal as to what are his overall views, being primarily involved with across all the states in implementation of PMFBY since its beginning, both in Kharif and Rabi. What has been the experience, particularly this year? This has been a very challenging year as such. What has been your experience regarding the concerns of pricing for all stakeholders? When I say all stakeholders, that I include insurers, reinsurers, state governments, central government, everyone. If you can give your views precisely, that will set the tone for this discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Tripathi ji. Thank you all panelists and distinguished guests at the conference. Yeah, setting the tone, as the topic says, the increasing premium rates and the decreasing or the downfall in the capacity. So, Tripathi ji, give me 3-4 minutes to give the background of the topic and what I think as a fundamental layman or a underwriter. I think The scheme is on actuarial and commercial pedestal now. So all of us, whether insurers or reinsurers, they are the ultimate risk carriers. So there has to be a sustainability, viability in the scheme. There may not be windfall profit, and there is none of us wants windfall profits in the scheme. So, but at least sustainability and viability has to be there. As far as pricing or the premium rates are concerned, to me, the premium rates and the pricing is nothing but the cost of claims plus expenses plus little bit of profit. Now, if you talk about cost of claims, which is the major part of the premium rates, which plays about more than 90% part is played by the cost of claims. The claims being agriculture risk, which is a climatic risk, it's a non-preventable risk, it's a very high frequency, high volume risk. I agree, but there are certain parts of the premium pricing which are preventable, which are controllable, and we are focusing. And I will like to say this year, as you are saying, we are able to improve as we were in the earlier years. So on preventable part, I will say the yield is still estimated on the basis of CCs, where we have a 15 days window, 20 days window for millions of crop cutting experiments. I think this is the major cause of increase in claims because of human intervention, moral hazards. So this is one area which is responsible for increase in the high cost of the claims. The other reason, according to me, which also plays significantly in the pricing is like the TY has been increased. Another is the cutoff dates rationalization. In the cutoff dates for buying the insurance has been set in such a way that it leads to buying after the losses are known, which is also another reason for high claims and high cost and subsequently high premium rates. So and of course the insurance is 30% penetration as on date, so therefore there is we require more universalization of the scheme so that the moral hazards are contained to that extent. Then another small area like we have seen observed, Tripathi ji, is this portal opening after the losses are known is really disastrous. When for the insurance company and for the reinsurers, it is very difficult to accept this kind of risk where the losses are known. So I think there is a request that if we are doing because in the interest of the farmer, the portal is to be opened, then the formula for claim sharing has to be revised. It cannot be put only on the shoulders of insurance company and the reinsurers. There is one. And another area where I think this yield estimation can be done through technology, and this year has seen customized solutions have come for some state governments. For Maharashtra, bid, they took the lead for this model. Then Madhya Pradesh also followed. Then now in Tamil Nadu we are following the co-insurance model where state is sharing. So we are moving from one solution to the customized solution for states. So this is something which is increasing the coverage under the scheme, and which will bring back the states which have gone out of the scheme. This will certainly help. Then another one big area which is to be focused and which is responsible for premium rates and also for reinsurance capacity is the delay in subsidy, which Dr. Bhutani has also told about. Subsidy. It has various implications. It does not delay in the claim settlement. It also, there is no cash flow, there is no investment income, and the solvency is hit like anything. All of us operate in a regulatory environment in India. IRDA regulates us. So once the subsidy is delayed beyond a particular time or point, the solvency is hit and we are not able to write on the reinsurers are not able to accept the reinsurance. So this is also one more area. So having said all this, I will conclude, Tripathi ji, on this, that this scheme is a wonderful scheme which is helping the farmers. All the stakeholders have gone for a lot of learnings, and there is a scheme which which has underwriting, which has reinsurance, which has, loss minimization. So the scheme's continuity with these kind of improvements, I think the scheme will be very helpful for farmers ultimately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay ji. You have precisely given your viewpoints. I would let me draw the attention of Sri Rafiul of the season during the Kharif season's ongoing Kharif season. I personally had a discussion with him and he had called me regarding the predicament that the state government was facing in Tamil Nadu. And we had certainly some discussions on this issue. Refuller sir, pricing has got an overbearing effect on the implementation of adoption and implementation of PMFBY in your state. What has been your experience regarding pricing, the tender requirements, pricing interest of company? Refuller sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi ji, for giving us an opportunity to talk on this issue. I would like to thank Government of India also for giving us an opportunity to take part in this panel discussion. See, this particular focus on high premium rates and reinsurance capacity constraints have really influenced us and affected us during the current season. In fact, I just want to go through with a small presentation for 5 to 10 minutes. See, I would like to state my views based on the state perspective, and I would like to display you some of the slides in this regard. So from 2016 onwards, please move to the next slide, please. So from 2016 onwards, you can see that Tamil Nadu state has been enrolling around 20 lakh to 24 lakh farmers, where 35 lakh acres, that is around 14 lakh hectares, are being insured. That's all a small state where we do this. And you can see that claim amount steadily we had during the drought period around 3,360 crores. Now it has come down to 854 crore, where the loss ratio also came down to 57% from the 160%. So now the next slide, which shows that how much premium subsidy we have been paying. And this I want to show because the rise in premium rates, to what extent it has affected our state. So the state share of premium share so far we have been paying for the past 4 years is only 2,694 crores, where we were able to get a claim of around 9,089 crore. Number of farmers benefited is 50.36 out of 83.61 lakh farmers, that is around 63% affected. The next shows that, next slide clearly shows that how much of the premium subsidy we have been giving to the insurance companies. In 2016-17 it was only 566. The next year it increased by 15%, later it increased by 13%, steadily around 15% increase. You will not imagine after the introduction of PMFBY, when the insurance company which had a contract of 3 years with us, they withdrew from carrying out the implementing agency, then we had to allot around 1,470 crore, that is around 75% more than what we have been giving last year. So this is the major effect. So why this particular high premium rate, why this particular high share of premium subsidy is due to, not only due to high premium rates, but also capping of premium by Government of India. Now I just want to show you another small slide that implementation of insurance companies, what are the insurance companies we have been taking part for past 4 years with the state. Then now when we come to the implementation of revamped Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, you know that we want to continue with the companies under the revamped Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, but the companies which entered into 3-year contract with us from 2019 to 2020-21, they actually said that the demography of the business will change and the loss cost has already increased, so they wanted to withdraw. Likewise, both the companies who were with us, ACL and OHL, they withdrew from this particular scheme. So the particular contract, and they wanted us to go for a fresh bid. The main content of the insurance company was that due to our PMFBY, the demography of the business will go down and loanee farmers will go down. But actually it proved wrong. In Kharif 2020, you can see that overall increase of agriculture crops insured has enhanced to 58%, even though the total enhancement was 30%. Agriculture crops, which was main crops in Tamil Nadu, where it enhanced by 58%, and non-loanee farmers area insured jumped up by 135%. It is because of the tremendous efforts taken by the Department of Agriculture to see that no reduction takes place in the enrollment. So reduction in only 27% of the loan category was found in Kharif 2020. So as far as when you see the farmer wise, 46% more than the last year. Non-loany farmers, you see that 93% more than the last year we were able to insure during the Kharif, and reduction of 48% only in loany category. The same trend is being carried out during the Rabi season. Apart from that, what the Tamil Nadu did actually, as per the advice of our respected additional secretary, we did lot of improvisation work on quality of the risk. So we planned ourselves that the demography of the business should not go down. We increased IEC activities, and you can see that 23% of the total enrolled is loany farmers, and area insured only 31%. All others are from the non-loany. We took up that and saw that no reduction is being made in the enrollment. Likewise, we did some rationalization in cutoff dates based on the peak sowing season. Apart from that, we also did notification. We had all the notification, most of the crops were revenue village level. Now we enhanced to higher unit of FIRCA. So we did some quality risk improvisation in that also. So what happened, you know, the CC is came down from 2,25,000 to 1,38 lakhs. So almost 40% of the CCs we were able to reduce, and you can see that IUs notified at revenue villages reduced by 63%, and notified at FIRCA level enhanced to 100%. So cleaning of, and as per the advice of Government of India, we did a complete separate exercise for cleaning of insurance units, and that we thought that it will help us in reducing the APR. So by deleting all the IUs where the sowing area has not been taken up, then all the action taken has got reduction in CCs, as I told, by 41%. Apart from that, the next slide, notional average value. What the RPM suggested that you either go for scale of finance or NAV into MSP. So we adopted that, especially for those districts which used to be very popular among all the insurers and reinsurers. They say that 50% of the total payouts are taken by Ramnath, Sivagangai, Thiruvarur, and Nagapattinam district. So we took it specifically to see that in Ramnath and Sivagangai, the scale of finance, that is sum insured amount, came down by 30%. Likewise for Sivagangai, it came down by 25%. So we used this NAV there to see that it has been brought down, and so that the payout may be rationalized and it can be reduced. Then we did some of the exercise for saying premium subsidy 4 to 5 crores every year. By this, you know, by reducing the scale of sum insured, automatically the premium subsidy for both state and center reduces. Then insurance product redesigned. We redesigned wherever the add-on products are required, we kept it. Wherever it is not required, we removed it. By this, you know, only 7 crops notified as major crop during Kharif season has now come down to 4, and 11 crops notified Rabi. So wherever the major crop, you know, when we bring down the prevented sowing or failed sowing doesn't come over there. So we took maximum efforts to improve the risk. And here again, robust system of monitoring again we developed at state and district level. You know, our state is a unique state where we have a PMFBY cell, not only the district level but also at a state level. Then we had a grievance redressal mechanism. Very, you know, it has been in place for past 1 year at district level and at state level. And next slide, where see, for improvisation of quality risk, we took up for major add-on covers, so prevented sowing and all those things. That actually the insurance companies were fearing that they have to spend a lot of money on payouts for those things. We rationalized all those things. Then we also optimized inclusion of add-on product to minimize the APR. In spite of all these things, you know, we were not able to fetch the required results from the ICs. What happened, you know, to shock actually for when we went for a fresh retender, fresh tender during Rabi, none of the impanel companies came forward to take part. We went for a retender again, no company came to take part, in spite of we taking all those things steps. You know, as you know, in the next slides I explained what all the steps we have been taking. I don't have time. In spite of taking all other steps, you know, with the help of and guidance of Government of India, no company came forward to quote in Tamil Nadu. when we analyzed what is the reason why they are not coming out, then they said that there is a lack of capacity on the insurance companies to quote, and there is lack of reinsurance support for them. And again, they said that reinsurance reluctant to top up the capacity of ICs. So another company, many of the companies said that you have very high loss ratio. So 2016-17 we had a 290%, and 17-18 140%, 18-19 151%, 19-20 it is only 57%. So they said that on an average you have 160%. So we are little by shy enough to quote in Tamil Nadu. See, in 2016-17 was a drought year. We never faced such a drought for past 100 years. So I said that it is an outlier. Don't take it for calculation of your average loss ratio. Some of the companies said that why not you take the 2019-20 as an outlier where it is only 57%. I say it is not an outlier. We are going to repeat the same thing. With that, courage, we have come for this co-insurance model. So next slide is about co-insurance model. We actually went for a 90s to 110 model, just like Madhya Pradesh. We actually recommended for a 80s to 110 model, but no company came forward to take up that. So we had no other option to go for a 80s to 20. They said by going for a 80s to 20 proportionate risk sharing basis model, the finance capacity of the insurance company can come down by 1/5, they can reduce to 1/5. So we, with the government of India's guidance, we went for this 80. So this 80s to 20 model is something like when the excess premium is available with the insurance company, 80% they have to share with the state government, 20% they can retain. When the actually compensation goes above the gross premium, 80% will be shared by the state government and 20% will be shared by the concerned implementing agency. But here they again demanded for a administrative cost, share in the administrative cost. We even accepted that to 80% administrative cost, and we had a limitation for that. Our finance secretary had a limitation on that. We can share the 80% administrative cost, but to an upper limit of limited to 1.6% of the gross premium, so that we may not able to go further in spending money on administrative costs. So I just in the next slide I just show you how this being shared. For an example, it is 2,400 crore is the gross premium. When the loss ratio is 60%, 80% of the profit, around 768 crore, the state government will get, and 20% of the profit, that is 190 crore, it will go to insurance company. In case of a loss, that is a loss ratio is some 140%, the state government has to sell out 768% more than its share of premium subsidy, and 20% ICs, that is around 172 crores. This is simply that. So we thought that by bringing this co-insurance model with the guidance of Government of India, we can reduce the capacity of the insurance company so that they can come out and quote. And we are also acting as a reinsurer. So reinsurance capacity also given to ICs. In spite of that, only 2 companies came forward. What setbacks to Tamil Nadu since introduction of RPMFBY? We were actually going for a 3-year contract from 2019-20 to 2021-22. We are going on a 3-year contract. But since RPMFBY introduced, we had to revise and we have to again go for a retender. So even the retender we started, there was a poor participation. That is actually a setback to Tamil Nadu. Out of the 18 empaneled companies, only 1 or 2 companies came forward to quote for Tamil Nadu. Then high APRs rate. You maybe, I have got a small table to show you to what extent the APRs have gone up on the state view. It is really alarming, which we cannot withstand if this continues. Then in spite of improvisation of quality risk, accepting co-insurance model, trying to reduce the financial capacity, rendering support as a reinsurer, providing see that proving that demography of business does not change. We did a lot of work on that. In spite of that, we had to have a high APR, and we were also prepared to share the administrative cost. And in spite of we possessing a good track records for timely settlement of state share of premium subsidy, I can proudly say that we have not kept premium subsidy for any of the ICs so far. So in spite of things, we had a setback that the companies were not prepared to come and they quoted very high rates. Then blanket quoting of APRs. We were able to see that the companies are blanketly quoting 20%, 25%, 40% for all crops in a district. Undue delay. So because of this, all this process that took place, we had to delay the notification. That actually affected to certain extent our enrollment, we personally feel. And capping of premium subsidy by GOI, really it has really enhanced the burden of the state government. State share of premium subsidy has also doubled. Categorization of districts into irrigated and rain-fed, it has actually increased our premium subsidy. Claims to be borne by the state, which is not the responsibility of the state, we had to bear now by pushing into this co-insurance model. ICS stipulating condition to participate in the tender like bearing the administrative cost, we again have to take the administrative cost. The next is a small table which shows that what extent premium rates have gone up. See, in cluster 1, we have 6 clusters. Cluster 1, the premium APR went up by 13%, 13.9%. For cluster 2, it was minus 3.37. There was a benefit for a year. And for cluster 3, the APR went up by 36%. And for cluster 4, it is 183%. You cannot even imagine that in spite of our Oriental Insurance Company doing a very good loss control here in Ramanathapuram, where we brought down the payouts from 500 crore to 3 crores, in spite of the showing that there is a good improvement in quality risk management, claim management and all, but still we had received a quote of 183%. Since no other company quoted, we had no other option but to give a tender allotment to this particular company. So in cluster 5, we had an increase of 56%. In cluster 6, we had an increase of 123%. This is not, see, when we see that in 2016-17, Tamil Nadu was a unique state which went for a 3-year contract. There you can see that from 1 year to next year, there was an increase of only 10.1% or 1.74%. So, but here in this particular co-insurance model, in spite of we doing taking all the risks, our APR, they quoted around 123%. We had no other go but to give them allot the work order to them. And another small exercise which we did, to convince our finance ministry. Now we have to show them what will be our burden on our exchequer when this model is being adopted on this high APRs. So when the scenario is around 57% this year, we need to pay only 695 crore. And when in the scenario 2, where when the loss ratio is 120%, we had to pay a net subsidy of 2,129. Just imagine, last year it was only 840 crore. Now we have to go for a 2,000 exorbitant increase in APRs or premium rates quoted by insurance company. Scenario 3, where if it is 156%, then we have to go for 2,946 crore. That is something 300% more than what we have been paying now. So our humble suggestions to Government of India and to the insurance company. Now what we request is the Government of India should see that reinsurance support to be strictly ensured by GOI and ICs. So reinsurance capacity has to be reviewed every season, and whoever doesn't have that, it has to be provided. Government of India should really intervene, and so that all the ICs take part, so that better competition exists and APRs come down drastically. Then non-participation in tenders by impaneled ICs to be reviewed seriously by GOIs. They have been impaneled to there should be standard operating procedure for loss cost calculation. Some companies calculate taking only 4 years. Some companies calculate by taking only 5 years. So when the operation guidelines says that you go for 10 years, then there is no uniformity among them. Likewise, states are unaware of whether the OG is being followed and reinsurer terms, conditions being followed. See, the insurance company, they say that we are following the terms and conditions given by the reinsurers. We are not going by the operation guidelines. In fact, they also mentioned to me, we are following the GIC model of calculating loss cost. I do not know all those things, but operational guidelines should be there, perfect in this, and the same should be followed by all the insurance companies. And another suggestion is GOI should prescribe season-wise state-specific benchmark for loss cost calculation. For every season, for every state, this should be there. There can be leverage. The companies can add that loss ratio, loss cost multiplication ratio. They can have that of their own, but there should be a leverage. At the same time, there should be a strict benchmark for loss cost calculation. Then remuneration support to be provided by GOI. So what I say is, when the state like Tamil Nadu, which takes so much of stake in increasing the quality of the risk, which is paying the subsidy in time, and for such states, the state government of India may come out with some sort of remunerative support, and GOI share of premium subsidy to be increased as it is a GOI scheme. Here we have to pay. When you see that 2,400 crore, as per our calculation goes, 1,200 crore should be paid by the state government, only 800 to 900 crore from the central government. Now this actually affects, this is a central government scheme, and central government should give more than what the state is sparing. So we request government of India to have a relook on this capping. If they could increase it, it will be beneficial, and only then the state government can sustain in this particular scheme. Then lot of alternative insurance models the government of India can think now, and after this conference, I request government of India to include all sort of alternate insurance models, something like 80 to 110 or 90 to 110 or co-insurance model or any other model may be included in the operation guidelines. So we have a free hand to select and call for a tender. Then states will be permitted to start insurance companies. So some sort of permission may be given, and support should also be given, so that we were told that out of 18 empaneled companies, only 11 are now participating, 9 or 7 are not there in the market. So when such thing happens, the state insurance company, if you have a state insurance company that can come out and support. GOI may also validate high-end technologies, as it has been rightly mentioned by our respected additional secretary, that in West Bengal they are following a separate model, and government of India is trying to validate for two-step crop. So this sort of difference should not come. We will have one model, we will have one technology that is being highly validated and recommended by government of India. That technology we need to follow in our state also. The state may be permitted to use smart technologies of other GOI institutions in case if it is found to be better than the model being recommended. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rafula ji. As in earlier years, you have made a very passionate presentation, and the reinsurers present here would have taken note of that. And central government also has been very proactive in listening to all the issues from the various state governments, and have never hesitated to take it into the main frame of the PMFBY implementation. I would request Agriculture Secretary Maharashtra Sri Eknath ji sir to give his views also, because Maharashtra also has been in the forefront of implementation, not only implementation but adoption of technology also, with the active involvement of Sri Uday Deshmukh sir in all these years, and it has been one of the large states adopting technologies, advanced technologies, and keeping the records absolutely clean and clear. So insurance companies have also shown a lot of interest in bidding for Maharashtra. There has been one particular case of a cluster in Maharashtra this year, for which the state had to go for a different setup this year. We would like to have your views, sir, on the part regarding the pricing, and whether you have also faced any kind of capacity constraints from the reinsurer or even from insurance companies for bidding in Maharashtra. Your floor, sir.
Thank you, Satyajit ji, Tripathi sir ji, Honorable Joint Secretary Bhutani sir, and all the distinguished participants. I will not take much time on this one, but I will mention some 2-3 points which I found more relevant when we talk about the high premium rate and reinsurance capacity. One has to understand that why there is a high premium, and when it could be a viable proposition. What should be the optimum premium rate? If the premium rate goes more than 30%, what the government of India has taught, it's correct. I mean, Above 30% cannot be the reinsurance. It's better to give the dole that is a ex gratia amount to the farmers. It's always better rather than going to all the process of the going CC and all this. What should be the even 30% is a higher what I believe. It should be within the 20%. Then we can say the premium which is quoted at the rate of a 20 and below that one can be said as a insurance proper model. Otherwise, 30%, 40%. Now, for example, we had in Maharashtra some districts like if you say Aurangabad. Now this time the quoted soybean is a 35%. Similarly, it's around for Rabi gram, it's 35%. And there are a number of crops, I think every quote varies, but it's more than 30%. Now, is it the insurance? So if you say, just I mentioned, it will not be a proper insurance model. So insurance has to be, premium has to be within the capacity of this one. Then why this is high premium rate? As a field officer, if I understood, since last 2 years I am in the department and looking at this scheme, and since we are the district's earlier scheme, National Agriculture Insurance Scheme, I was Latur. So we used to get the 126 crore premium in 2008. I got as a collector. So how it is? Because some people started the speculation with the scheme that how when you will get the insurance will not be insurance. So risk is there. I mean, there are some crops. For example, Maharashtra, if you see the soybean, it's around 50%, 55% is the whole business. One single crop is contributing into the insurance business. There is a risk associated with that crop. We agree for all of this one. But at the same time, looking the historical data of the of the yield estimation, and that we are doing under the our umbrella project called as the Mahagritech. NRSC scientist Mr. Murthy is associated under NRSC plus our MRSAC and the state government. With tripartite, we are working on that one, and probably we will come with the very robust solution on the human-less yield estimation. Already government of India is working there. Simultaneously, we are also working on that one. Then I think probably it will be a lesser part on that one than the risk that this moral hazards will be lesser on that part, and then premium will be come down. In 2019 Rabi, what happened? There was issues of the no participations because there was some issues, and then the company started saying that we don't have the really reinsurance capacity. I mean, that was the point to be debated whether they had or they were saying for the just sake of the having the apprehension that there is a higher risk in Maharashtra in some districts, so it's not better to go. At same time, this year when we started for bidding, and we got the bid for all districts except one district, this is called as a bid district. And when we again analyze, we discuss, again the company was saying that there is issues of the reinsurance constant. I agree, I mean, I appreciate the point of the reinsurance, but was it a complete reinsurance capacity? If you ask me, I think it is partly true, partly may not be true. Because there was a more risk involved into that district. The district's volatility and the vulnerability was very high. So companies were very scared on that one, that how to participate in that. So we come with some solution, and that thing that was with the under the guidance of Honorable Joint Secretary and AIC team, Singalji and Chairman and all team. That was the cup and cup model, and that is a 10% will 110% will be the risk of the company, whereas the profit will be the 20% will be shared on the state. I think this model will be workable. They participated, and it was highly appreciated by the political leadership in the Maharashtra also. Because why they appreciated that, I will just use some figures and the speculation, because in Maharashtra the general perception is that the insurance companies are there for the profit only. It is not, the scheme is not the beneficial to the farmers, though there is a I mean 5,500 premium has been of this year we have collected premium, around 1.2 crores application has been enrolled. I mean, the response is very high, but still there is a perception in the farmers, there is perception in the political leadership, and general perception that the scheme is only for the benefit of the company, not for the benefit of farmers. Having the increase in the enrollment in the process, why this perception is there? So we have to understand that why perception is there, because there is a very variability into the payout ratio. In 2016-17, only 48% was the premium, was the payout, that's the loss ratio. If you say the 17-18, it was 76%. Now, this year, because of last year, because of this unseasonal rain, and thanks to the Ajay ji and their team, AIC was the sole bidder in the state, it was around 105% for the payout. Now this year again we are facing, because this year again has a good season, good rainfall, good this thing. So again there is apprehension that the payout ratio will not be as good as this thing. So now there is a pressure from the farmers. Yes, 5,500 has been collected and the payout will not be up to this mark. So my point is very simple, that why should we make such speculation and apprehension? The point is very simple, because here the loss ratio up to 300% has to be borne by the company, and the profit they have to take 100%. We accepted this 100% profit and 300% loss. If this model is accepted, there is a big variability, because the risk exposure is of 300% and the profit collection is of 100%. If that type of extreme, the range we adopted, that is a very risky, it's more speculative, it will not be helpful for the scheme, because the perception of the scheme will not work if you go by this model, 100% profit and 300% loss, because company also has the apprehension if something goes wrong, disastrous, and if there is a risk of the 300%, where from where I could go. I remember AIC was in the scoop and they were saying if you go by this one, will be the bankrupt, it will be liquidated company if the loss ratio goes by this one. Fortunately, we come with some solution, but if you go by the principle of the real insurance, probably this could have been the case last year in Maharashtra. But what was the stake in also? I think there need to be some sub model where reinsurance capacity will be borne by, because state has the big reinsurance capacity. I mean, state can take the risk on that. But so there is a, if you had this lesser the reinsurance from the open market, I think that will be the better, because then the cost incurred on the reinsurance will be less. Now I am told that around 6% or something is the cost of the reinsurance. So obviously it is being charged on the premium. It is nothing more than that one. So if the state takes the cost of the reinsurance up to certain extent, then the premium will also come down. So this model of cup and cup model, which we under the guidance of the Honorable Joint Secretary and AIC, we developed this model. We are not saying that this is the final model, but this model has reduced the apprehension, has minimized the apprehension in the districts. At least company has only 20% इतना ही नफा, ये जो profit है company ले जाएंगे, बाकी सरकार को मिले. If that is the apprehension, I think that is the perception, we own the battle. Now in other districts I am facing, I know that that company तो पूरा लूट के लेके जाएगी 100% company and just give that 20%, बाकी तो सब अपने जेब में लेके जाएगी. If this is the perception, then I think under this type of a perception, survival of the scheme will be very difficult. Now in the Maharashtra, political leadership is the opinion. If this is the way of payout and this risk, so always better to watch this, the bid model which we have accepted, and request to the government of India that from the next year we allow this model and let us go by this thing and go for the railroad. Obviously it will be the policy decision, but what my colleague in the Tamil Nadu said, that there should have been a different model from the next season. So that what should be the risk, what should be the model, where should be the state should be allowed to develop their model, and the government of India should give the, because as today the 30% risk has been limited to the government of India. So any variability, any exposure will be now the risk of the state government. So if the government of India has restricted their exposure up to 30%, so I think government of India should come forward and there should have been the more permutation combination of model where the state will take all on their risk. Probably Tamil Nadu had the highest payout ratio. That is not the case in Maharashtra, may not be in the Gujarat also, because in Gujarat in groundnut only there was a high risk, but in other crop that was not the case. So that's why the Gujarat had not come participated into the insurance scheme this year. This may happen to the other state also. So I think such type of flexibility of single saying, if you allowed, I think that will be a more for the participation. It will be more transparent. It will be a more perception of the people, farmers, and all the stakeholder will be that it is the beneficial to the farmer and not to the company. I understand that company also has a very high risk into this one. It is not like that one. As the Honorable Joint Secretary Sir said, that there are some companies into negative net worth because of this scheme. I still remember there was one company, public undertaking in the big district. They had pay out around 300%. I mean, there was a fault on the part of estimation, but that because of the moral hazard, 300% payout, and that company never participated into the tender. So I think by considering this one, I think I will request on this there has to be another flexible model of the risks sharing, and what we did, what the Tamil Nadu did, what the other states are doing. I think we should be allowed to go for this one. Another point is of the again the RWBCIs. I think that is also one major area of concern where high premium rate because the and optimization of a trigger obviously. But here also, if you allow this 80-20 model, 80-20, 80-10, whatever may be the model, again the risk associated will be the lesser one, and their variability into the seasonality or the variability into the loss ratio will be minimized. So I think such type of a model, if Government of India thinks it should be promoted, and the state should be given the flexibility to adopt the model as per their risk appetite, I think that will be the beneficial. Because otherwise, what was the reason to see why we are saying this one? Because earlier model which we as a district collectors when we were use on this earlier model of the NIS, so it was basically a completely state supported model. There was no risk associated of the company. So I still remember that was the premium, the payout was decided on the basis of the premium collected, and it was decided only on the basis of the perception, only on the basis of the illogical assessment of the field ground. Yes, there is a drought, then go to this district. There is no drought, don't do this, because of the there was not scientific CC. It was just a traditional crop cutting experiment the field officer were doing. So there was no incentive to the companies. There was no incentive for the mere efficiency, professionalism, innovation into the earlier scheme. That's why we shifted to the another scheme. But again, the pendulum has been shifted so strongly. Then there has been the issues into the satisfaction level of the farmer. So I think if we go by this limited risk mechanism, probably it will be more helpful for the companies, state government, and the farmers and all the stakeholders. I think this was from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for very lucidly explaining the state government's challenges and the issues faced at their end. The scheme being such a complex scheme with all its challenges and being so vast and expansive, the various structures that are developing also, I am sure that in the coming days, the insurers and reinsurers involved in the scheme will rise up to face the challenges with the various structures that are developing. We have heard one insurance company and officials of the state governments involved in the implementation of the scheme. I would request one of the reinsurers, particularly Unicre, Ajit is here, to give the viewpoints of the reinsurers as to, on an overarching basis, how do the reinsurers and what has been the learning, particularly this year.
Thank you, Tripathi sir. So after I think what Tamil Nadu government officials and Maharashtra government officials have spoken, it's very difficult to kind of speak out, because of course there was a very clear message given to the entire community as to how the overall flexibility needs to be included in the implementation. But probably just to touch base upon the capacity topic, which keeps coming out on a constant basis. I think with regards to the capacity, and Tripathi sir, here you and Mangesh both will agree that from reinsurance community as such, we haven't really curtailed any capacity. We have in fact been supporting the insurance companies on a consistent basis. And from Unicre's perspective, I can say that Unicre has, over the last years from 2016 to 2020 now, increase the market overall share which we have in reinsurance from 1% when we start off to now almost 9%. So almost 12,000 crores of sum insured based capacity is what Munich Re has deployed in the market, and that's quite significant in terms of our overall global volumes as well. So I would say that is one thing which is surely not a constraint. And even when there were new schemes coming in, for example, the Tamil Nadu model or the West Bengal model, we have given out capacity to the participating insurance companies. So again, there I think the support has been consistently been given, and that from that perspective, I think the challenge which we have as such right now is definitely the increasing rates. And I think there are multiple factors which I think most of them have been addressed in the presentation which the Tamil Nadu government has given. I think also we need to be very clear as to why the insurance premium rates are increasing. And from our perspective, I think that's purely because of the fact that in spite of having good years, we've seen that the loss ratio is still quite significant. So I wouldn't probably name, but I think even if you say we have a good year, the loss ratio turns out to be 55, 60, 65%. And in a bad year, the loss ratio goes up to 150, 200%. So there, of course, it is then a concern that even when there's a bumper crop, the rate is still the overall payout is still quite a bit. That is one concern. The other part is also some uncertainties which are associated with various aspects, and I think from overall as an insurance and reinsurance perspective, we get concerned when, which Ajay sir already mentioned, the opening of the portal, because these aspects bring uncertainty which we have no control over. And I think that is also where probably insurance companies become a bit skeptical or probably also increase the premiums which they charge. Then with regards to, I think, the couple of models which have been discussed, I think one question I would rather have for both Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu, since they are on the panel here, as to how would they look at it when the loss ratio significantly increases for the state. As an example, 2016 in Tamil Nadu and 2019 in Madhya Pradesh. Will they look at these alternative schemes in the same light? Because I think that is where I think the state government subsidy would be quite significant, because they bear the most of the burden as such. Because even in the Maharashtra model for BEAD, above 110%, everything is taken care by the government. So I think that is one question which we need to ask, because the overall concept of insurance is to make sure that we manage this volatility. And of course, I agree with the perspective that 300% of loss and 100% of premium profitability is something which is a skewed mechanism, but that is how insurance works. And I think that is not a concern of insurance companies or reinsurers. The concern is the uncertainty associated with what next. And I think that is where technology, the more we use it, and as Bhutani sir already mentioned that we are working towards it, I think that will help us quite a bit. And from that perspective, I'm sure we will be making inroads. And I think from that side, we have seen a lot of benefits coming in. Also, I think one point I would like to raise is the fact of reinsurance cost, because I think reinsurance is perceived as a cost by most of the stakeholders here. But I think reinsurance is not really a cost, because as a reinsurer, we give support to the insurance companies, we give out capacity, and in fact, for the quota share, we give commissions. So in fact, we are the ones paying a cost to the insurance company. And the only cost which an insurance companies have is actually the stop loss premium which they pay out. And that is the actual cost, but that is again protecting their balance sheets. So ideally, reinsurance is not a cost. Reinsurance is typically helping the overall market capacity boosting. So that is where I think we should be quite clear that, reinsurance is not really somebody who is adding to the overall cost of the scheme as such. And another point which I have written down, and I totally agree on the fact that the reinsurance or insurance, whichever rate we talk about, the rate of 30, 35, 40% is definitely not reasonable. So Eknath sir, as you rightly mentioned, that's extremely high. 20-25% is something which we of course think is also a reasonable rate if at all there is a risky business. And other than that, I think I would rather probably leave some points for Mangesh to take over when he speaks about it.
Yes, absolutely. I think my humble submission is that considering that everyone is so passionate about agriculture and would like to be involved to a great degree in the discussions, we are running short of time and should make it as concise as possible. I would request Ashish from Bajaj Alliance to have his precise views as to insurance companies. We have heard Ajay Singhal also. Bajaj Allianz is also very much involved in various states in implementing this scheme in all earlier years also. Have you actually faced any kind of capacity constraints for your company while going ahead with the PMFBY implementation?
And having been this panel, I think, am I audible? Okay.
Yeah.
So because all the points have already been discussed by the state government officials, Ajit and Singhal sir. So just one thing I would like to highlight here is that how basically we decide about the capacity requirement as an insurance company and how do we go about this pricing, right? So what happens every year before starting up the season, in the season, what we do is we kind of try to finalize the business plan, that how much premium basically we want to underwrite in the financial year from the crop insurance. And that depends basically on the overall company's premium size. So I'm sure all insurance companies have those kind of methodology that they want to take a certain risk. Suppose we are having 10,000 crore rupees of total premium. So we don't want to have anything more than 2,000 crore or 20% of the premium from crop insurance, because crop is a very volatile business and any plus and minus can kind of impact the balance sheet in a different manner. So once we have decided the number, that our share of crop insurance should not be more than 20% or 25% in the overall portfolio. So once it has been decided, then we approach to all the reinsurance company who are in the market and we try to get their support to protect our risk. And frankly speaking, for the last 5 years since we have been writing this crop insurance, we have never faced any capacity constraint. Like whenever we approach to GIC, whenever we approach to Minikri or Susri or whoever, which are the companies, in terms of capacity, whatever we have asked, they are willing to provide more than that. But because we have certain business model, we have certain requirement and our board approval is also there. So we cannot go anything beyond that. So once it has been decided, after that, we cannot increase any capacity in between the season. We understand how the dynamic works. There's sometimes some states have kind of left out or some states have come up with the tender very late and they're not finding it easy to get placed. So they kind of request the insurance companies to, why are you not participating or why you're quoting very high. So we should understand this thing that because our capacity, it has been decided, we cannot take anything more than that. And also we want to kind of diversify our risk. We don't want to take all the risk just from one state or two states. Because for as many states we have, that is good for us because risk is everywhere and any kind of negative weather pattern or any kind of negative climatic condition can kind of affect our risk. So we also want to have we don't want to have anything more than suppose 20% or 50% of the total risk from a single state. So those are things basically basis which we decide the capacity. Those are the things basis which we decide that how many clusters we want to take from any state. And suppose it is not coming from any state, then either we don't participate or we kind of say that we charge high premium rate. So that is also one of the reasons that rates could be high or the capacity constant. The states may be saying that capacity is a constant, but as such capacity is not constant from the industry wide. But as an insurance company, we cannot take anything more than that. So it looks like that capacity is a challenge. That is what basically it looks like.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you very much. And we would also like to have the views from Dixit sir from Karnataka Principal Secretary, one of the pioneering states in involvement of implementation and involvement in PMFBY. Sir, your views and guidance on this matter, please.
Thank you, Tripathi sir, for giving an opportunity of speaking here. I would like to point out one small observation. PMFBY is a very, very interesting scheme. That is what I have been finding. The farmer says he gains nothing. The government says we are paying a lot of money. Insurance company says we are at a loss. There are only three parties. Two of them are paying money and all the three parties are in a loss. So where is the money going? Is it a fact or we are talking about perception? Probably there is more perception than fact. That is one extreme. And the second extreme is, I draw information from Dr. Bhutani's presentation of the morning. Countrywide, the payout is about 89 to 90%, meaning to say of 100 rupees collected by the insurance company. If 90 is paid back and suppose something like 10 rupees is the administrative cost, then is it really that the premium is very high? And if that is so, what are we sitting and what are we discussing? Simultaneously, the concerns of Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu can't be set aside. They are talking facts. Of course, I really do not know much about what is happening in Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu, but I can supplement with some information in case from Karnataka. Like every state, we also had a very great fear that when the revamped guidelines will come into picture and there is a cap on 25% and 30% of the premium, that is one part, and the second part, the scheme becomes voluntary, that the premium is going to be very high. Finally, when we went for the tenders and we received the rates, they were on the higher side. And we felt that our concerns were well founded until we sent the entire rates to Government of India. Their actuaries analyzed two things we had done. Number one, and this is something that every state needs to do, you have to balance your clusters properly. Because what happens is insurance companies, very rightly so, what they will do is any risk that is coming, they will be in their rates that they are quoting, they will be putting a cushion on it. There will be some extra padding also. And if this padding is evenly and properly distributed, then overall the premium rates will go down. That is the first part. The second part is that you also have to clean your data. When you are calling for a tender, you are saying, say, 25% area will be under this particular crop, or these many farmers will be enrolling themselves. But really, whether that is happening? Actually, the crux of the entire thing was that when we sent the data, the entire premium figures, and we sent the actual enrollment of the past few years, then only they came to the conclusion that no matter what it is, what the data is looking like, what the premium is looking like, the actual premium that you will be paying will be almost the same as last year. So I don't know in case of Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu whether they have done an actual calculation or not. If they have done an actual calculation and their premium is on the higher side, then yes, it's a matter of concern. That is one point. Second thing is, Dr. Bhutani Sahab was very correct in saying that if a particular crop has a premium of something like 40% or 50%, 50% means the assumption is that if two people are going to grow that particular crop, at least one of them is going to fail. So if the risk is so high, whether such a crop should be permitted to be grown or rather promoted to be grown, I would say, and whether it should be brought under insurance or not is a policy matter that the states will have to decide. However, I have one or two very small points to make. One is that every person talks about technology in the CCEs. I'm not against a technology at all. But remember one thing, that we are taking technology to decide the financial implication of a person who may or may not have been very well read. A farmer may not be academically very qualified, but he or she is a very wise person. That is what I have found. They believe what they have seen. They analyze. They have pretty good reasoning. So CCEs is something like we have two doctors, of course, Dr. Vasuki has gone somewhere, Dr. Bhutani is here. We all are well read, but we would not like to be treated by a computer or WebMD site. We all want a doctor to be present while treating us. CCE is like a doctor. Of course, technology should not be used, I wouldn't say. I would only say that technology may be used either for corroborating CCEs or CCE can be used for corroborating what the technology tells. A single solution is not the right solution. The farmer is not going to accept. CCEs, rightly, wrongly, whatever the deficiencies are there, is something that is believed by the farmer. The process may have been rigged, but then at least the parties know that it has been rigged. One more thing that I would like to say is that the premium percentage can be brought down, provided that 2-3 small things can be done. Number one is that if we make our payout all companies, the governments as a whole, if we make our payouts promptly and immediately, the faith in the system will be further bolstered. A happy farmer is a farmer who will be doing good publicity also. And the entire thing, what Mr. Sudhanshu Pandey said, what Dr. Garg said, Bhutani Sahab was also saying, that premiums will come down with scales of finance. Probably the scheme has been sufficiently popularized. What we require is that we require those farmers also where the risk perception is less. At present, whatever farmers we are enrolling is a part of a adverse selection only because most of them who are coming to us or who are getting enrolled are people who are feeling some kind of a perception. I don't find in case of Karnataka many farmers getting enrolled from say Kodagu or say from the Western Ghat areas where more or less rains are assured or the yield is assured. So that is one point. And scale of finance, somewhere probably because the scale of finance will decide what will be the payout because that will decide the sum insured. And if our scale of finance is high or unreasonably on the higher side, then yes, our premium will certainly go up. In case of Karnataka, we have frozen the scale of finance for the past 2 years or so. So somewhere we need to have a relook into that, into the scale of finance also, so that the payout becomes as reasonable as possible. And well, I think these 2-3 points are from my side. Thank you for the opportunity being given. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We have amongst us Joint Secretary Mr. Ji. Sir has taken a very keen interest in the implementation of PMFBY and has been a guiding force for insurance companies, particularly for GIC also, in giving his well thought out interventions at certain and many times, and has an overarching view of the implementation of PMFBY from pricing to capacity requirements, everything. I invite Saurav sir to give his overarching view regarding the issues related to capacity constraints and pricing issues, which is a concern for almost all stakeholders, whether it is insurers, reinsurers, state governments, and we are eagerly waiting to have your views, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi, and a warm welcome to all the audiences out here. I don't know whether Dr. Bhutani is right now plugged in or not, but I think this has been quite an important journey for us in the last 1 year, collaboratively thought out in terms of how the whole piece has to move out from where it is to where it needs to be. Dr. Bhutani, of course, as somebody earlier mentioned, is a very, very passionate professional apart from a seasoned bureaucrat in terms of driving the PMFBY in the capacity of CEO. So I think there are 2-3 elements to the whole piece when we talk about hardening of the rates or shrinking of the capacities. First and foremost is that an insurance has its own ecosystem and government has its own ecosystem. The two have to marry each other in order for the scheme to really progress well and be accepted at all levels while serving the purpose for which it is meant, which is welfare of the farmers. So I think in that regard, if I have to take the first view first, which is about the insurers, including the insurer for the time being in the next 1 or 2 minutes, if I just build in that we've been seeing the hardening, we've been seeing the challenges, and we have been witnessing the reasons behind that as well. I mean, we've been spending hours and hours together between me and Dr. Bhutani in terms of where have we taken it right and where we can improve it further as an ongoing process. So I would imagine that 3 years is let me start with that, was a demand which was being raised and which was kind of coming up across the board. That the cyclicality can be best neutralized by giving length to the period. And I think to that effect, 3 years augurs well in terms of understanding and to that extent absorbing the kind of cycles which a typical agri product or an insurance product in farm sector can really look at. The voluntarization also came up into this discussion, and while we had the views that it might have some perception around the adverse selection, obviously the way it will play out in terms of the insurer's mind, and more importantly, the insurer's mind, my own both fraternities are listening to it. I think that a bit of it needs to be really looked at from the way the scheme has been revamped, and the next 6 months or so can also decide about some of the outcomes, because we'll start having the first feed of data coming in. Kharif now closing out, and we are already sitting on some data, which is good feed for insurers. Insurers typically feel great about data. Reinsurers is the basic feed is the data. So I think the data should start speaking about certain things, which is the infusion of tech, infusion of monitoring, infusion of inspections, infusion on CCE side, infusion on ground truthing side, and so on and so forth. How tech and people are immersing. And I think my just a speaker before me spoke about it, that ultimately it is the man who has to drive it. And I couldn't concur more. Having said that, tech assistance cutting across the sectors and industry is as important for an insurance or a banking sector as well. And to that extent, I think tech-assisted human interventions should be the name of the game. We also obviously will keep looking at how the machines keep learning themselves in terms of the new algorithms and so on, in order to provide the right technology and the right environment. Coming once again to the core matter on the way the whole piece is playing out, and the pain which Ashish ji and I keep thinking about, which is coming up to the state governments one after the other. I mean, I think in whatever insurance I understand in the last 2 decades or above, uh, anything which is above 10% is something which is just not heard of in terms of the rates and so on and so forth. So we need to discuss, decide, and elaborate together on what has gone so wrong that it is really started hitting the double-digit marks. I mean, unthinkable. And all the insurance professionals and communities are sitting here, apart from the bureaucratic colleagues of mine. So I think this is really a time to take a deep dive into it. Is it a lack of confidence or faith? Is it a bolstering of the perception which has really gone over the board? Or is it the reality which is driving all of these things? Maybe the truth lies somewhere in between, or some side of it. I think these 1.5, 2 days will really bring out a bit of those seeds and the elements to its real core. So I think we need to really seed those thoughts very categorically. If we see that the things have got improved, it's time that we fed RI colleagues with the data that yes, it has begun to improve. If the improvement is happening around into the overall space in terms of the coordination, collaboration, inspection, tech intervention, and so on, it's time that the boards of the insurance companies, including the managing director and the chairman and so on and CEOs, took a note of it, rather than being driven by the last 1.5 to 2 years to 3 years alone. Sometimes, as they say in the capital markets or whatever I keep reading about, that past is not an indicator of the future performance. I think it's time that we really looked at it very deeply and validate it with our own lenses respectively, without your wearing my lens or my wearing your lens. Let's look at it objectively and see where does the ball, and start thinking about it in that direction. Now, 3 years becoming a menace for some of the RI players, my sense is not. RI ultimately is a data industry. And all it generates is through the data and the models around data and the actuarial outcomes around data and so on and so forth. And based on that, the whole piece converts it into the fact of the TTN and the related conditions around that. आप लोग सोचिए, थोड़ा विचार करिए कि कहाँ क्या हो रहा है. Think through it. Think through the whole funnel of what is going right and take deep, sincere note of it. And that's my urgent, earnest plea to all of you. Take a sincere note of it on how data is playing out. And let me just start with GICD to begin with. I also see some other faces. I think Munich Re has been a contributor out there in this part of the business for India. Other players have really chipped in, and I can clearly see other guys chipping in. The other piece is that at state level dynamics, which is getting played out, I really request the state authorities, some of them are listening, I do believe, is that we really give that confidence through the data. On the month-by-month progress which is being made. If need be, a bit of a collection or a kind of consortium of a one-pager on how we progress from where we were to where we are. the more we'll try and feed our insurance partners and colleagues, chances are that of the 18 empanels and the 10, 12 active, so to say, whatever those broad numbers are, I think 18 will become 20 and 22s and 24 and 25s, rather than it becoming the active and inactive list, which is being flashed out to me right now. And mark my words, even reinsurers, if they've fed data well in time, advance, and done in an appropriate way, things will work out. The point on the slow offtake of the subsidy vis-a-vis when they should hit. Again, I urge to the state authorities, kindly understand, sirs and ma'ams, that IRDAI, the regulator of the industry, keeps putting in enough amount of pressure in terms of their solvency, in terms of their balance sheet, in terms of their financial performance, and so on and so forth. Happy to supply some of those stuff to you through the industry colleagues or through my office, of what IRDA does when the premium does not, the subsidy does not reach. That's part one. Part two, Dr. Bhutani has got a legit right to pull out those guys and say कि आप लोग क्यों नहीं आगे claim pay कर रहे हैं. It adversely shows on to that. This is a series, sirs. Understand this entire series, and all of us right now, as Mr. Bhutani could have done it, he has done it. He has brought all of us together so that nobody can say that X person is missing, Y is missing, and hence keep pointing out fingers. We are in it together. It's a Pradhan Mantri Yojana. It is one of the globally most popular schemes which is being running at the scale and size. I think one of my earlier speakers spoke about it. Why not make it a clear success? And why not have the entire piece umbrella itself, rather than one pilot here, one pilot there, 80 concept coming out somewhere, 90 concept come out here. जो भी समस्या है उसका यहाँ पर हम आराम से चर्चा करते हैं, मंथन करते हैं, and I'm convinced that we can find out ways. And nothing can be replaced. Neither the community can be replaced, nor the RI can be replaced, nor the farmer can be replaced, who's the core of it, and nor can the concerned bureaucracy, which is called our state authorities, as well as me and Dr. Bhutani can be. So all of us are in together, sir. Let's try and think through it. The idea is that Kharif is not too far. We are minus 100 days, minus 120 days. This is the way Dr. Bhutani and I keep thinking about it. So while Rabi can be taken care of, wherever we have got some glitches, let's try and iron out. And I'm convinced, I repeat, I'm convinced that they can be ironed out. None of them is really gone that overboard, that which is inexplicable or beyond the solution. So these are some of the broad thoughts I had in my mind. Now, as regards whether the pie requires is X, and we have become 70% of X in terms of the delivery to it and so on and so forth. I think that again, I mean, this forum in the next Monday will be open in case you've got some thoughts. Me and Dr. Saab are already into thinking process of if we see some requirement versus need gap, what can be the alternatives. But please feel free to give your ideas. You guys collectively are far more intelligent than us sitting here at the center. So I think with this I take a pause. Thank you so much. It's been lovely interacting and connecting with all of you in one screen. Once the COVID scare is off and we are vaccinated, let's hope to have these things as much physical as possible, not just as some of those invites coming online or digital. Thank you so much. God bless. Let's keep helping the farmer and the agri sector as much as possible, collectively, collaboratively. Thanks. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your very inspiring and guiding views on the whole part of PMFBY and how to take it forward. I believe all the stakeholders who are present here have always gained immensely from all these conferences in the past years, and it has been a very fruitful conference always. I would like to round it up the whole discussion with a few words from Mangesh from Swiss Re. Mangesh has been in the forefront of technology also, and after that we will be rounding it up. Mangesh, be as precise as you can be. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi. Thanks to the Government of India for giving us an opportunity here to share our thoughts. I would not take too much of time, but let's quickly explore the root cause of the topic here. And I really thank Mr. Dixit for acknowledging that if we have an industry loss ratio of about 89% in the last 4 years, are we really entitled to sort of crib about the high high premium rates? Let's not forget that two of the years in the last 4 years were excellent monsoon years, 2016 and 2019. And yet, if you see the progression of loss ratios from 2016 to 2019, the loss ratio has increased by more than 12 to 13 percentage points. And that's not a good sign. That clearly means that perhaps the rates have become more and more inadequate. So some sort of correction in a market like this is always expected, I would say. Second part is that let's not forget the thresholds that have increased. By thresholds, in very simple terms, we mean really the guaranteed yield that is being provided to the farmers. It's a promise which is given to the farmers that we are guaranteeing more and more yield. And obviously, to take care of that, we would have some increment in the rates expected as well. Timing of the tender remains a bit of an issue. I think over the years, over the last 4 or 5 years, we have clearly seen that those states which put out their tenders in the early months usually get really nice prices. The states which come in late, they either have very, very low prices or very, very high prices. And that's again related to, I would say, linked to the market nature of this scheme. And from that perspective, as far as 2020 experience is concerned, I think we clearly see a bit of a lack of primary insurance capacity rather than the reinsurance capacity. As far as the reinsurance capacity is concerned, happy to say that Swiss Re has increased or got into new 3 clients this year in 2020. Rather, we have struggled to increase our participation in some of the insurers. So I think reinsurance capacity, at least on the foreign reinsurance branches front, remains quite okay. Yes, 1 year versus 3 year topic is a bit of an issue, particularly for those reinsurers who do not operate from India. I think this can be relooked at. So some of the capacity can be injected in the market if we revert back to our single year sort of tendering process. Product stability is also very important. I think some of the rate increase, as I mentioned, is related to the threshold yield increase. And I think over the last 4 or 5 years, we have now come into a situation where the thresholds have increased dramatically. Can we look into these thresholds and freeze them, at least in some states, so that going forward for the future tenders, we have a really apple-to-apple comparison, rather than just contemplating whether the rates really increase due to threshold or due to the market issues. On the technology front, I would say the government of India, all the state governments have chipped in really nicely, and we have seen a tremendous progress vis-a-vis what we used to have in, let's say, MNIS era. I think a lot can be done, but I would say a lot has been already done here. Apart from that, I would say continued reliance on the proportional capacity, proportional reinsurance capacity. I think that part can be taken care of slightly by increasing the retention by the insurance companies themselves. A part of the proportional capacity can be absorbed by the insurance sector itself, and here I would rather encourage the insurance companies to increase their retention in the scheme. Last point, which has been highlighted by few of my colleagues, the investment income. I think that's a big consideration, especially in the Indian context, where the interest rates remain fairly high as compared to the other countries in the world. And here I would say a better way of ensuring a good investment income is to make sure that the subsidies reach in time. And I'm really thankful to Government of India that this has been taken care of in the new guidelines. Just one small suggestion here. Can we make the subsidy schedule, the way in which the states have been paying the subsidies, can we make that bit more public in a dashboard format, whereby we can clearly see which states have paid the subsidies in time and which states have still not paid the subsidies. I think that will also help in understanding, the overall challenges in the sector and challenges faced by the states in paying the subsidies in time. So I would say, this is just a small suggestion whether a dashboard can be created just to understand how the subsidy inflow has been. I think there is one particular question asked by the participant. Yeah, this is a question from Mr. Sonu Agarwal. Can a protocol be developed to detect over-insurance in a Gram Panchayat? If over-insurance is detected, all the proposals will be set aside and scrutinized intensely in a time-bound manner. This is a question from Sonu Agarwal, and I would be happy to understand the views from the other panelists. Thanks.
Can I respond, Tripathi ji?
Oh, yes, of course. Of course you can.
Ultimate aim of the scheme is to pay losses to the farmer who has really genuinely suffered the loss, who has grown that crop. So by over-insurance, we mean the farmer who has not sown that crop or who has not suffered that loss, we are paying because he had insured more than what we call in insurance parlance the insurable interest. One way to tackle this is through land integration, which we have seen clearly there in Maharashtra and now this year in Odisha. But initial reaction is there will be less coverage, but it will sanitize the crop insurance to a very large extent. The other solution which we have in the scheme at present is area discrepancy factor, which has not been very successful because it punishes the good and bad farmers across the board. So land integration is a better solution, and moreover this area discrepancy factor we have not been able to implement so smoothly because the data availability is a challenge. But I think more and more states going for land integration, it will certainly curtail and contain this side effect. Thank you.
I could not agree more than anything on this issue. I think land integration is one of the major issues which will actually nullify this over-insurance issue, and we had during this discussion what issues had happened in some states where a single Aadhaar card was used multiple times and was finally checked at a particular level. I think we have had a very elaborate discussion, and I thank all the panelists for their valuable suggestions and on this particular topic. I would be failing my duty if we don't acknowledge the help support that is done by the ministry, particularly led by Dr. Bhutani and his team, Kamna Madam, Gajendra Sir, Sunil Ji, and Rukmini Madam. All have been there always. In crunch times and critical times, they have never failed to reciprocate our concerns and get into the solution board. We have always derived rich experience from all these conferences, and I believe for the next, one day, till half day next year, next day also, we will be getting a lot of further input from all. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to moderate this panel of eminent panelists. Thank you, sir. I hand it over to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists who have joined us virtually, and thank you so much, sirs, for conducting this session. Let's give a huge round of applause for this wonderful technical session. Thank you, sirs. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a short lunch break, but before we do that, there is a small announcement. There will be breakaway sessions between 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. and when those sessions are announced, you can join in the group that you all have opted in the Google Forms. I reiterate the Google Forms that you had filled up some days back. The group that you had opted for, you can join in that specific group on the website during the breakaway sessions that will happen between 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Right now, we are going to take a short lunch break and we will be back shortly. Thank you.
प्रकृति गजब की ताकत है इसमें। बारिश की रिमझिम फुहारों को ही लीजिए। जब सही समय पर मिट्टी पर गिरें तो खेतों में किसान की मेहनत रंग लाती है। लेकिन वही बारिश बेमौसम हो जाए तो फिर तबाही का मंजर दिखाती है। लेकिन क्यों रहे किसान के घर की खुशियां प्रकृति पर निर्भर, जब बन सकता है वो आत्मनिर्भर। किसानों को प्राकृतिक आपदाओं की वजह से फसली नुकसान होने की स्थिति को ध्यान में रखते हुए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना की घोषणा की। इस बीमा योजना का उद्देश्य विभिन्न प्रकार की प्राकृतिक आपदाओं जैसे ओले गिरना, जल भराव, बाढ़ का आना, बादल फटना, प्राकृतिक रूप से आग लग जाना, भूस्खलन, चक्रवाती तूफान, बेमौसम बारिश, फसल की बीमारियां, आकाशीय बिजली, कीटों के हमले वगैरह से होने वाले नुकसान की स्थिति में किसानों को वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान करना है। इस बीमा योजना के अंतर्गत फसल की विभिन्न अवस्थाओं को शामिल किया गया है, यानी पूरे फसल चक्र का सुरक्षा कवच।
जिस दिन फसल काटकर खेत में सुखाने के लिए फैलाई, उसके अगले ही दिन मूसलाधार बारिश हो गई, सारी उपज बर्बाद हो गई। लेकिन ये तो अच्छा था कि मैंने फसल का बीमा करा रखा था, मैं नुकसान से बच गया और क्लेम की रकम भी मुझे आसानी से मिल गई। सारा भुगतान मेरे बैंक अकाउंट में हो गया। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना बहुत ही लाभकारी है और इसकी प्रक्रिया बहुत ही सरल है।
पहली बात तो ये समझिए कि अगर आप अधिसूचित फसलों की खेती करने वाले किसान हैं, तो आप फसल बीमा के लिए पात्र हैं। इसमें काश्तकार किसान और बटाईदार सहित सभी किसान शामिल हैं। अनाज, दलहन, तिलहन और कुछ वार्षिक वाणिज्यिक फसलों को PMFBY के अंतर्गत कवर किया जाता है। ये दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी और कामयाब फसल बीमा योजना है। केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकारों के अलावा 18 बीमा कंपनियां, 540 बैंक तथा 45,000 जन सेवा केंद्र प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को किसानों तक पहुंचाने में कार्यरत हैं। इस योजना में प्रीमियम कम होने के कारण सभी स्तर के किसान इसका लाभ ले सकते हैं। खरीफ फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 2% प्रीमियम, रबी फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 1.5% प्रीमियम और बागवानी एवं वाणिज्यिक फसलों के लिए 5% प्रीमियम है। किसानों के लिए ये योजना कितनी लाभदायक है, इस बात का अंदाजा इससे ही लगाया जा सकता है कि 2016 में योजना की शुरुआत के बाद पहले 3 सालों में किसानों ने प्रीमियम के रूप में 13,000 करोड़ रुपए का भुगतान किया, जबकि अब तक फसलों के नुकसान के क्लेम के रूप में उन्हें 60,000 करोड़ रुपए मिल चुके हैं, यानी जमा राशि के मुकाबले 4.5 गुना अधिक राशि दावों के रूप में प्राप्त हो चुकी है। अब तक हर साल खरीफ और रबी के मौसम के दौरान 5 करोड़ से भी अधिक किसान इस योजना से जुड़े हैं। 2020 के लिए बीमा कराने की प्रक्रिया शुरू हो चुकी है। पंजीकरण की कट ऑफ तिथि हर राज्य में अलग अलग तय होती है। अपने क्षेत्रों या गांवों की अधिसूचित फसलों की सूची, बीमित राशि एवं कट ऑफ तिथि की अधिक जानकारी के लिए आप निकटतम कृषि अधिकारी, जन सेवा केंद्र एवं बीमा कंपनी के प्रतिनिधि से संपर्क करें। www.pmfby.gov.in पर लॉगिन करके या फसल बीमा ऐप क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप का उपयोग करके अपनी फसल के नामांकन के लिए आवेदन किया जा सकता है। नामांकन के लिए इन दस्तावेजों की जरूरत होती है। नवीनतम आधार कार्ड, मोबाइल नंबर, बैंक खाता विवरण, भू अभिलेख दस्तावेज जिसमें जमीन के कागजात और राज्य सरकार द्वारा निर्देशित कोई भी अन्य दस्तावेज। कैसे मिलेगा फसल नुकसान होने पर दावे का भुगतान? PMFBY योजना में बीजों की बुआई से लेकर फसल कटाई के बाद सुखाने के उद्देश्य से खेतों में 14 दिनों तक फैलाई जाने वाली फसलों के पूरे फसल चक्र के दौरान जोखिम के कवर को प्रदान करता है। स्थानीय आपदा के कारण या अगर फसल कटाई के बाद बीमित फसलों को प्राकृतिक आपदा से नुकसान होता है तो बीमित किसान को 72 घंटे के भीतर इसकी सूचना बीमा कंपनी, बैंक या फिर राज्य सरकार के अधिकारियों या बीमा कंपनी के टोल फ्री नंबर पर देना आवश्यक है। जोखिमों में उपज हानि का आकलन फसल कटाई प्रयोगों के आधार पर किया जाता है। आपदा के कारण हुए नुकसान पर किसान को बीमा कंपनी द्वारा क्लेम राशि का उचित भुगतान मिलता है। क्लेम राशि का भुगतान सीधे किसान के बैंक खाते में किया जाता है। शिकायत निवारण के लिए किसान बीमा कंपनी, निकटतम बैंक शाखा या ब्लॉक या जिला कृषि कार्यालय में संपर्क कर सकते हैं। वो अपनी शिकायतों के लिए जिला और राज्य स्तरीय शिकायत निवारण समिति तक भी पहुंच सकते हैं। दरअसल पहले सभी ऋणी किसान जो बैंकों या वित्तीय संस्थानों से मौसमी कृषि ऋण या KCC का लाभ उठा रहे थे, उन्हें अनिवार्य रूप से इस योजना में शामिल किया जाता था। लेकिन फरवरी 2020 में किसानों के हित में नामांकन प्रक्रिया में एक बड़ा बदलाव करते हुए अब इस योजना को सभी किसानों के लिए स्वैच्छिक कर दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना किसानों को उनकी मेहनत से उगाई फसल को सुरक्षित करके देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की दिशा में अहम कदम साबित हो रही है। जब किसान बढ़ेगा प्रकृति निर्भरता से आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर, तभी तो बनता है आत्मनिर्भर राष्ट्र।
भारत सरकार ने देश के करोड़ों किसानों की आजीविका को सुरक्षित कर उनके जीवन को खुशहाल बनाने के लिए सुरक्षा कवच के रूप में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का उपहार दिया। ये कल्याणकारी योजना प्राकृतिक आपदाओं से फसल का नुकसान होने पर किसानों को उचित मुआवजा देकर उनकी आजीविका सुरक्षित करती है।
किसान भाइयों और बहनों, आज पूरा देश कोरोना जैसी महामारी के दौर से गुजर रहा है। इस कठिन समय में भी आप बिना रुके, बिना थके लगातार अपने खेतों में पसीना बहा रहे हैं। आपकी कड़ी मेहनत से आज देश अनाज उत्पादन में आत्मनिर्भर हो गया है और आगे भी बना रहेगा, ऐसा मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। किसान भाइयों और बहनों, भारत सरकार ने किसानों के व्यापक हित को ध्यान में रखते हुए एवं प्राकृतिक आपदाओं से फसल की क्षतिपूर्ति हेतु वर्ष 2016 से महत्वाकांक्षी प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना आरंभ की थी। सरकार की विकास नीति एवं इस योजना के सफल कार्यान्वयन हेतु हमने समय समय पर इसमें उचित बदलाव भी किए हैं। किसान बहुत ही कम प्रीमियम पर अपनी फसल का बीमा कर सकते हैं, जहां प्रीमियम का शेष हिस्सा भारत सरकार प्रदान करती है और राज्य सरकारें भी इसमें योगदान करती हैं। खरीफ 2020 सीजन से इस योजना से जुड़ना सभी किसानों के लिए स्वैच्छिक कर दिया गया है। आप प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ेंगे तो संकट काल में यह योजना आपके लिए वरदान एवं सुरक्षा कवच के रूप में काम करेगी। भाइयों और बहनों, लॉकडाउन के दौरान इस योजना के अंतर्गत लगभग 8,090 करोड़ रुपयों से अधिक के दावों का भुगतान कर दिया गया है। वर्ष 2016 में यह योजना आरंभ हुई थी। इसके बाद 3 वर्षों में किसानों ने प्रीमियम के रूप में लगभग 13,000 करोड़ रुपया जमा किया, लेकिन जब प्राकृतिक आपदाओं के कारण उनकी फसलें बर्बाद हुईं तो उन्हें प्रीमियम से लगभग 4.5 गुनी राशि लगभग 64,000 करोड़ रुपए मुआवजे के तौर पर प्राप्त हुई। इससे उनकी आजीविका सुरक्षित बनी रही। किसान भाइयों और बहनों, यदि ऋणी किसान बीमा योजना का लाभ उठाना नहीं चाहता तो उसे कट ऑफ तारीख से कम 7 दिन पहले संबंधित बैंक शाखा जिससे उसने फसली ऋण लिया है में अपना आवेदन दाखिल कर देना चाहिए। भारत सरकार ने यह कदम कई कृषक समूहों की मांग और उनकी सलाह पर उठाया है, क्योंकि हम सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका विश्वास की नीति पर चलते हैं। इस बदलाव के बावजूद प्रीमियम की हिस्सेदारी में कोई बदलाव नहीं किया गया, वह पहले जैसी ही है, यानी सभी खरीफ फसलों के लिए अधिकतम 2%, सभी रबी फसलों के लिए 1.5% और व्यावसायिक तथा बागवानी फसलों के लिए अधिकतम 5% है। एक अन्य बड़ा बदलाव करते हुए अब बीमा कंपनियों को उनसे संबंधित राज्यों में 3 वर्ष के लिए व्यवसाय आवंटित करने का अधिकार दिया गया है। इससे अब बीमा योजना का लाभ दूर दराज के गांवों तक पहुंचने में मदद मिलेगी और बीमा कंपनियां किसानों की सेवा बेहतर रूप से कर सकेंगी और दावों के निपटान में भी शीघ्रता लाई जा सकेगी। भाइयों और बहनों, हमने ऐसी व्यवस्था की है कि अब प्रीमियम सब्सिडी में राज्यों की हिस्सेदारी और फसल कटाई से संबंधित आंकड़े शीघ्रता से जारी हो जाएं। दावों के शीघ्र भुगतान में यह एक मुख्य बाधा थी जो अब दूर कर दी गई है। अब दावों को लटकाने भटकाने की गुंजाइश नहीं है। हम शीघ्र भुगतान, किसान का कल्याण के रास्ते पर आगे बढ़ चले हैं। इसी क्रम में भारत सरकार ने राज्यों और केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों को और अधिकार देकर बीमा योजना को लचीला बना दिया है। अब वे अपनी स्थानीय आवश्यकताओं के अनुसार आपदाओं को शामिल कर सकते हैं। उनके पास आपदाओं को चुनने का विकल्प उपस्थित है। किसान भाइयों और बहनों, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूँ, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारत सरकार आपकी समृद्धि के रास्ते में आने वाली हर बाधा को दूर करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। हमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को स्वैच्छिक अवश्य कर दिया है, परंतु अपनी भलाई, अपने कल्याण और अपनी आजीविका की सुरक्षा के लिए इसे आप जरूर अपनाएं। इस योजना में पंजीकरण के लिए ऋणी किसान सेवारत बैंक शाखा में जा सकते हैं, जहां से उन्होंने केसीसी कृषि ऋण लिया है। कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर क्षेत्र में काम करने वाली बीमा कंपनियों के प्रतिनिधि या स्थानीय कृषि कार्यालय से भी संपर्क कर सकते हैं। फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.pmfby.gov.in एवं फसल बीमा ऐप के माध्यम से भी पंजीकरण किया जा सकता है। खुशहाल किसान ही समृद्ध भारत की बुनियाद है। इसी भाव के साथ मैं आपके परिवार, खेत खलिहान एवं पंचायत के हर नागरिक की खुशहाली की कामना करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय किसान।
किसानों की खुशहाली और समृद्धि का संकल्प कर रहा है सच प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का सुरक्षा कवच।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं।
अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है,
क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
प्रकृति गजब की ताकत है इसमें। बारिश की रिमझिम फुहारों को ही लीजिए। जब सही समय पर मिट्टी पर गिरें तो खेतों में किसान की मेहनत रंग लाती है। लेकिन वही बारिश बेमौसम हो जाए तो फिर तबाही का मंजर दिखाती है। लेकिन क्यों रहे किसान के घर की खुशियां प्रकृति पर निर्भर, जब बन सकता है वो आत्मनिर्भर। किसानों को प्राकृतिक आपदाओं की वजह से फसली नुकसान होने की स्थिति को ध्यान में रखते हुए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना की घोषणा की। इस बीमा योजना का उद्देश्य विभिन्न प्रकार की प्राकृतिक आपदाओं जैसे ओले गिरना, जल भराव, बाढ़ का आना, बादल फटना, प्राकृतिक रूप से आग लग जाना, भूस्खलन, चक्रवाती तूफान, बेमौसम बारिश, फसल की बीमारियां, आकाशीय बिजली, कीटों के हमले वगैरह से होने वाले नुकसान की स्थिति में किसानों को वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान करना है। इस बीमा योजना के अंतर्गत फसल की विभिन्न अवस्थाओं को शामिल किया गया है, यानी पूरे फसल चक्र का सुरक्षा कवच।
जिस दिन फसल काटकर खेत में सुखाने के लिए फैलाई, उसके अगले ही दिन मूसलाधार बारिश हो गई, सारी उपज बर्बाद हो गई। लेकिन ये तो अच्छा था कि मैंने फसल का बीमा करा रखा था, मैं नुकसान से बच गया और क्लेम की रकम भी मुझे आसानी से मिल गई। सारा भुगतान मेरे बैंक अकाउंट में हो गया। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना बहुत ही लाभकारी है और इसकी प्रक्रिया बहुत ही सरल है।
पहली बात तो ये समझिए कि अगर आप अधिसूचित फसलों की खेती करने वाले किसान हैं, तो आप फसल बीमा के लिए पात्र हैं। इसमें काश्तकार किसान और बटाईदार सहित सभी किसान शामिल हैं। अनाज, दलहन, तिलहन और कुछ वार्षिक वाणिज्यिक फसलों को PMFBY के अंतर्गत कवर किया जाता है। ये दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी और कामयाब फसल बीमा योजना है। केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकारों के अलावा 18 बीमा कंपनियां, 540 बैंक तथा 45,000 जन सेवा केंद्र प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को किसानों तक पहुंचाने में कार्यरत हैं। इस योजना में प्रीमियम कम होने के कारण सभी स्तर के किसान इसका लाभ ले सकते हैं। खरीफ फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 2% प्रीमियम, रबी फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 1.5% प्रीमियम और बागवानी एवं वाणिज्यिक फसलों के लिए 5% प्रीमियम है। किसानों के लिए ये योजना कितनी लाभदायक है, इस बात का अंदाजा इससे ही लगाया जा सकता है कि 2016 में योजना की शुरुआत के बाद पहले 3 सालों में किसानों ने प्रीमियम के रूप में 13,000 करोड़ रुपए का भुगतान किया, जबकि अब तक फसलों के नुकसान के क्लेम के रूप में उन्हें 60,000 करोड़ रुपए मिल चुके हैं, यानी जमा राशि के मुकाबले 4.5 गुना अधिक राशि दावों के रूप में प्राप्त हो चुकी है। अब तक हर साल खरीफ और रबी के मौसम के दौरान 5 करोड़ से भी अधिक किसान इस योजना से जुड़े हैं। 2020 के लिए बीमा कराने की प्रक्रिया शुरू हो चुकी है। पंजीकरण की कट ऑफ तिथि हर राज्य में अलग अलग तय होती है। अपने क्षेत्रों या गांवों की अधिसूचित फसलों की सूची, बीमित राशि एवं कट ऑफ तिथि की अधिक जानकारी के लिए आप निकटतम कृषि अधिकारी, जन सेवा केंद्र एवं बीमा कंपनी के प्रतिनिधि से संपर्क करें। www.pmfby.gov.in पर लॉगिन करके या फसल बीमा ऐप क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप का उपयोग करके अपनी फसल के नामांकन के लिए आवेदन किया जा सकता है। नामांकन के लिए इन दस्तावेजों की जरूरत होती है: नवीनतम आधार कार्ड, मोबाइल नंबर, बैंक खाता विवरण, भू अभिलेख दस्तावेज जिसमें जमीन के कागजात और राज्य सरकार द्वारा निर्देशित कोई भी अन्य दस्तावेज। कैसे मिलेगा फसल नुकसान होने पर दावे का भुगतान? PMFBY योजना में बीजों की बुआई से लेकर फसल कटाई के बाद सुखाने के उद्देश्य से खेतों में 14 दिनों तक फैलाई जाने वाली फसलों के पूरे फसल चक्र के दौरान जोखिम के कवर को प्रदान करता है। स्थानीय आपदा के कारण या अगर फसल कटाई के बाद बीमित फसलों को प्राकृतिक आपदा से नुकसान होता है, तो बीमित किसान को 72 घंटे के भीतर इसकी सूचना बीमा कंपनी, बैंक या फिर राज्य सरकार के अधिकारियों या बीमा कंपनी के टोल फ्री नंबर पर देना आवश्यक है। जोखिमों में उपज हानि का आकलन फसल कटाई प्रयोगों के आधार पर किया जाता है। आपदा के कारण हुए नुकसान पर किसान को बीमा कंपनी द्वारा क्लेम राशि का उचित भुगतान मिलता है। क्लेम राशि का भुगतान सीधे किसान के बैंक खाते में किया जाता है। शिकायत निवारण के लिए किसान बीमा कंपनी, निकटतम बैंक शाखा या ब्लॉक या जिला कृषि कार्यालय में संपर्क कर सकते हैं। वो अपनी शिकायतों के लिए जिला और राज्य स्तरीय शिकायत निवारण समिति तक भी पहुंच सकते हैं। दरअसल पहले सभी ऋणी किसान जो बैंकों या वित्तीय संस्थानों से मौसमी कृषि ऋण या केसीसी का लाभ उठा रहे थे, उन्हें अनिवार्य रूप से इस योजना में शामिल किया जाता था। लेकिन फरवरी 2020 में किसानों के हित में नामांकन प्रक्रिया में एक बड़ा बदलाव करते हुए अब इस योजना को सभी किसानों के लिए स्वैच्छिक कर दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना किसानों को उनकी मेहनत से उगाई फसल को सुरक्षित करके देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की दिशा में अहम कदम साबित हो रही है। जब किसान बढ़ेगा प्रकृति निर्भरता से आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर, तभी तो बनता है आत्मनिर्भर राष्ट्र।
भारत सरकार ने देश के करोड़ों किसानों की आजीविका को सुरक्षित कर उनके जीवन को खुशहाल बनाने के लिए सुरक्षा कवच के रूप में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का उपहार दिया। ये कल्याणकारी योजना प्राकृतिक आपदाओं से फसल का नुकसान होने पर किसानों को उचित मुआवजा देकर उनकी आजीविका सुरक्षित करती है।
किसान भाइयों और बहनों, आज पूरा देश कोरोना जैसी महामारी के दौर से गुजर रहा है। इस कठिन समय में भी आप बिना रुके, बिना थके लगातार अपने खेतों में पसीना बहा रहे हैं। आपकी कड़ी मेहनत से आज देश अनाज उत्पादन में आत्मनिर्भर हो गया है और आगे भी बना रहेगा, ऐसा मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। किसान भाइयों और बहनों, भारत सरकार ने किसानों के व्यापक हित को ध्यान में रखते हुए एवं प्राकृतिक आपदाओं से फसल की क्षतिपूर्ति हेतु वर्ष 2016 से महत्वाकांक्षी प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना आरंभ की थी। सरकार की विकास नीति एवं इस योजना के सफल कार्यान्वयन हेतु हमने समय समय पर इसमें उचित बदलाव भी किए हैं। किसान बहुत ही कम प्रीमियम पर अपनी फसल का बीमा कर सकते हैं, जहां प्रीमियम का शेष हिस्सा भारत सरकार प्रदान करती है और राज्य सरकारें भी इसमें योगदान करती हैं। खरीफ 2020 सीजन से इस योजना से जुड़ना सभी किसानों के लिए स्वैच्छिक कर दिया गया है। आप प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ेंगे तो संकट काल में यह योजना आपके लिए वरदान एवं सुरक्षा कवच के रूप में काम करेगी। भाइयों और बहनों, लॉकडाउन के दौरान इस योजना के अंतर्गत लगभग 8,090 करोड़ रुपयों से अधिक के दावों का भुगतान कर दिया गया है। वर्ष 2016 में यह योजना आरंभ हुई थी। इसके बाद 3 वर्षों में किसानों ने प्रीमियम के रूप में लगभग 13,000 करोड़ रुपया जमा किया, लेकिन जब प्राकृतिक आपदाओं के कारण उनकी फसलें बर्बाद हुईं तो उन्हें प्रीमियम से लगभग 4.5 गुनी राशि लगभग 64,000 करोड़ रुपए मुआवजे के तौर पर प्राप्त हुई। इससे उनकी आजीविका सुरक्षित बनी रही। किसान भाइयों और बहनों, यदि ऋणी किसान बीमा योजना का लाभ उठाना नहीं चाहता तो उसे कट ऑफ तारीख से कम 7 दिन पहले संबंधित बैंक शाखा जिससे उसने फसली ऋण लिया है में अपना आवेदन दाखिल कर देना चाहिए। भारत सरकार ने यह कदम कई कृषक समूहों की मांग और उनकी सलाह पर उठाया है, क्योंकि हम सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका विश्वास की नीति पर चलते हैं। इस बदलाव के बावजूद प्रीमियम की हिस्सेदारी में कोई बदलाव नहीं किया गया, वह पहले जैसी ही है, यानी सभी खरीफ फसलों के लिए अधिकतम 2%, सभी रबी फसलों के लिए 1.5% और व्यावसायिक तथा बागवानी फसलों के लिए अधिकतम 5% है। एक अन्य बड़ा बदलाव करते हुए अब बीमा कंपनियों को उनसे संबंधित राज्यों में 3 वर्ष के लिए व्यवसाय आवंटित करने का अधिकार दिया गया है। इससे अब बीमा योजना का लाभ दूर दराज के गांवों तक पहुंचने में मदद मिलेगी और बीमा कंपनियां किसानों की सेवा बेहतर रूप से कर सकेंगी और दावों के निपटान में भी शीघ्रता लाई जा सकेगी। भाइयों और बहनों, हमने ऐसी व्यवस्था की है कि अब प्रीमियम सब्सिडी में राज्यों की हिस्सेदारी और फसल कटाई से संबंधित आंकड़े शीघ्रता से जारी हो जाएं। दावों के शीघ्र भुगतान में यह एक मुख्य बाधा थी जो अब दूर कर दी गई है। अब दावों को लटकाने भटकाने की गुंजाइश नहीं है। हम शीघ्र भुगतान, किसान का कल्याण के रास्ते पर आगे बढ़ चले हैं। इसी क्रम में भारत सरकार ने राज्यों और केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों को और अधिकार देकर बीमा योजना को लचीला बना दिया है। अब वे अपनी स्थानीय आवश्यकताओं के अनुसार आपदाओं को शामिल कर सकते हैं। उनके पास आपदाओं को चुनने का विकल्प उपस्थित है। किसान भाइयों और बहनों, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूँ, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारत सरकार आपकी समृद्धि के रास्ते में आने वाली हर बाधा को दूर करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। हमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को स्वैच्छिक अवश्य कर दिया है, परंतु अपनी भलाई, अपने कल्याण और अपनी आजीविका की सुरक्षा के लिए इसे आप जरूर अपनाएं। इस योजना में पंजीकरण के लिए ऋणी किसान सेवारत बैंक शाखा में जा सकते हैं, जहां से उन्होंने केसीसी कृषि ऋण लिया है। कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर क्षेत्र में काम करने वाली बीमा कंपनियों के प्रतिनिधि या स्थानीय कृषि कार्यालय से भी संपर्क कर सकते हैं। फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.pmfby.gov.in एवं फसल बीमा ऐप के माध्यम से भी पंजीकरण किया जा सकता है। खुशहाल किसान ही समृद्ध भारत की बुनियाद है। इसी भाव के साथ मैं आपके परिवार, खेत खलिहान एवं पंचायत के हर नागरिक की खुशहाली की कामना करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय किसान।
किसानों की खुशहाली और समृद्धि का संकल्प कर रहा है सच प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का सुरक्षा कवच।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
प्रकृति गजब की ताकत है इसमें। बारिश की रिमझिम फुहारों को ही लीजिए। जब सही समय पर मिट्टी पर गिरें तो खेतों में किसान की मेहनत रंग लाती है। लेकिन वही बारिश बेमौसम हो जाए तो फिर तबाही का मंजर दिखाती है। लेकिन क्यों रहे किसान के घर की खुशियां प्रकृति पर निर्भर, जब बन सकता है वो आत्मनिर्भर। किसानों को प्राकृतिक आपदाओं की वजह से फसली नुकसान होने की स्थिति को ध्यान में रखते हुए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना की घोषणा की। इस बीमा योजना का उद्देश्य विभिन्न प्रकार की प्राकृतिक आपदाओं जैसे ओले गिरना, जल भराव, बाढ़ का आना, बादल फटना, प्राकृतिक रूप से आग लग जाना, भूस्खलन, चक्रवाती तूफान, बेमौसम बारिश, फसल की बीमारियां, आकाशीय बिजली, कीटों के हमले वगैरह से होने वाले नुकसान की स्थिति में किसानों को वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान करना है। इस बीमा योजना के अंतर्गत फसल की विभिन्न अवस्थाओं को शामिल किया गया है, यानी पूरे फसल चक्र का सुरक्षा कवच।
जिस दिन फसल काटकर खेत में सुखाने के लिए फैलाई, उसके अगले ही दिन मूसलाधार बारिश हो गई। सारी उपज बर्बाद हो गई। लेकिन ये तो अच्छा था कि मैंने फसल का बीमा करा रखा था। मैं नुकसान से बच गया और क्लेम की रकम भी मुझे आसानी से मिल गई। सारा भुगतान मेरे बैंक अकाउंट में हो गया। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना बहुत ही लाभकारी है और इसकी प्रक्रिया बहुत ही सरल है।
पहली बात तो ये समझिए कि अगर आप अधिसूचित फसलों की खेती करने वाले किसान हैं, तो आप फसल बीमा के लिए पात्र हैं। इसमें काश्तकार किसान और बटाईदार सहित सभी किसान शामिल हैं। अनाज, दलहन, तिलहन और कुछ वार्षिक वाणिज्यिक फसलों को PMFBY के अंतर्गत कवर किया जाता है। ये दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी और कामयाब फसल बीमा योजना है। केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकारों के अलावा 18 बीमा कंपनियां, 540 बैंक तथा 45,000 जन सेवा केंद्र प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को किसानों तक पहुंचाने में कार्यरत हैं। इस योजना में प्रीमियम कम होने के कारण सभी स्तर के किसान इसका लाभ ले सकते हैं। खरीफ फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 2% प्रीमियम, रबी फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 1.5% प्रीमियम और बागवानी एवं वाणिज्यिक फसलों के लिए 5% प्रीमियम है। किसानों के लिए ये योजना कितनी लाभदायक है, इस बात का अंदाजा इससे ही लगाया जा सकता है कि 2016 में योजना की शुरुआत के बाद पहले 3 सालों में किसानों ने प्रीमियम के रूप में 13,000 करोड़ रुपए का भुगतान किया, जबकि अब तक फसलों के नुकसान के क्लेम के रूप में उन्हें 60,000 करोड़ रुपए मिल चुके हैं। यानी जमा राशि के मुकाबले 4.5 गुना अधिक राशि दावों के रूप में प्राप्त हो चुकी है। अब तक हर साल खरीफ और रबी के मौसम के दौरान 5 करोड़ से भी अधिक किसान इस योजना से जुड़े हैं। 2020 के लिए बीमा कराने की प्रक्रिया शुरू हो चुकी है। पंजीकरण की कट ऑफ तिथि हर राज्य में अलग अलग तय होती है। अपने क्षेत्रों या गांवों की अधिसूचित फसलों की सूची, बीमित राशि एवं कट ऑफ तिथि की अधिक जानकारी के लिए आप निकटतम कृषि अधिकारी, जन सेवा केंद्र एवं बीमा कंपनी के प्रतिनिधि से संपर्क करें। www.pmfby.gov.in पर लॉगिन करके या फसल बीमा ऐप क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप का उपयोग करके अपनी फसल के नामांकन के लिए आवेदन किया जा सकता है। नामांकन के लिए इन दस्तावेजों की जरूरत होती है: नवीनतम आधार कार्ड, मोबाइल नंबर, बैंक खाता विवरण, भू अभिलेख दस्तावेज जिसमें जमीन के कागजात और राज्य सरकार द्वारा निर्देशित कोई भी अन्य दस्तावेज। कैसे मिलेगा फसल नुकसान होने पर दावे का भुगतान? PMFBY योजना में बीजों की बुआई से लेकर फसल कटाई के बाद सुखाने के उद्देश्य से खेतों में 14 दिनों तक फैलाई जाने वाली फसलों के पूरे फसल चक्र के दौरान जोखिम के कवर को प्रदान करता है। स्थानीय आपदा के कारण या अगर फसल कटाई के बाद बीमित फसलों को प्राकृतिक आपदा से नुकसान होता है, तो बीमित किसान को 72 घंटे के भीतर इसकी सूचना बीमा कंपनी, बैंक या फिर राज्य सरकार के अधिकारियों या बीमा कंपनी के टोल फ्री नंबर पर देना आवश्यक है। जोखिमों में उपज हानि का आकलन फसल कटाई प्रयोगों के आधार पर किया जाता है। आपदा के कारण हुए नुकसान पर किसान को बीमा कंपनी द्वारा क्लेम राशि का उचित भुगतान मिलता है। क्लेम राशि का भुगतान सीधे किसान के बैंक खाते में किया जाता है। शिकायत निवारण के लिए किसान बीमा कंपनी, निकटतम बैंक शाखा या ब्लॉक या जिला कृषि कार्यालय में संपर्क कर सकते हैं। वो अपनी शिकायतों के लिए जिला और राज्य स्तरीय शिकायत निवारण समिति तक भी पहुंच सकते हैं। दरअसल पहले सभी ऋणी किसान जो बैंकों या वित्तीय संस्थानों से मौसमी कृषि ऋण या KCC का लाभ उठा रहे थे, उन्हें अनिवार्य रूप से इस योजना में शामिल किया जाता था। लेकिन फरवरी 2020 में किसानों के हित में नामांकन प्रक्रिया में एक बड़ा बदलाव करते हुए अब इस योजना को सभी किसानों के लिए स्वैच्छिक कर दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना किसानों को उनकी मेहनत से उगाई फसल को सुरक्षित करके देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की दिशा में अहम कदम साबित हो रही है। जब किसान बढ़ेगा प्रकृति निर्भरता से आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर, तभी तो बनता है आत्मनिर्भर राष्ट्र।
भारत सरकार ने देश के करोड़ों किसानों की आजीविका को सुरक्षित कर उनके जीवन को खुशहाल बनाने के लिए सुरक्षा कवच के रूप में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का उपहार दिया। ये कल्याणकारी योजना प्राकृतिक आपदाओं से फसल का नुकसान होने पर किसानों को उचित मुआवजा देकर उनकी आजीविका सुरक्षित करती है।
किसान भाइयों और बहनों, आज पूरा देश कोरोना जैसी महामारी के दौर से गुजर रहा है। इस कठिन समय में भी आप बिना रुके, बिना थके लगातार अपने खेतों में पसीना बहा रहे हैं। आपकी कड़ी मेहनत से आज देश अनाज उत्पादन में आत्मनिर्भर हो गया है और आगे भी बना रहेगा, ऐसा मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। किसान भाइयों और बहनों, भारत सरकार ने किसानों के व्यापक हित को ध्यान में रखते हुए एवं प्राकृतिक आपदाओं से फसल की क्षतिपूर्ति हेतु वर्ष 2016 से महत्वाकांक्षी प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना आरंभ की थी। सरकार की विकास नीति एवं इस योजना के सफल कार्यान्वयन हेतु हमने समय समय पर इसमें उचित बदलाव भी किए हैं। किसान बहुत ही कम प्रीमियम पर अपनी फसल का बीमा कर सकते हैं, जहां प्रीमियम का शेष हिस्सा भारत सरकार प्रदान करती है और राज्य सरकारें भी इसमें योगदान करती हैं। खरीफ 2020 सीजन से इस योजना से जुड़ना सभी किसानों के लिए स्वैच्छिक कर दिया गया है। आप प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ेंगे तो संकट काल में यह योजना आपके लिए वरदान एवं सुरक्षा कवच के रूप में काम करेगी। भाइयों और बहनों, लॉकडाउन के दौरान इस योजना के अंतर्गत लगभग 8,090 करोड़ रुपयों से अधिक के दावों का भुगतान कर दिया गया है। वर्ष 2016 में यह योजना आरंभ हुई थी। इसके बाद 3 वर्षों में किसानों ने प्रीमियम के रूप में लगभग 13,000 करोड़ रुपया जमा किया, लेकिन जब प्राकृतिक आपदाओं के कारण उनकी फसलें बर्बाद हुईं तो उन्हें प्रीमियम से लगभग 4.5 गुनी राशि, लगभग 64,000 करोड़ रुपए मुआवजे के तौर पर प्राप्त हुई। इससे उनकी आजीविका सुरक्षित बनी रही। किसान भाइयों और बहनों, यदि ऋणी किसान बीमा योजना का लाभ उठाना नहीं चाहता तो उसे कट ऑफ तारीख से कम 7 दिन पहले संबंधित बैंक शाखा जिससे उसने फसली ऋण लिया है में अपना आवेदन दाखिल कर देना चाहिए। भारत सरकार ने यह कदम कई कृषक समूहों की मांग और उनकी सलाह पर उठाया है, क्योंकि हम सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका विश्वास की नीति पर चलते हैं। इस बदलाव के बावजूद प्रीमियम की हिस्सेदारी में कोई बदलाव नहीं किया गया, वह पहले जैसी ही है, यानी सभी खरीफ फसलों के लिए अधिकतम 2%, सभी रबी फसलों के लिए 1.5% और व्यावसायिक तथा बागवानी फसलों के लिए अधिकतम 5% है। एक अन्य बड़ा बदलाव करते हुए अब बीमा कंपनियों को उनसे संबंधित राज्यों में 3 वर्ष के लिए व्यवसाय आवंटित करने का अधिकार दिया गया है। इससे अब बीमा योजना का लाभ दूर दराज के गांवों तक पहुंचने में मदद मिलेगी और बीमा कंपनियां किसानों की सेवा बेहतर रूप से कर सकेंगी और दावों के निपटान में भी शीघ्रता लाई जा सकेगी। भाइयों और बहनों, हमने ऐसी व्यवस्था की है कि अब प्रीमियम सब्सिडी में राज्यों की हिस्सेदारी और फसल कटाई से संबंधित आंकड़े शीघ्रता से जारी हो जाएं। दावों के शीघ्र भुगतान में यह एक मुख्य बाधा थी जो अब दूर कर दी गई है। अब दावों को लटकाने भटकाने की गुंजाइश नहीं है। हम शीघ्र भुगतान, किसान का कल्याण के रास्ते पर आगे बढ़ चले हैं। इसी क्रम में भारत सरकार ने राज्यों और केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों को और अधिकार देकर बीमा योजना को लचीला बना दिया है। अब वे अपनी स्थानीय आवश्यकताओं के अनुसार आपदाओं को शामिल कर सकते हैं। उनके पास आपदाओं को चुनने का विकल्प उपस्थित है। किसान भाइयों और बहनों, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारत सरकार आपकी समृद्धि के रास्ते में आने वाली हर बाधा को दूर करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। हमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को स्वैच्छिक अवश्य कर दिया है, परंतु अपनी भलाई, अपने कल्याण और अपनी आजीविका की सुरक्षा के लिए इसे आप जरूर अपनाएं। इस योजना में पंजीकरण के लिए ऋणी किसान सेवारत बैंक शाखा में जा सकते हैं, जहां से उन्होंने केसीसी कृषि ऋण लिया है। कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर क्षेत्र में काम करने वाली बीमा कंपनियों के प्रतिनिधि या स्थानीय कृषि कार्यालय से भी संपर्क कर सकते हैं। फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.pmfby.gov.in एवं फसल बीमा ऐप के माध्यम से भी पंजीकरण किया जा सकता है। खुशहाल किसान ही समृद्ध भारत की बुनियाद है। इसी भाव के साथ मैं आपके परिवार, खेत खलिहान एवं पंचायत के हर नागरिक की खुशहाली की कामना करता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय किसान।
किसानों की खुशहाली और समृद्धि का संकल्प कर रहा है सच प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का सुरक्षा कवच।
हर जोखिम से निकल कर फसल आए, सुरक्षित हो जाए। फसल बीमा से हर किसान अब आत्मनिर्भर हो जाए।
अब सूखा पड़े या बाढ़ आ जाए, कोई डर नहीं। अब ओले पड़े या कीट पतंगे फसल खा जाए, कोई फिक्र नहीं।
अब कैसी भी आपदा हमारी फसल पे आ जाए, क्षति होने पर हमारे दावों का उचित भुगतान मिलता है, क्योंकि हमने लिया है प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा।
बुआई से फसल कटाई तक हर जोखिम का दावा, न्यूनतम प्रीमियम पर अधिकतम भुगतान का वादा।
योजना से हर साल जुड़ रहे हैं 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा किसान। अब आपकी है बारी।
नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में स्वेच्छा से करा सकते हैं पंजीकरण।
फसल बीमा पोर्टल या फसल बीमा ऐप द्वारा भी किया जा सकता है पंजीकरण।
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, आपकी फसलों का संपूर्ण सुरक्षा कवच। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
प्रकृति गजब की ताकत है इसमें। बारिश की रिमझिम फुहारों को ही लीजिए। जब सही समय पर मिट्टी पर गिरें तो खेतों में किसान की मेहनत रंग लाती है। लेकिन वही बारिश बेमौसम हो जाए तो फिर तबाही का मंजर दिखाती है। लेकिन क्यों रहे किसान के घर की खुशियां प्रकृति पर निर्भर, जब बन सकता है वो आत्मनिर्भर। किसानों को प्राकृतिक आपदाओं की वजह से फसली नुकसान होने की स्थिति को ध्यान में रखते हुए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना की घोषणा की। इस बीमा योजना का उद्देश्य विभिन्न प्रकार की प्राकृतिक आपदाओं जैसे ओले गिरना, जल भराव, बाढ़ का आना, बादल फटना, प्राकृतिक रूप से आग लग जाना, भूस्खलन, चक्रवाती तूफान, बेमौसम बारिश, फसल की बीमारियां, आकाशीय बिजली, कीटों के हमले वगैरह से होने वाले नुकसान की स्थिति में किसानों को वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान करना है। इस बीमा योजना के अंतर्गत फसल की विभिन्न अवस्थाओं को शामिल किया गया है, यानी पूरे फसल चक्र का सुरक्षा कवच।
जिस दिन फसल काटकर खेत में सुखाने के लिए फैलाई, उसके अगले ही दिन मूसलाधार बारिश हो गई, सारी उपज बर्बाद हो गई। लेकिन ये तो अच्छा था कि मैंने फसल का बीमा करा रखा था। मैं नुकसान से बच गया और क्लेम की रकम भी मुझे आसानी से मिल गई। सारा भुगतान मेरे बैंक अकाउंट में हो गया। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना बहुत ही लाभकारी है और इसकी प्रक्रिया बहुत ही सरल है।
पहली बात तो ये समझिए कि अगर आप अधिसूचित फसलों की खेती करने वाले किसान हैं, तो आप फसल बीमा के लिए पात्र हैं। इसमें काश्तकार किसान और बटाईदार सहित सभी किसान शामिल हैं। अनाज, दलहन, तिलहन और कुछ वार्षिक वाणिज्यिक फसलों को PMFBY के अंतर्गत कवर किया जाता है।
We are just about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we request everybody to please join in. We are about to begin with the next technical sessions.
ये दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी और कामयाब फसल बीमा योजना है। केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकारों के अलावा 18 बीमा कंपनियां, 540 बैंक तथा 45,000 जन सेवा केंद्र प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को किसानों तक पहुंचाने में कार्यरत है। इस योजना में प्रीमियम कम होने के कारण
Director MNCFC, who will be taking the next session. He is one of the eminent remote sensing scientists of India. He has worked for more than 20 years in the Space Applications Center of ISRO on remote sensing applications in agriculture. Currently, he is the director of MNCFC under Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India. And right now, he will be taking this dais for the presentation on use of technology in yield estimation, what has been done and the way forward. I invite on stage Dr. S.S. Ray, Director, MNCFC.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we have only 5-6 people. Okay. So do I start or? Okay, good afternoon, and it's a tough job to bring people for a very delicious lunch of Odisha. So I'm unfortunately just standing after the lunch. Okay. Most of you must have heard Dr. Bhutani always speaking. The PMFBY is an excellent scheme, but riding on a primitive technology. So the role of Mahalanobis National Crop Forecast Center and many other tech centers, tech agencies to work towards that, so that Dr. Bhutani changes his statement and saying that Mahalanobis, this PMFBY is an excellent scheme riding on an excellent technology. So I would like to show you what we have been, our department has done on using technology, especially on yield estimation. The scheme has always given very high emphasis on technology. This is a very one of my favorite slides. I would like always show whenever I go for a review on PMFBY. If you see this is a very simple work I've done. I just got 3 guidelines: original, which came in 2016, revised, which came in 2018, and the revamped, which came in 2020. I searched for terms, the technology. Technology was referred 12 times in the original guidelines, 41 times in revised guidelines, 88 times in the revamped guidelines. That shows how much more emphasis is given on technology. It has gone up to around 7 times or 8 times from the original guidelines to the revamped. Remote sensing technology was referred only 5 times in the original guidelines. Revised referred it 24 times, and the revamped referred it 42 times, around 9 times. And Mahalanobis National Crop Forecast Center, of course, thanks to Dr. Bhutani, which is it's basically the center providing all technology support to the department for PMFBY. It was referred 6 times in the original guidelines, 20 times in the revised guidelines, and 33 times. So a jump of around 5 times from the original to revamp. So that shows how much the department is emphasizing on use of technology in PMFBY. The department has a strong agenda, technology agenda. Objective is migrating to a system of technology-driven crop yield estimation, and very rigid timeline of July 2023. This has been decided by the Secretary of Agriculture. So we are approaching this in three ways. Already Dr. Bhutani has shown you in the mornings in his presentation. Smart sampling or CC optimization, 2-step yield estimation, and technology-based yield estimation. I would show you how we are doing that. Starting with smart sampling, in 2018-19, of course, smart sampling concept has been coming for a long time. A lot of organizations have worked. We had worked, NRSC has worked, and other organizations also was worked. But a proper theme-oriented pilot studies were conducted in Kharif season with 12 states, 23 districts for 5 crops, the bajra, cotton, maize, and paddy and soybean. And Rabi season, 8 states in 23 districts for 5 crops. These were done by 8 agencies, private, government, national, and international. And the studies show that we can save 25 to 70% of crop cutting experiments based on this, if you use technology for smart sampling. So in 2019-20, we started implementing that. We implemented in Kharif season for 96 districts in 9 states for rice crop. In Rabi season, we implemented for 9 states in 4 crops in 43 districts. And 2021, this year also, we have implemented in more than 60 districts in rice growing districts of Assam, Karnataka, Haryana, Madhya Pradesh. These are the districts, states which are implementing PMFBY this time. And Rabi, we propose to implement in 100 selected districts. So I would, in this whole initiative, I would like to thank the pilot study agencies, the state governments for agreeing to implement this, the national centers like ISRO and also state remote sensing centers who have a major role in this. So what we do, the best thing about the department or Ministry of Agriculture is we don't just jump into implementing technology. For any technology which has been rolled out, which has been implemented, we develop a protocol. The protocol is discussed with all the state governments, all the stakeholders. Then the protocol is approved. Then we do pilot studies. Once the pilot study gives significant results, then only we will roll out. So this is I'm telling in the context of the few states who are going out of PMFBY and just jumping into technology. I don't feel this is a good way. So what Ministry of Agriculture does also tries to do technology, but with lot of pilot studies, lot of verifications, lot of calibrations and validations. So we have a very detailed model for yield proxy computation. We use satellite data for crop area mapping. We use satellite data for yield computation. We use also crop cutting experiment data, weather data, all types of satellite data from very low resolution to very high resolution satellite data are used. And so very, very comprehensive model. So we develop yield proxies, and those yield proxies are overlaid on the crop map, and then we stratified at the block level into 4 zones, and then we randomly select crop cutting experiment points. Those points are sent to state remote sensing centers, and the state remote sensing center overlay that on cadastral map, and finally the maps, the field numbers or survey numbers are given to the state agriculture department to conduct crop cutting experiments. And we don't stop there. We also had prepare a questionnaire which are given to the district agriculture officers, and they fill up the questionnaire to show how good this technology was. So it's a complete end-to-end approach for implementing. So in Kharif 2019, around for 110,000 crop cutting experiments were conducted, and for each crop cutting experiment we gave 3 sites: primary, secondary and tertiary. In Rabi we gave 225,000 for conducting around 70,000 cc's. In wheat we could have done much higher in Rabi, just because of COVID. Some states said they can't do it. And in Kharif 2020 till date, we have given 334,670 points. That is coming to around 110,000 cc's. So this is the states, districts are slowly increasing. This is 87 districts in Kharif 2020. Now the second aspect, the smart sampling has been rolled out for all major crops after a detailed validation pilot study. Then second thing is 2-step yield estimation. That is what we are doing in that. So as Dr. Bhutani was telling in the morning, do crop cutting a large number when there is a loss. If there is no loss, then don't do so large crop cutting. You do at block level crop cutting. So automatically you reduce the crop cutting expense. It's typically If your car meets with an accident, then only you go to an insurance company. If doesn't meet with an accident, you don't go to. Similarly, if there is a no crop loss, so why to do crop cutting expense so large? So based on widespread, this is only for widespread calamities as defined in PMFBY operational guidelines. The loss categorization will be done normal, mild, moderate and severe. This concept has come from drought manual. You know, drought manual, they have given moderate, severe based on technology, moderate, severe and mild or normal. Similar concept we are using here. You will have a triggers based on satellite indices, weather data and ground truthing. So insurance units falling under normal and mild category of losses will have CCs at higher level, that is either GP level. And that will have CC, the normal and mild category will have CC at a higher level, might be at taluk or block level. So that will reduce the number of CCs. And IUs falling under moderate and severe category of losses will have actual number of CCs as per current practices. Here also, we just didn't jump into implementing this. 8 perils were identified, drought and prolonged dry spell already defined in drought manual. So we took up flood, cyclone, hailstorm, frost, unseasonal rainfall, pest and disease. We formed 6 peril-specific technical subcommittees. The scientists, experts across the country has been identified to develop a protocol. Committee has submitted the first draft protocol. I'll go through it, and on 19th November we had a review, and the protocol will be finalized in December 2020 in consultation with state governments. Then we'll conduct pilot studies in Rabi 2021, and if that is successful, we'll implement. So these are the committees. Flood is headed by IMD with members from CWC, NRSC, NRRI, and MNCFC. Cyclone is also headed by IMD with members of CWC, Space Application Center, IRI, MNCFC. Hailstorm is headed by NRSC, followed by IMD, CRIDA, NIASM. These are ICR institutes, IRI, Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, and Technical Support Unit is the member secretary. Frost is CRIDA is heading, unseasonal rainfall is headed by SAC, and pest and disease is headed by NCIPM. So you can see all top institutes of the country who are responsible for this, who are dealing with this kind of disasters are part of these technical subcommittees. So we have already reviewed, only flood report to be submitted. Cyclone has already given intensity of cyclone vis-a-vis agriculture damage they have defined. Hailstorm, the committee said the protocol will be finalized after pilot studies. Frost has formed a protocol based on weather, land surface temperature from satellite, NDVI-based triggers. Unseasonal rainfall also has defined protocols based on daily, hourly and weekly rainfall. And pest and disease, because you know pest and disease are typical for their biological disasters, and so they are typical for different crops. So they have defined separate protocols for 38 pests of 9 Rabi season crops. They have proxy indicators using weather data and threshold for ground survey. You can see, I'm not getting into details. The frost is typically showing trigger 1, trigger 2 based on satellite data and weather data. Pest and disease you can see based on the first, the pest and disease you can see the first table is based on the weather data. The second table is based on ground survey. Unseasonal rainfall is based on weekly rainfall, daily rainfall and hourly rainfall. Similarly, cyclone is based on cyclone categories which has been defined by IMD. So all these will be evaluated during Rabi 2021. All these committees have been requested to submit a detailed proposal for pilot studies which department will fund, and they will conduct the pilot studies and then will validate this technology. Now coming to technology based yield estimation, which is direct yield estimation, we conducted large number of pilot studies. We took 13 agencies, 12 agencies were paid and 1 agency did voluntary. These agencies included government agencies, private agencies and national and international agencies. You'll be happy to know that the agencies are from US, agencies are from Russia, agencies are from Europe. So all over the world is working for the solving crop PMFBY problems in India. In Kharif, we did pilot studies for 12 agencies in 64 districts in 15 states for 9 crops. And Rabi, we did yield validation in 15 blocks of 6 states. Then these pilot studies, now we had a review of them, and we selected out of these 13 agencies, we selected 8 agencies, including 2 international agencies, that is International Food Policy Research Institute and International Crop Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics. They were shortlisted, and we are now doing pilot studies in 100 districts in Kharif and 100 districts in Rabi. And we are also planning to do pilot studies for non-cereal crops, which I'll come to later on. And we are engaging, earlier pilot studies, these agencies were doing crop cutting experiments, but department thought we should do a crop cutting experiment by an independent agency and validate that. So we are engaging an independent agency which will conduct or supervise the crop cutting experiments and for this validation. And we will also continue with our pilot studies. Not only that, the department has recently given approval to engage a, National Academy of Agricultural Sciences is a very highly acclaimed scientific body where top scientists are members and fellows. So we are giving a study to NAS, which will look into, evaluate various global approaches and see where we stand. So March 2022, we will roll out, based on the success of our pilot studies, we will roll out rice and wheat. September 2022, we will roll out cereals and millets. And July 2023, that's the last date where we will roll out for other crops.
So this is and next. This is a very good study done by UK.
Leaf area index from a moderate resolution satellite data, leaf area index anomaly they have studied, and they have found in most of the states like Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, and Odisha. They have found this year's LAI, June-October anomaly in LAI shows that greener than normal conditions in much of India. So we'll, for a crop insurance program, this is a good year. And also we have also found from various other years. So this we expect less claim to come this year. RMSI is also doing has a very detailed yield modeling approach, and they have already completed large number of crop surveys and also crop health classes they have defined. They have used cross spread mapping using Sentinel data. This is weather risk management system. They are using UAB data. They are using their own portal, which gives farmers advisories. They also do farmers advisories own portal, and they have a platform where they give farmers advisory based on the ground data. They use a lot of IoT data, and they use a rice grow framework where they use and where they incorporate satellite data for yield estimation. So this is all what we are doing in pilot studies. Apart from that, you know, we also use technology for any crop yield dispute resolution, which has come to TSC, Technical Advisory Committee, and TSC whenever it refers. I'm showing the case of Odisha into Kharif 2018, Sambalpur district, 3 taluks. We solved the cases of 55 IUs. So till now, 5,133 IUs yield estimates have been given by MNCFC, and more than 2,000 crore claims have been disbursed based on these yield estimates. We also use satellite-based crop estimates for, revised guidelines mentioned that MNCFC will provide the satellite-based estimates for crops. For earlier under our Fasal project, we are giving district-level estimates, but for the requirement of PMFBY, we gave 5,480 blocks crop estimates for these crops. And for specific crops like Odisha, Maharashtra, Rajasthan specific cases, Bargarh district 4 blocks in Kharif 2018, Maharashtra Beed district 9 taluks in Kharif 2018. We also give special estimates which are used for area correction factor. Now we have, as I mentioned in the beginning, we have rolled out for large number of districts for rice and wheat for technology-based yield estimation. Recently we have announced this. I would request all the participants, if you have any agency, tech agency, or who you are aware of, this UI document request is available on our website and also the department's website. And so the last date of submission of UI is December 15th. This is open to government and private agencies. Each agency has to work for 3 crops in 3 states. They will have to take 5 blocks, and each block 10 GPs in 6 districts. And they have to work for crops other than rice and wheat. They can use any technology like satellite UAV, IoT, AI, ML, and crop models. And this AOI has been announced for both Rabi 2021 and Kharif 2021. So this is in summary what we are doing, what is our plan. Basically the PMFBY, especially the revamped scheme, is riding on technology. Government has big goals, as I have already shown. July 2023 is converting to from the primitive CC-based technology to advanced CC-based yield estimation to advanced technology-based yield estimation. This technology will be beneficial. This is specifically I wanted to tell the all participants here. This technology will be beneficial to all stakeholders, maybe farmers, insurance companies, banks, and states. But one thing I'm very proud of the department or the government of India is we are taking all steps to validate the technology, then roll out. We don't just jump into rolling out. We do all kinds of calibration validation. We do all kinds of consultative discussions with all stakeholders. We prepare protocols, then only we'll roll out. So this is what should be done whenever there is a technology implementation. And without collaborative effort from all stakeholders, especially the states, the insurance companies and tech agencies, this cannot be done, this cannot be successful. So I once again at this platform, I request all of you to support this. We always write letters to the state governments. Whenever we implement, we do some pilot studies, we write to the state governments that these are the districts, these are the agencies doing the pilot studies. So we once again, I request you to support this. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. S.S. Ray, Director, MNCFC. Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. Coming up next is the second presentation, post-lunch. I invite Dr. C.S. Murthy, National Remote Sensing Center, to deliver the presentation on operational models on technology interventions under PMFBY. He'll be joining us virtually. Dr. Murthy has over 30 years of experience in geospatial technology applications in agriculture. He is Group Director, Agricultural Sciences and Applications Group in National Remote Sensing Center. He has expertise in analyzing multi-source data sets, satellites, drones, weather field instrumentation, and developing crop yield proxies and sampling techniques for crop yield estimation. I hand over the session to Dr. C.S. Murthy.
Good afternoon. Thanks a lot for such a good introduction about me. And somebody is operating my slides from the other side. I hope so. Oh, thank you very much. And before getting into the presentation, I sincerely thank Dr. Ashish Bhutani, CEO of PMFBY, for onboarding NRSC in this important seminar or conference. Friends, as the title indicates, is the operational models for technology interventions and PMFBY. It is recognized by every stakeholder in the crop insurance value chain that the technologies play a very, very important role for implementation of crop insurance in India because of various reasons, because of diversity or because of high level, increasing risk levels, exposures, or whatever it may be. And PMFBY or revamped PMFBY is a very, very important scheme in crop insurance because there is a provision for multiple crop risks. And it relies more on, it supports more and more on the use of technologies to enhance transparency in the implementation, to enhance the efficiency of the scheme, thereby the confidence of the stakeholders will be enhanced. Hope I am audible. Hope I am audible. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for confirmation. Now, ever since the launch of PMFBY in 2016, NRSC as well as various agencies in the country, they are seriously engaged in developing technology interventions to support the scheme. So now in this fifth National Review Conference, I thought it is very, very pertinent to summarize the technology interventions and what is their level of implementation in the form of operational models. So in the entire value chain of PMFBY, if you look into this, it starts from insurance rating till the final settlement of the claims. So this is the scope for using the technologies. These are basically data-centric technologies. It involves the remote sensing data of high resolution and the moderate resolution data, a typical GIS analysis with cadastral maps, a lot of weather-related data. If you look at the value chain of the PMFBY, starting from the rate making, that is risk maps are useful, and the enrollment, insurance coverage, over coverage, under coverage, and then the crop risks during the crop growing period, that is the prevented failed sowings, mid-season risks, and the crop yield, and of course the crop damages. So in every segment of the crop insurance or PMFBY value chain, for that matter for crop insurance value chain, technologies, they play a very, very important role. They have got a very, very specific applications for these technologies, and this motivates the technology institutions like NRSC to develop more and more interventions. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. So the technology adoption framework can be summarized in this way. So our operational guidelines of PMFBY clearly provides the guidelines on the use of technology. Based on these guidelines, now the tech agencies, they start developing the technology development activities. The technique is developed and implemented, tested, and then validated, and then it is rolled out as an operational model. So from technology development, a successful techniques, they will be converted into some operational models. So only when an operational model comes, then only we can say that that particular technology intervention is fit for implementation. Operational model, the prerequisite is the protocols document, methodology document, and the operating procedures and so on. Here I would like to sensitize the audience that the protocols and methodology are not same. Protocol may be same for the nation, but the methodology is not same. Because in one state, for generating a yield proxy, you require certain number of variables. In some other state, it requires a number of variables. It is therefore we have to be very, very careful while defining the methodologies. Certainly one methodology for all the regions, one methodology for all the sub-regions will not work. Therefore, the operational models should be supported by good protocol document, good methodology documents, and then detailed operational procedures. So once they have a strong operational model, then comes the mainstreaming of the technologies. That means to bring the technologies into the value chain, integrate into the PMFBY value chain. This requires infrastructure, manpower, and training. So the operational models, I have summarized the operational models. What is the current status? This table is prepared basically on the taking into account the NRSC's work in crop insurance, and also selectively I have taken, to the extent we know, the work carried out by other agencies in the country. So these are the 7 entities here, very important technology interventions. So the first one is for risk and insurance opportunities based clustering. Yes, NRSC has conducted the studies in 2 districts, and these study outcomes have been used by the states. Therefore, we say that this particular intervention is ready to be an operational model. The second important thing is that insurance coverage, how to check the discrepancies, excess coverage or under coverage or whatever it may be. Again, based on our experience in the Maharashtra and Odisha, we say that this is ready or possible. The prevented failed sowing cases, this particular intervention also, it is ready for operational model. It can be upscaled. So coming to the natural calamities, it is the floods and cyclones that occur in the middle of the season. Yes, our experimental studies, whatever studies we have done in the last 6 years, so we say in these states, this is also, there is a possibility to develop an operational model. So fag end of the season, the floods and cyclones that occur, this is difficult in capturing the impact of these things. Therefore, this can be say only partly ready. The weather extremes, unseasonal rains. Yes, we have a success story in Maharashtra last year, and also this year, Madhya Pradesh, the unseasonal rains. We are doing the analysis based on our experience. We say this is also partly ready application. The yield dispute resolution. Yes, it is ready. There are good protocols are there, good procedures are there to justify whether the yield reduction in a given particular insurance unit is justified or not justified. This we have successfully showcased in certain states. Of course, the very, very hot topic is crop yield estimation, more critical thing. Yeah, there are 3 steps here. One is improve CCE. A smart sampling NRSC has showcased, which was first reported by NRSC in the year 1996, and it was subsequently showcased by NRSC in Odisha. Odisha is the state which we have to credit the state for the originator of this particular technology on the large area. It is the only state which has implemented this procedure and paved the way for the rest of the nation to upscale this kind of technology, where NRSC played a very important role in 2018 to bring smart sampling into this one. Reduce CCE optimization, it is yet to be ready. Of course, the replace CCE, or what we say, it is yet to be ready. Similarly, there are many successful models from other agencies. Support some of these models to the DACFW itself. They have a very good CCE app. They have very good digital platforms. These are all the success models of operational models. Likewise, some state departments, Karnataka's digital crop base and the AP's crop booking, all those success examples. And of course, I would like to bring to the notice of the audience here, there is a new initiative by Agriculture Insurance Company of India, Department of Agriculture, West Bengal. It is a technology-based crop performance in place of, that is replacing the entire yield system. So 30 years of remote sensing on rice and wheat, and also by looking at the results of various studies, and it is quite possible that we can have a new thinking and then bring out some new methods or new techniques and the new scenarios of crop insurance. And it is completely backed by the research work of 5 years Indian, and then 30 years of global research, particularly in the rice, wheat, and some other crops. So such a strong technology backing, I think we wish that this scheme will pave a new way for a new way of looking at the things, may change the the total perspective of crop insurance. Let us wish for the success of this scheme. So next slide, please. So some of the examples I just want to show. Next, please. Yeah, just a slide before. Back. Yeah, brief. Next. I want to impress upon one point here. We have today very wide choice of satellite data and historic data sets. So today our ability is to monitor the crops, very close monitoring of the crops once in 5 to 10 days frequency. A variety of indices are available today to parameterize the crop condition. I think the opportunities are unlimited and more data sets are likely to come. And of course, the mobiles permits a very, very fast and efficient way of data collection. Next, please. Yeah. So this is one typical example what we are doing in Maharashtra under Maha Agritech project. This is a semi-automated tool on crop sowing intelligence. That means monitoring the agricultural areas, there's spectral emergence, tracking the phenology, tracking the biophysical parameters, and tracking the soil moisture, whatnot, some decision rules. So today we are able to track the entire Maharashtra, around 15 million hectares of land on a fortnightly basis, and say how much area is favorable for crop and how much area is actually sown. And by the end of the season, we are giving the real sown area. This is a one typical example to say that all the prevented failed sowing cases can be operationalized. This is a very successful operational model. For the first time, for the last 2 years, we have been working on this. This year, it is completely stabilized. We hope it will be a successful model. Next, please. Yeah. So now, similarly, we are tracking the harvest patterns when the crop is harvested. So the sowing pattern, harvest pattern, if you are able to successfully trap and if you are able to map, I think this information is useful for making the assessments of any kinds of crop risk. This is a one fundamental information that is required for this. This is how we are doing this on the harvest patterns or track, and circle level information is being provided, how much area is already harvested, what is the standing crop. Now this information we can synchronize with the calamities or risks and find out how much area is actually exposed to the calamities. So Maha Agritech project is a very big initiative by the Department of Agriculture, Maharashtra. I am sure that this project is going to strengthen the crop insurance system in the country like any in a significant manner. Next, please. So the second application is insurance coverage. You can see here the satellite-based banana crop and the field data using the cadastral map showing the banana fields and the insurance from the insurance portal. So next, please. So this is a very, very simple application but very effective for crop insurance. So using the satellite map, satellite-based banana map, and actual insured crop fields, now we can identify what are the areas which was insured but on satellite data it is not showing any crop, and what is the area which is satellite data they is showing some crop but that is not insured. That means that shows there is a scope for increase in the insurance. So the moral discrepancies in the coverage can be checked in this way using this a very, very simple application but potential application. Now this is done with 10-meter data. Now you can do this with 6-meter data and also final resolution data. Many of the moral hazard issues can be under check. This is also part of the work being carried out under Maha Agritech project. Next, please. The mid-season adversities. In the year May 2020, West Bengal, this is a very successful example how we have used the satellite data for capturing the impact of Amphan cyclone on jute crop. So in radar remote sensing, recently it is reported by many countries that SR data is very, very useful to map the lodging effect on the crop. The same case happened in West Bengal. The lodging effect on jute crop, and there is a sharp increase in the backscatter values post cyclone, that we are able to establish a signature with the help of ground truth, and shows that we have mapped the area affected by lodging in West Bengal because of the Amphan cyclone. This is one successful application of the technology for mid-season adversities. Next, please. So, next, please. Can you move on to the next slide? Yeah, this is no, with respect to floods. Yeah, satellite is one of the important applications is the flood mapping. These flood maps, if you intersect with agriculture area maps or crop maps, then that gives the information on how much area is under crop. Now these flood affected agriculture areas you can try to track and monitor in the post flood situation. So this is one application which can be converted into some operational model using the flood impact assessments and tracking the post flood events and how the crop is recovering. Next, please. Of course, this is known to maybe to the many of the audience here. This is one successful example of technology for assessing the crop area exposed to unseasonal rains in Maharashtra last year. Of course, this year we have used the 10-meter sentinel data to find out how much crop area, kharif crop area, which is exposed to harvest type of harvest rains at the time of harvest. It's a very simple application, but its application potential is very, very high. And we are able to map the harvest patterns and sowing patterns. We are able to delineate the crop area which is actually exposed to the unseasonal rains, and this has been helped to resolve the discrepancies in the excess claims of insurance, and this is one successful example. And this particular application now we can develop some kind of a procedural document or operational model. This is an operational model which can be replicated. Next, please. So this year, excess rainfall again in some parts of Madhya Pradesh. We are doing this work in collaboration with the Agriculture Insurance Company of India. You all know that in month of August and September, there was some rainfall, excess rainfall affecting the standing crops, particularly soybean. This is how we are able to map the rainfall, capture the rainfall events, and then start analyzing the satellite data. Next, please. So these are the temporal backscatter values for Ujjain district. For example, I am showcasing for this kind of analysis we are doing for 20 districts in Madhya Pradesh with the support of Agriculture Insurance Company of India Limited. So the backscatters, they have clearly given the signatures at the start of the season and the end of the season. You know, here see the progression of the season, backscatters are increasing and then at this, reaching the maximum, and then it has come down. And we show some interesting trends here. Next, please. So it's very clear here that the harvesting patterns are delineated using the backscatter responses. There is a sharp decrease in the backscatter in the middle of September, indicating the harvest of the crop. And this year's backscatter responses, and then we have compared with the previous years when there was no such excess rainfall event. That means, so you can see here, most of the area is harvested in the 7th October 2020, whereas in last year it is 19th October, again in 2018, it is 6th October. So here, the rain-induced panic harvest took place in some parts that we are able to map using the field data. Next, please. These backscatter changes from within the fortnight, that is from 1st to 13th September, only in 2020, there is a reduction in the backscatter from 1st September to 13th September, whereas in all the rest of the years, remaining years, there was no reduction. So that unseasonal rains has induced crop harvest, has damaged the crop, so the backscatter responses are seen very, very clearly. This we have integrated with the field data points. We are able to establish the signatures to discriminate the affected area. Next, please. So Applying these signatures and discrimination, we are able to map the affected area due to unseasonal rains in Ujjain and Madhya Pradesh. You can see different categories: the crop that is harvested yearly and affected, the crop that is harvested normal but affected. So like this, so we have a set of indices. Basically, it is backscatter ratios and backscatter anomalies, and then NDVI, LSWI. And this is one important thing. This we are doing for 20 districts in Madhya Pradesh. Next, please. Of course, the yield estimation, having successfully implemented 2018 Odisha model of crop insurance smart CCE, based on which smart sampling is being implemented all over the country now. NRSC has developed a customized tool. It is an automated tool. It is called Smart CCE. It is a small software package, and it contains different modules, like it can generate the insurance units, crop maps, crop yield proxies, field selection. So entire package is now, we have already given to the DSA PMFBY cell and to distribute to the states. And this, by using this package, your CCE field selection will be simplified, rationalized, and timely. It takes only an hour to generate the CCE plots. Once you have the yield, the crop map with you and insurance units with you, in our time, we can generate these things and you can provide the navigation. This is an automation tool, and NRSC has prepared it, and we are sharing to the states free of cost, and we also give the training to the states if required for this. Next, please. So replace CCE in this direction. We are working on crop simulation modeling. For entire Maharashtra, we have generated the soybean crop yield map at revenue circles using the simulation model. And we are validating with the CCE derived average yield, of course, for selected districts where the CCE data quality is poor, is good. So this validation and then model parameterization, improving these things. This is happening, and first level results in some districts are promising, and it requires to undertake some methodology improvements. Still parameterization is to be improved. Next, please. So next, please. Yeah, towards replacing the CCE again using the technology based yield estimation. This is the mission as an operational model. Using the satellite data, flood hazards, agriculture drought, we can generate a composite risk index map. Next, please. So this is the risk index versus insurance opportunities in Maharashtra. This clustering of the districts, it is adopted by the Department of Maharashtra. So for Kharif and Rabi seasons, you can see very clearly the agricultural risk versus business opportunities. There are certain group of districts where your risk levels are high and business opportunities are also very high. There are certain districts where risk level is less and business opportunities are also less. So a judicious combination of these districts will become a good clustering. That is the clustering what we have done. Next, please. So in conclusion, the technologies are going to be the game changers. And one important thing is that today the data is available abundantly. And the increasing network of the observations signify favorable environments for enhancing technology utilization. So friends, I say that there is 30 years of research on rice and wheat on using the remote sensing data. And there are certain countries where some of the insurance schemes are being run totally with the basis of technology. It has been reported few years back. Taking the global expertise, grouping the Indian expertise, and also some success stories outside. It is time to rethink and bring some good models of crop insurance into the system. So operational models, technology interventions. So we need to enhance the things. So of course, the major issue is that the infrastructure, what is absorbing capacity at the states, how much they are able to run these models. And lastly, I want to sensitize that a wide choice of data also lead to some kind of technology application risks. That means we may not be able to use the right quantity of data, right quality of data, and the techniques of data analysis. So technology application risks are also associated with this. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murthy. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. C.S. Murthy, National Remote Sensing Center. Once again, I would like to make a small announcement. Very shortly, after a couple of hours, we will have the breakaway sessions. They are scheduled between 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. The list of your groups is already sent on the WhatsApp group. So please note the number of your group and please log into that group when that session will be announced. Coming up, there are many more interesting sessions. Very shortly, we will be beginning with the session on direct yield estimation at GP level using technology. There is also a session lined up with direct yield estimation at GP level using technology by Dr. Murali Krishna Guma. And then post small refreshment break, we have a very interesting panel discussion coming up. But for now, let us begin with the next technical session, inviting Dr. Christina Melissa Niruthi to deliver the presentation on experience sharing direct yield estimation at GP level using technology. She'll be joining us virtually. Dr. Melissa worked at NASA's MS Research Center over 10 years as a senior research scientist studying the use of satellite data for monitoring the farmlands. She is now holding the position of Director and Chief Technology Officer at Niruthi, and she is instrumental in designing and implementing scientifically robust solutions for monitoring, modeling, and forecasting crop acreages, crop health, and crop yields. Ladies and gentlemen, virtually joining us, Dr. Christina Melissa Niruthi.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I think you're bringing up my slides, right? Great. So I will turn my camera off so you can focus on the slides. So thank you very much for this opportunity of inviting us to share our experience in estimating crop yields using a combination of satellite data collection, both through crop cutting experiments and through technologies such as mobile apps and advanced processing tools to extract, make the collection of the data more and more efficient. And so a little bit about our history. So if you can please go to the next slide. Thank you. So we have been working on the problem of high resolution climate and cropping yields for the insurance. We started in Maharashtra in 2012. We started with the first project, the pilot that was sponsored by Swiss Re, and we worked together with AIC and CRIDA and the government of Maharashtra. And the objective at that time was to really starting to reduce the base risk to insurance. So understanding how we could do that by creating village level historical climate and crop yields. We implemented our technology that integrates ground with satellite observation, and we were able to create historical daily climate data for 40,000 villages that covered the period of 1981 to 2013. For the whole state of Maharashtra, and we created some preliminary crop yield models for a number of crops such as bajra, cotton, gram, jowar, and soybean. Next, we had a second phase in which then we worked on understanding how we could reduce the number of CCEs, implementing smart sampling and combining that with other geospatial data. And we conducted over 12,000 CCEs and created a dynamic sampling scheme that was able to optimize where to distribute where the CCEs were needed most near harvest season. And we found out that we could save between 40 to 70% of the resources by staying within 10% of the accuracy of the crop yield estimation at the circle level. And then next slide. So in the last phase, we tested the ability to then settle the claims at village level by eventually reducing almost completely the need for CCEs. And we did this by deploying our CropSnap mobile app and together and doing smart sampling assessments in a number of villages and combining it with advanced processing of the photographs collected by the CropSnap, and we were able to get yields that were within 15% to 22% of the CCE yields for a number of crops, and we were able to demonstrate to be able to show save 75% of the costs. So next slide, please. So we learned a lot in the various years that we've been working on these projects, and we developed an approach to estimating crop yields that can that uses satellite data, but that can be adapted to the large spatial temporal heterogeneity of crops that is typical of India. So one aspect that we need to understand when we use satellite data is that if you see here the green curve in the graph is that what we observe is basically the above ground biomass. But in terms of estimating yields, we are really interested in a different component, in the yield component. And so if you accumulate our biomass over time, we get the yellow line, and this above ground biomass is somewhat related to the yields, but not always. There is some decoupling, and the decoupling happens through this harvest index that can vary largely between 0.3 to 0.6 and can be due to a variety of issues. For example, there could be weeds. So you could have a large amount of biomass, but not very much yield. You could have pests and diseases that are not immediately evident in the amount of greenness that you see from satellite. It can take time for the yellowing of the leaves to develop. So there is a need, so we're not able to estimate this harvest index from satellite. We need to do it in the field. And so we have developed, if you can go next, kind of a technology that is able to integrate in an efficient way and with an established workflow a number of additional data that complement the satellite data. So another aspect from during the Kharif season that limits a little bit of the satellite remote sensing is the fact that our peak biomass, if you go back to the green curve, happens during the cloudiest period. So a lot of the high resolution satellite data are not very useful to always pick the peak of the growing season. So you need to use coarser resolution data that are available on a daily basis. And you need a number of field surveys, a number of climate data also to understand how the greenness is evolving in terms of yields, and then use a physically based model that calculates photosynthesis, and then from the photosynthesis adjusted by harvest index, you are able to derive yield. So next, please. So in our hybrid approach, we have on a first approximation a data and model based on a number of satellite data that is able to estimate yields for every pixel, but then these need to be refined with mobile CropSnap, like our pictures on a number of fields, pictures that from which we need to derive a harvest index indicated by the symbol HI for a number of selected fields that then we are training a tool to automatize this process. And then we have a number of CCEs, which we optimize for number and for location, where we measure the yields for selected plots. So if we go from the estimating the yields to at the first level with the satellite data to then refining them, we see that our costs increase, the accuracy increases, but also the time to the solution increases. So everything requires a little more complex solution. And so we are developing tools to make this process more efficient, and so that eventually we can limit more and more the number of CCEs. Perhaps the farmers can send their pictures directly from the fields, and there is no more need for a lot of resources to be deployed in each growing season. In the next slide, please. So this our crop snap takes pictures from using a protocol from thinking of the field from various angles and close-ups, and the pictures are uploaded to the cloud and in from multiple users at the same time. If the connectivity to the internet is not available on location, they're queued for the time that the app moves to a place where there is connectivity. And then once they're uploaded and stored in a database, then they're also processed and into a model that then analyzes the pictures for deriving the harvest index. So next slide. So that shows basically that from the images on that you see, the photographs, through manual labeling, we are training algorithms that by labeling this large number of pictures, eventually the model is learning how to identify the yields, the yields faster, and then eventually move to the next. Next, please. Next, yeah, and then give us automated yield harvest index classes, low, medium, and high, and so we're working on doing this in an automated way. Next slide, please. So we always start with the crop map. We have various algorithms for different crops. We rely generally on phenology-based models. And the next slide. And we also grid the weather data so that we have local daily weather at 2 by 2 kilometers, and they also allow to do crop assessment of damage, and also are followed on a daily basis during the growing season as the CCEs are done, and allow us to verify whether the information that is coming back from the CCEs is congruent with what we see both from the weather condition and from the satellite data that we are also following on a weekly by weekly basis. And in this way also, by gridding the data, we don't need to rely on a large number of weather stations. Next, please. So after we have done all the data assessment from the CCEs, we check the model performance that we derived from our established protocols, from the photosynthesis model adjusted by harvest index. And you see that generally we capture the variability of different crops. Here I'm showing an example for bajra and from rice on the bottom. Our indicators of model strength are pretty good, and we still have some relatively larger bias. So we're working on improving these models by probably need to get better harvest index data, but they show a good promise for being able to get a good picture of the spatial distribution of the yields. Next, please. Next. And so when we average the yields at the GP level, at the village level, we see a distribution of villages in green shades. The darker green shades are the villages that are performing at above average. In the yellow colors, we have villages that are kind of in the medium, and then in the brown shades, kind of below average. And you see kind of consistent patterns. So there are some areas that are higher producing, and some areas that for various regions, either edaphic or for climate reasons or meteorological conditions, have not performed that well. Next, please. So we are, the process is highly scalable because it's kind of working in an operational way, and we have already covered several states and several districts in different crops, and we have a large database of data already collected. And so I'll move to the next to wrap it up. Next slide. Currently, this is what we are working on this season. We are working on paddy in 5 states, specifically in 25 districts, and we are expecting to have 4,500 CCEs collected by the end of the seasons with about 20,000 photos. And we are working on analyzing at the same time satellite data at multiple spatial resolution. So finally, please next. So in summary, we see that the satellite-based chronology shows great promise, but it requires more testing for different crops and for different adjustments, because we need to have this model-based crop modeling, not based on empirical observations. The use of widely available public domain satellite data could be sufficient. They are now at resolutions of 10 meters every 5 to 6 days. It's pretty good. We also add this gridded meteorology that can help alleviate the need for having a lot of weather station, and artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques also have the potential to eventually really change the way we do things once we have enough high quality training data. So this has also been one of the lessons, to get high quality training data on how to ensure the quality all the times. So we still need to make some progress. Please next. Next. So we need, for example, access to consistent geospatial boundaries. A lot of the layers are not, there is no repository that keeps an update of the new administrative areas that are being collected. We need we always need to ensure high quality field data. Next. We also will be useful to have a centralized open access to data. Next. And then finally, also we need the harmonization of the satellite data so that we can seamlessly switch between Sentinel, Landsat, IRS data, or planet data. So this is also work that still needs to be done. And also we need robust estimate of harvest index that are based on varietals. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And this is the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Christina, for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, coming up next is Dr. Murli Krishna Gumma, experience sharing direct yield estimation at GP level using technology is the session. He'll be joining us virtually. Dr. Krishna is head of RSGIS unit with ICRISAT. Dr. Gumma has more than 20 years experience working as a well-recognized international expert in remote sensing and GIS, its application in agriculture, natural resource management, and sustainable development. His work experience spans over 35 countries spread across Asia and Africa. Over to Dr. Murli Krishna Gumma.
Yes, good afternoon, all of you. This is Murli Krishna Gumma. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Ashish Pudhani and Dr. Shibinder Ray for giving me this great opportunity. Here, my voice is audible?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I'll give a little bit of background about our ICRISAT and our major activities where we are working, and then the satellite images, different sorts of satellite images at various resolutions, how we are using that, and what are the products mainly we are generating. Then I will talk about GP level yield assessment, the current work. And mainly we produce 6 major products. One is crop extent and land use, specifically cropland changes over the period. And third product is which is length of growing period, very important for breeders and planning department to disseminate different varieties and different regions. And also we are another product, the crop intensity, which is intensifying with short duration legumes. And finally, we are also monitoring biotic and abiotic stresses, mainly abiotic stresses like drought, submergence, and heat stress. And all these products we are integrating with some secondary information, and we are making we are doing some spatial analysis. Finally, we are doing some maps for decision making. And actually, as I mentioned, various sorts are from starting from Sentinel-1 and 2 mainly we are using, up to MODIS data, MODIS level at a global scale and regional scale. We are also using MODIS data. And right now, Sentinel data 1 and 2 we are using for specifically for this kind of crop monitoring analysis. Apart from these, we mainly use machine learning algorithms for our most of the analysis. 70% of analysis will done by Google Earth Engine, and remaining especially crop monitoring, we are using semi-automated techniques as well. And this is the these are the major things we are working at ICRISAT, and we are supporting different multidisciplinary groups to support spatial analysis and for decision making purposes. And in this background, I'll give a talk about GP level yield assessment. Please, next slide. Yes, mainly, we have executed last 1.5 years. We are closely working with MNCFC, and this season, this Kharif season, we are working on 6 states, 25 districts, and here you can see the list of districts and concerned states. And our approach is, our major objective is GP level crop yield assessment, Gram Panchayat level. And for that, the sub-objectives are, first of all, we monitor croplands and crop extent by using satellite imagery at a 10-meter spatial resolution. That is the first objective. And second one, generation of secondary information, for example, soils and climate analysis. And finally, by using DSAT and APSIM model, we are doing GP level crop yield assessment. Especially for this season, we are doing for rice and next season wheat. And apart from these, we are also working on some other crops, our ICRISAT mandate crops as well. Next slide. Yes, here you can see the major, our overall methodology, how it will be. This is the flow diagram. We are generating, you can see here historical weather data, rainfall, temperature, solar radiation, mainly we are extracting historically and near real time also. And current weather data also, we are concerned state departments and at a block level, we are getting from state departments. And finally, in remote sensing product, especially crop type and leaf area index, including length of growing periods, this is all we are extracting from high resolution and high spatio-temporal resolution data, and we are extracting. And finally, soil maps also, we are gathering some of the soil maps from high resolution maps from the MBSS LUP. Mainly we used soil texture and soil profiles. And crop management, when we conduct a ground data, by that time we are capturing some information and sowing data, plant population spacing, fertilizer information, and other irrigation information as well from directly from the field. Actually, 2 times we are collecting this kind of this crop management information. One is in the middle of the season, where we go for the ground data collection for crop classification during that time. And second time, when we during the crop cutting experiments, by that time also we are getting crop management information from the farmers. Mainly during ground data collection, where we visited first time, at that time we may not interview many farmers. That's the reason we are capturing at the final crop cutting experiment stage as well. And finally, all this information we are feeding to the crop growth simulation models. We mainly use here DSAT and APSIM, both the models, but specifically for rice, we use only DSAT model. and we run the model and we extract yield assessment and some including with other parameters as well. Please, next slide. Yes, in first of all, our approach is start with the crop extent mapping. We have already entire India. We have a crop extent maps based on preliminary analysis. We use those maps and we prepare route appropriately. Appropriate route we will prepare, and of course there are some variations during the field, but we cover most of the cropland area, especially our focused crop area like rice. We are capturing most of the area and we are collecting ground information for classification and other biophysical parameters characterizing generating from the satellite imagery. Please go to next slide. And during the field visit, here is the information what we are going to collect. We choose sample locations based on homogeneity. Of course, in homogeneous patches, we are capturing more ground information. Of course, in some of the scattered crop as well, that also we will capture ground data and limited ground data sets from there. And sample size, it will be 40 to 50 sample size. That is the for each category wise. And crop calendar, crop intensity, and cropping pattern. And of course, at the same time, we are capturing previous season and previous year as well, some information, which will be very helpful for our understanding at location wise. And finally, irrigation techniques, watering method, whether it is surface irrigation or groundwater irrigation or some other irrigation. This is all we are capturing during the ground data collection. Yeah, next slide. Actually, we collect the ground data. We are using two methods. One is Bhuvan's mobile application, and other directions and also from the top also. And this is all information we during class identification and labeling, that time we will use photographs and along with the ground information as well. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, based on ground information and time series, every 6-day time series, Sentinel-2 time series data, and we mapped out all rice areas. Here you can see we are mainly working on 6 states, and you can see all the states and district wise the rice crop distribution, including irrigation source wise, irrigated rice, rain-fed rice, other crops as well. Of course, we classified other crops as well, but here I am not mentioning. I am highlighting only rice crop as we are working on rice. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, once we get the actual accurate crop extent for rice crop, and we are using crop cutting optimization, crop cutting experiments optimization based on high resolution data, climate data, and soils data. Yeah, our approach is we are stratifying by using this approach. We reduced to 50%, less than 50% of samples. We are accurately located in those regions. In those locations, we are capturing crop cutting experiments. The next slide. Here you can see how it will be. We are minimizing 50% of samples in usually. By using smart sampling, we are reducing 50% of samples. Here you can see the location spatial distribution. Once we get the crop cutting experiments information, and next slide, we are integrating with this is our model, our crop model, TSAT model. Here we are integrating climate data, soil data, management data, and climate data mainly we are getting from the concerned state departments, and soil information mainly NBSS LUP. Of course, this is 250 meters, but sometime in Odisha, especially for Odisha, we have our own soil information, because we did a lot of survey in entire Odisha, and very block level, we are getting a lot of information about the soils. That information we are using for especially for Odisha, but other regions, other states, we are using NBSS LUP map. And management data, mainly pesticide irrigation and varieties, different varieties we are collecting during the crop cutting experiments, and some information we collected from ground data information. This is all information we are feeding to the crop models. And mainly from the crop model, we are getting leaf area index, soil moisture, along with the yield predictions, yield estimations as well. And some information what we are getting from the remote sensing, like leaf area index, that is the proxy of modeled output and remote sensing product output. We are integrating, we are comparing each other, and finally at the and we are number of simulations we are running based on the closeness of from the remote sensing product and from modeled output. We are comparing each other. And next slide. Yes, here you can see mainly here the top one, leaf area index for the rice purity stick from the remote sensing data and from modeled data. And next. And closely, wherever it is close correlation, we extracted, like here, if you see here, for the rice, Puri district and Krishna district, and where our observed yield data and predicted yield data, there is a 75% correlation in Puri, and similar way Krishna district also we compared, 71 nearly R square value is 71%. And next. And similar way, similar approach we have done for other crops as well. Maize, groundnut, and chickpea. And this is just for the comparison. And similar, the same map. Next slide. And if you see here, the entire Puri district, the yield distribution from less than 300 kg per hectare to more than 3,750 kg per hectare. Here, various classes you can see. At the same time, here also you can see the recent one. Especially in the eastern part of Puri district, there is no much damage. But if you see in the central part, there is a huge damage was there due to the floods and due to the heavy rains. And here you can see the weight also during the crop cutting experiments, the weight also you can see here clearly. The next slide. And not only for rice, and also here you can see we are also working our mandate crops, groundnut for 2018. You can see the spatial distribution of groundnut in western part of India, especially mainly in Gujarat and Andhra Pradesh. There is a lot of area, groundnut area is there, but there is a yield gap also you can see here clearly. Less than 500 kg per hectare to more than 2000 kg per hectare. And the distribution, yield distribution also you can see for entire groundnut areas. Actually, yeah, we are contributing one publication as well on this, which is in review. Yeah, next slide. And there are a lot of limitations are there. Now we are improving our models and we are improving our accuracy as well. And also at the same time, we are exploring new methodologies with different approaches as well. NDVI based crop yield assessment. Actually, we are not only for MNCFC, we are also working for other regions as well, other projects as well. We are taking a lot of information from the field and the modeled output. We are validating at the same results. We are correlating with the NDVI and some satellite-based products as well. And another one, assimilation of remote sensing LAI with the crop model LAI. The prediction of the yield is purely depends on leaf area index. For example, especially in Kharif season, right now we used high resolution. It is very difficult to get images for during the peak of the monsoon season. Right now, we are working with the Sentinel-1. Yeah, for this season, 2020 and 2021, we are mainly go with the Sentinel-1, and we are improving our methodology. And sure, I'm sure we will improve our accuracy as well in this time. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, that
Yes,
was
thank you.
Dr. Murli Krishna Guman. Moving ahead, we have with us Mr. Ashutosh Sharma, Consultant, National Health Authority. He'll be joining us virtually. Shri Ashutosh Sharma is Director with PwC's Government and Public Sector Practice and is currently leading the technology PMU at National Health Authority, Government of India. I hand over this session to Shri Ashutosh Sharma.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible and I'm clear from the video perspective as well. Thank you. So, without further ado, we'll start with our presentation. Can we have the next slide, please? Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, which is the flagship project from the health insurance perspective in the country, is led by the National Health Authority at the center, and it is accompanied by implemented in the states through the state health authorities and agencies pan India. Just to give everybody a snapshot on the overall scale of the scheme and its implementation across India, is that we currently have implementations across 32 states and UTs. In addition, as time progressed from 2018, September 2018, when the scheme was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister, from there on, not only have we implemented PMJ across the country itself, but we were also asked to converge a number of schemes that were being run by the state governments for their ease in terms of utilizing their resources at the state level itself, pooling of their resources, not only information technology but otherwise also, so that we could reach economies of scale. To give you a perspective, we have as yet almost of the from the SECC, we have 7.99 crore beneficiaries that have been verified. Proud to say that we are close to 95% Aadhaar authenticated beneficiaries that we have. More than 2 lakh beneficiary touch points is what PMJ provides to its beneficiaries. These includes a lot of the common service centers that we see from the central perspective, but also at the state level and at the sub-state level itself. These touch points are available for beneficiaries to get themselves verified and be identified. In addition, to provide the treatment and services to its beneficiaries, more than 24,000 hospitals have been impaneled by the National Health Authority under the PMJ scheme. And again, more than, as we speak, in the last 2-year track record that we've had, more than 1.43 crore hospital admissions is something that we have achieved from the health insurance perspective. Now, how do we, or how is NHA able to do that from an experience sharing perspective is what what I'm here to share with you today. And on the right-hand side, the dedicated teams that you see are a list of, I would say divisions, departments, cells that operate within the NHA itself, which using both information technology and processes have been able to deliver what we see on the ground as on date. So there is a very clear state coordination division that we have. We have very identified spots for each and every state, each and every scheme that we converge. Alongside the state coordination division, we also have an IEC or a media division, which is through the data is able to see what kind of social media or otherwise ground media planning needs to be done. Hospital network and quality assurance takes care of the entire onboarding process or empanelment process of the hospitals from the processes perspective, looking at operational turnaround times, looking at where are the, what kind of arrangements need to be made in what states that would help in the speedy onboarding of hospitals and also to assure quality of the treatment that is delivered to the beneficiaries at the end of the line. To safeguard the interests of the beneficiaries, we have a very clear mandate to monitor the operations, which is not only from the beneficiary's perspective, but also from the payments perspective. Because as part of the health insurance scheme, it is a corollary that not only the beneficiaries should get their treatment in a quality manner, they should not be shortchanged from the treatment perspective, but at the same time, the hospitals that have been empaneled themselves, that are putting their doctors and frontline medical workers to the test, they should also get paid in time so that they remain operational and are active as part of the scheme itself. At the same time, we also have something called a National Anti-Fraud Unit, a unit that we have that digs deep into the data to see what kind of collusion or probabilistic fraud with deterministic values can we be able to ascertain looking at our data within ourselves, introspecting and also seeing what are the gaps in the processes that we need to continuously bridge. Because as they say, no matter how many holes you plug in, somebody who is seeking a way will try and step in. But at the same time, be able to foresee the future of the kind of features and functionalities we are coming out with our IT systems, but at the same time ensure that the sanctity of the scheme does not get hampered. Monitoring and evaluation cell is also able to not only provide facts and figures about how the scheme's health looks like, but also from the perspective of what is the utilization, what are the kind of treatments and other variations from the medical perspective that are available from a data perspective on the ground, and what kind of focus needs to be put in at these specifics in these specific states and for those, let's say, for those specific hospitals, or how the resources need to be arranged for the states so that they can function in a better manner. To top it up, we have something called an insights or an overall analytics division, which provides the leadership not only at the national level, but also at the state level, with an overall view of how the scheme is operating with regards to beneficiaries, with regards to hospitals, as well as with regards to the internal operations within the various national and state level agencies. This is all, as I must say, is completely done through a backbone or rather a platform of information technology, which is very, very closely knit with the information security that we take extremely seriously as part of the NHS, dealing with not only personal identifiable data, but also health data. So right from the start, we had to ensure that everything is secure by design and is provided in a very robust manner to the states and the state health agencies, so that not only for PMJ, but all the schemes that are getting converged, given the maturity of the states being at different level and their onboarding becomes seamless and they do not feel disadvantaged of converting themselves from their IT systems to our IT. In addition, we also have a very clear grievance redressal mechanism at NHA. I'll talk about in the later slides of how we have a 500-seater plus call center that provides 24/7 support. And in addition, we have a capacity building cell, which helps not only the staff from the trainings perspective, not only from a content creation perspective, but also from the methodology and delivery of that content, because capacity is building is again a very important aspect as part of PMJ, so that the scheme, once somebody reaches out to a hospital, they are able to clearly understand what is in it, what's in it for them, how do they get themselves verified, what's covered under the treatment, or from the hospital perspective, when are they going to get paid, and the nitty-gritties and as they say, the small print of the entire scheme is something that we build as part of the capacity building division. Next slide, please. Sure. Are you able to see me now? Yeah, great. So we have three critical user journeys as we speak. At the top, we definitely have the beneficiaries. From the beneficiaries' perspective, he needs to, or they need to access their information. And when we talk about accessing information, it is about checking their eligibility, whether they are covered under the scheme, because beneficiaries to the beneficiary base that we are catering to, more than often they would not know whether they are covered. They would not know whether their family members are covered or not. They would not know, is this the right scheme for them also or not? Because the beneficiaries at times at the village level or at the sub-district level get bombarded with so much information that they tend to get confused of whether about anything about whether they're eligible. Now let's assume that they know that they are eligible. Where do they go to get this treatment? Usually in the health insurance space, it is usually understood that finding the nearest hospital itself is a big dilemma. So therefore, how do you find the nearest hospital is something that from a user journey perspective is critical for us. Next in line is essentially once they find out where to get themselves treated, is to get themselves verified. This is something from a journey perspective is very critical to the overall beneficiary experience, as I must say, because right at the front, the process of verification itself is sort of, gives them a perspective of whether they'll have to pay something while they have to get treated. It is sort of a process or the first step where we have to ensure or build trust in the beneficiary that this is a scheme for you. And that is why it becomes very important from the beneficiary perspective. And then at the last step, it is all about getting treated, quality treatment, getting done at a hospital that they really were otherwise wishing that they would get themselves treated in, but for the want of money and other resources, they were not able to do so earlier on. From the hospital's perspective, because both public and private sector hospitals and 50% as we speak of the 24,000 plus hospitals we have onboarded, we have private hospitals, which were very difficult to get onboarded, but the idea was to give them enough incentive to join. And from a hospital perspective, given that they are a business, they would be looking at the bottom line, which is earning a revenue out of the treatment that they conduct. And therefore, it is so important for them, for us to convince them that why should they get empaneled, what are the benefits. So both our hospital network and quality assurance division works in it, as well as our state coordination, which helps the state put in a perspective of focus into these hospitals on why and how they should get empaneled as part of this scheme. The next step obviously is to provide care to the patients that come in. And the last part, which is perhaps most critical to them itself, is to raise a claim and get paid in time. Getting paid in time is something that we take very seriously. We have, and I'll talk about that also in a subsequent slide, that we have very detailed SLAs and SOPs that define the entire process, not only from the perspective of like a charter, but also we monitor them. We identify reasons why things are delayed. In case things are delayed, we identify the root cause of something getting delayed, and we try and rectify that process as we go on. From the state health agencies, the SHAs, the implementation support agencies, which is the ISAs, and the third-party agencies, the TPAs perspective, they are the support backbone through which the entire scheme is implemented at the state level. And their primary role from a journey perspective is to provide approvals, process payments, manage grievances, as well as monitor operations. Now, from a user journey perspective, the idea was to simply put from the scheme side why how simple PMJ may look like, but my very next slide will talk about the information technology on how this entire journey is enabled through the information technology platform itself. Next slide, please. Yeah. So from the front end perspective, and I'll go one by one. From the front end perspective, and not only keeping beneficiaries into context, but even for the hospitals as well as for the SHAs and PPAs. We very clearly have the PMJ portal, which provides a great deal of information of about the scheme itself, the benefits, on how to get these benefits for the hospitals, how to get themselves empaneled, what's in it for them, what does the process look like, what have been the previous statistics of hospitals that have got themselves empaneled. From the beneficiaries' perspective, we have an entire mobile app platform available for them to check their eligibility. Going forward, we would be enabling close to 20 odd features as well as part of the mobile app, where almost a seamless, as part of the mobile first policy that we have, we would be integrating all our services, because we have tested all these services on the on the other platforms as yet. There was a very clear ask at times that the beneficiaries or their subordinates, because a lot of times these beneficiaries need to understand about their eligibility. Now, where to go and seek this eligibility? So we have a very dedicated portal which is called Mera, or just like Me or Mera, Mera.pmj. On this portal, through an assisted model, or the beneficiary can ask in case they are not quite familiar with using the internet or the resources over the internet, they can ask somebody who is educated enough to operate the portal to find out their eligibility. And if so is not the case, then they can simply call back to our 1455, our call center number, and find out about their eligibility, giving the details of themselves or their family members. As I talked about in my first slides, that we have beneficiary touch points. Common service centers play a big role there, and Common Service Center have partnered with the National Health Authority in providing the overall backbone to NHA in terms of allowing the common service centers to be used as touch points for beneficiary identification or eligibility, as well as for their verification. Can we click on the next button, please? So from a core applications perspective, so frontline we have the portal, the mobile app, again a portal which is a dedicated portal, a call center, as well as the physical touch points in the form of common service centers. To back these up, we have our core applications, number one, which is the beneficiary identification system, developed by NIC as well as CDAC. This system provides an Aadhaar authentication based mechanism to verify beneficiaries, and not only Aadhaar, because in the country we have both Aadhaar and beneficiaries who may have Aadhaar or may not have Aadhaar, so we cater to both kinds of processes. So the entire beneficiary identification process takes care of that through a laundry list of 54 crore beneficiaries, identifying who you are, identifying who your family would be, identifying the linkages between two families that were earlier together as part of the SECC list, but is now not a part of, is not now co-joined, is something that we take care of as part of the beneficiary identification. Next is the transaction management, hospital empanelment system, where we look at allowing the hospitals to get empaneled in a very detailed manner. So this hospital empanelment system talks about, in a very structured manner, empaneling a hospital, and within that hospital, the kind of resources that hospital have, the kind of specializations they have, the kind of certifications they have, the kind of manpower, resources, every single nut and bolt about a particular hospital, so that tomorrow if we want to monitor the utilization of a particular package, or we want to monitor the kind of procedures being undertaken in that hospital. If you want to look at the statistics and know whether the hospital is an outlier or a particular doctor is an outlier from an analytics or a fraud perspective, that kind of information is something that we keep on updating as part of our hospital empanelment system. From the transaction management system, it is the core system which we use, developed by TCS, which is currently implemented as part of NHA. And this system essentially is the 70% of the journey of the beneficiary from the process perspective, because once the beneficiary reaches the hospital, and assuming that they have been identified and they have been issued, let's say, a card, the transaction management system takes over, and the transaction management system then provides for the entire registration of the beneficiary. It provides for capturing of all the day-to-day activities that are conducted at the hospital level, up to the pre-authorization, raising of the pre-authorization, to raising of the claim, to followed by the response files are received back from the bank's consumption of them as part of the overall dashboard. And then right at the end, we also have the national data warehouse, which is again at the core of the overall system that we have. Am I audible? Right? To come back, which is called use or for the yes, well, I was talking about the so yes. Can I audible now? So, from perspective that we have an anti-fraud solution called the FACT. All of fed into our national, and we also have state data warehouse cuts for each of the individual states. Could you press on the next button, please? Yeah. So from the technology solutions perspective, we have the AUA gateway, the authentication user gateway, way, because we are open biometric and democratic. support made a very low from that perspective. And currently we use the NIC's ASA services benefit and through the SMS gateway and through the email gateway that we have as part of the solution. From a solution perspective, which used to monitor and also the insight dashboard that I earlier talked about to see the health of the leadership at the national from an anti-fraud perspective, to sources, with and this for support plan
I think there is a disturbance. What we'll do is if it continues, we'll terminate the session. And idea was to have a cross-learning basically between the NHA and PMFBY. The National Health Authority has set up a very robust, I would say, end-to-end process automation in place. And we have had interaction with them recently. I thought it would be a great learning exercise and I would say an experience, cross-learning experience of what they have been doing. Could we emulate or copy some of these or customize some of the interventions they have had in the portal? They have a very elaborate system of, I would say, the digitization of all the processes in the NHA. And I'll share a copy of the presentation with all of you. It's, I would say, quite informative, and a lot of things can be copied, especially state of Karnataka, which is running the portal separately, the Samrakshana portal, can see some of these benefits. And in the ministry, at our level, in the NCIP, since we are looking into enhancing the NCIP, we'll be taking some of the learnings from the NHA. That was the idea, to have a cross-learning experience from the NHA side. Thanks a lot. Thank you. You can start with the next session.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the last session of this evening, post which we have the last panel discussion, and then we will be moving on to the breakaway sessions. I invite on stage Shri Gajendra Singh, sir, Private Secretary, Minister of State, Animal Husbandry and Dairy, Government of India, to deliver the presentation on Journey of NCIP and the Way Forward. Shri Gajendra Singh is from Indian Telecom Services. He is currently heading the charge of Private Secretary, Minister of State, Animal Husbandry, and he's worked seamlessly on stabilizing National Crop Insurance Portal for the implementation of PMFBY. Sir.
हाँ, धन्यवाद। सुबह से बड़ा अच्छा, सुबह से अंग्रेजी में माहौल हो गया था तो मैं आ गया, तो मैंने कहा थोड़ा हिंदी में कर दें उसको। टॉपिक है जर्नी ऑफ एनसीप वे फॉरवर्ड। जर्नी ऑफ एनसीप तो बहुत लंबी नहीं है, 2016 से जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई है, लेकिन इसको 31 साल का एक नया इतिहास दिया गया था। क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस 1985 में लॉन्च हुआ। 31 साल के बाद 2016 में PMFBY को लॉन्च किया गया। विरासत में बहुत सी चीज़ें मिली थी हम लोगों को उस समय। इस स्कीम में मैं और भूटानी सर शुरू से लॉन्चिंग के समय से ही हम लोग थे। 31 साल में एक सिस्टम मिला था हम लोगों को जिसमें बहुत सी लर्निंग थी, बस एक ही चीज़ मिसिंग थी, वो थी टेक्नोलॉजी। 31 ईयर के इतिहास में केवल हम बैंक से एक फॉर्म लिया करते थे और उसमें केवल एक क्रॉप होती थी और एक कितने फार्मर्स होते थे, उसी पे कहानी ख़त्म हो गई। 31 साल तक हम लोगों ने इस तरह चलाया। 2016 में जब हम लोग गाइडलाइन बना रहे थे, अगर आपको 2016 की गाइडलाइन याद हो तो टेक्नोलॉजी लास्ट के 3 पन्ने पे हुआ करती थी। उसका रीज़न था, जब हम और सर बैठे हुए थे सोचा क्या करें, तो अंत में जल्दी जल्दी उसको डाला था टेक्नोलॉजी को। शुरुआत PMFBY की वहीं से हुई थी टेक्नोलॉजी की। आज आप देखेंगे तो टेक्नोलॉजी जो है पहले पन्ने से शुरू होती है। यही 2016 से PMFBY में बहुत बड़ा चेंज आ गया। जर्नी मैं बताऊं आपको, 2016 के पहले भी क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस की एक पोर्टल हुआ करती थी जिसको farmer.gov.in कहा करते थे हम लोग, और शायद बहुत कम लोगों ने देखी होगी उसको, क्योंकि 2015 और 16 के इंटरिम पीरियड में वो आई थी। उसके बाद एक नई क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस पोर्टल हम लोगों ने लॉन्च किया जिसको हम agri-insurance.gov.in कहा करते थे। वो भी पोर्टल हमने 1 साल चलाई, लेकिन इतना बड़ा वॉल्यूम था कि वॉल्यूम हम ले नहीं पा रहे थे, तो हम नई पोर्टल पे आए जिसको हम आज PMFBY.gov.in कहते हैं। जब लॉन्च हो रही थी तो मुझे याद है कि हम और भूटानी सर एक बार DFS गए थे कि इसको कैसे बैंकों को इसमें लाया जाए। तो DFS ने जो कहा था उस ज़माने में कि ये काम कैसे होगा, हो नहीं सकता ना। DFS इसमें निगेटिव ही थे, मेरे को याद है। फिर हम लोग लौट के आए, हम लोगों ने कहा शुरू करते हैं, और ये जर्नी वहाँ से स्टार्ट होती है जिसमें ना था, और आज हाँ पे इतने बड़े डाटा को हम आज कैप्चर करते हैं। तो एक्सेल से हमने शुरू किया था एक ज़माने में। एक्सेल मतलब होता है डाटाबेस में गार्बेज। मेरा हमेशा से मानना रहा, एक्सेल कभी भी अपलोड होती है तो वो गार्बेज के अलावा कुछ नहीं होता। लेकिन बैंक को सहूलियत हमने पहले दिया कि बैंक एक्सेल के थ्रू आए, और आज बिल्कुल माहौल बदला हुआ है इस चीज़ का। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। मैं शुरू में कुछ चीज़ें बताऊंगा जो सवाल मुझसे बहुत ज़्यादा पूछे जाते हैं, जिसमें बहुत ज़्यादा कन्फ्यूजन्स रहते हैं, उनको मैं थोड़ा सा एक्सप्लेन जरूर करूंगा आज। एक तो पोर्टल पे लोगों को ये समझ में नहीं आता कि ये एप्लीकेशन क्या है, पॉलिसी क्या है, फार्मर क्या है और कितने फार्मर होते हैं। ये बड़ा ही कन्फ्यूजिंग है। मैं बहुत से स्टेट मुझसे पूछते हैं कि सर ये बता दीजिए कि इसमें फार्मर कितने हैं। तो मैंने सोचा कि इसमें आपको एक्सप्लेन करूं कि ये होता कैसे है, इनमें प्रॉब्लम क्या हो, ये चीज़ें कैसे बनी थी। एप्लीकेशन होती है जिसमें एक लैंड के लिए एंट्री की जाती है, वो एप्लीकेशन कहलाती है। पॉलिसी का मतलब हमारे यहाँ होता है कि जब भी कोई एक सोर्स, बैंकर हो सकता है, CSC हो सकता है, इंटरमीडिएट हो सकता है, ऑनलाइन हो सकता है, जितने भी सोर्सेज से लोग आते हैं, अगर कोई भी एक चीज़ क्रिएट करता है तो वो पॉलिसी बन जाती है। उसके बाद आता है फार्मर। फार्मर पहचानने के लिए अब आप कहेंगे फार्मर आईडी और आधार नंबर में क्या अंतर है। बेसिकली जब हम लोगों ने स्टार्ट किया था कि आधार नंबर की बहुत ज़्यादा समस्याएं थीं, बैंक भी बचते थे इस आधार नंबर से, उनकी पूरी स्टोरी है, उसमें नहीं जाऊंगा मैं। तो हम लोगों ने आधार को कभी प्राइमरी नहीं माना। UIDAI ने भी इसको प्राइमरी करने से मना किया है और हमने माना भी नहीं। लेकिन हमारे आइडेंटिफिकेशन में पहले बहुत ज़्यादा डिफरेंसेस होते थे, इसलिए जब हम उसके अकाउंट को पहचान जाते थे तो हम उसको एक फार्मर आईडी देते थे। जैसे आप इस एग्जाम्पल में आप देखेंगे कि एक बैंक आता है, एक CSC आता है, फार्मर एक ही है। 2 बैंकों के थ्रू आता है, 2 क्रॉप करता है, लेकिन क्रॉप आपस में मिलती नहीं है। लेकिन आप देखेंगे एप्लीकेशन नंबर, जितनी भी पॉलिसी बन रही है उसकी नंबरिंग करता है, और उसके बाद फार्मर आईडी 2 क्रिएट होती हैं। ये पहले का, ये 2019 का सिनेरियो है। सिनेरियो जैसे जैसे हम लोग पोर्टल में आगे बढ़ते गए, हम लोग चीज़ों को टाइट करते गए। मैं आगे इसमें आपको दिखाऊंगा। नेक्स्ट मेरे पास। हाँ। एक ये भी है कि लोग कहते हैं कि बड़ी कंप्लेन मिलती, सर इतना लंबा नंबर दे दिया आपने एप्लीकेशन नंबर की, किसी को याद ही नहीं रहता कभी है। ये वाला है। हाँ, देखिए, जब हमने नंबर डिजाइन किया था, उसके डिजाइन के पीछे एक हमारा कॉन्सेप्ट था कि कोई भी एप्लीकेशन नंबर को देख के ये समझ सके कि ये किस जगह की पॉलिसी है। अगर आप देखोगे हमारे एप्लीकेशन नंबर में, तो मैंने पॉलिसी नंबर, एप्लीकेशन नंबर में क्या होता है, पॉलिसी नंबर के आगे जब भी डिजिट बढ़ती जाती हैं उसको हम एप्लीकेशन नंबर्स कहते हैं। जैसे आप देखेंगे कि ईयर नंबर के बाद काउंट 01, 02। इसमें दुर्घटना भी हो गई अब की बार, एक बार हम लोगों के साथ हम सोचते थे कि 99 एप्लीकेशन से अधिक कोई नहीं बनाएगा। महाराष्ट्र में एक आदमी ने 120 एप्लीकेशन डाल दी, हमारा सॉफ्टवेयर क्रैश कर गया। हमने सोचा ही नहीं था कभी। दुर्घटनाएं होती रहती हैं इसमें। जैसे मैंने 2 ही डिजिट ले रखी थी, मैं सोचा ही नहीं था कभी ऐसा होगा। और इस पे भी हमको विचार करना पड़ेगा कि क्या हम 3 पे जाएं कि हेक्साडेसिमल में चले जाएं। ये हमको देखना है। तो इसमें क्या होता है कि हर पॉलिसी में पहले स्कीम होती है, फिर सीजन होता है, फिर स्टेट कोड होता है। स्टेट कोड, एलजीडी कोड और सेंसस कोड लगभग एक ही चीज़ें हैं जिसमें हम देते हैं। उसके बाद ईयर होता है और डिजिट उतनी ही होती हैं। इससे क्या फ़ायदा होता है कि कोई भी एप्लीकेशन देख के आप बता सकते हैं कि किस स्टेट की एप्लीकेशन है और किस सीजन की है, किस ईयर की है। इसीलिए नंबर इतना लंबा हो गया। ये भी सवाल मुझसे बहुत पूछते हैं लोग कि ऐसा क्यों कर दिया। नेक्स्ट में मैंने इन चीज़ों को ब्रेक करने का प्रयास किया है कि इनका रिलेशनशिप आपस में कैसा होता है। मैंने महाराष्ट्र, उड़ीसा और उत्तर प्रदेश का एग्जाम्पल लिया है। आप देखेंगे कि आधार, फार्मर आईडी, पॉलिसी एप्लीकेशन धीरे धीरे समय के साथ जैसे जैसे हम लोग टाइट होते जा रहे हैं, आप रेशियो बिल्कुल मिलता चला जा रहा है। अब हम फार्मर को बेसिकली पहचान लेते हैं और एक ही फार्मर क्रिएट करते हैं। कुछ अपवाद बचे हुए हैं, बहुत कम नीचे आप देखेंगे। इसमें 2-3 पहलू हैं जो मैं यहाँ पे सभी लोगों को बताना चाहता हूँ, जिसमें आप लोग डाटा देखते वक्त ध्यान दिया करें। एक तो देखिए कि आप एप्लीकेशन और पॉलिसी का रेशियो जो है D/C जो मैंने लिख रखा है, आप देखिए कि महाराष्ट्र में 1.93 था पहले, फिर 2.1 हुआ, फिर 2.04 हुआ। उड़ीसा में 1.1 था, फिर 2.07 हुआ, फिर 4.33 हो गया। यूपी में 1.11 था, 1.13 था, 1.1 था। इसके बड़ा सिग्निफिकेंस है इस बात का, मैं आपको बताता हूँ इसमें गड़बड़ कहाँ है। जब हम लोग पहले लैंड जब लेते थे तो हम लोग एक रो में ले लिया करते थे। 2018 के बाद 19 में हम लोगों ने इसको डिसकंटिन्यू कर दिया। हर पार्सल को हम लोग अलग अलग लेते थे। लेकिन दिक्कत क्या हुई, आप अगर आप देखिए कि लैंड रिकॉर्ड इंटीग्रेशन जब होता है किसी का तो हमेशा बढ़ता है और इनका भी बढ़ा। लेकिन मेरे लिए यूपी एक ऐसा एग्जाम्पल था जिसमें हमारे लाख रो चेंज करने के बाद भी रो नहीं बढ़ रही है। इसके 2 अर्थ निकलते हैं केवल। या तो यूपी के किसानों का एक ही लैंड पार्सल होता है, या यह संभव नहीं, मैं यूपी का रहने वाला हूं, ये संभव ही नहीं है, वहां पे पार्सल बहुत छोटे हैं। इसका मतलब सिर्फ एक है कि बैंकर ने केवल खाता डाल रहा है और सारा एरिया उसी में डाल दे रहा है। इसलिए आप लोग इस चीज को ध्यान रखें, इसमें बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। जब ये जनरल प्रैक्टिस हो गई है, क्योंकि बैंकर के पास क्या होता है, बैंकर के पास होता है डाटा, खेत तो निकालना पड़ता है उसको फाइल से, एरिया पे वो देता है लोन, तो उसको एरिया मालूम होता है, खेत के लिए फाइल खोलनी पड़ती है। तो वो करता क्या है कि एक लैंड डालता है और पूरा एरिया डाल देता है। यहाँ तक तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन जब क्लेम आता है तो कंपनी कहती है ये खाता है ही नहीं। इसलिए मेरी बैंकर से अनुरोध है कि जहाँ भी ये रेशियो दिखाई दे रहा है, और आप लोग भी देखें, इंश्योरेंस कंपनी भी इस पर ध्यान दें, और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, यूपी स्पेशली आपको मैं छांट के लाया हूँ इसीलिए, क्योंकि सबसे खराब रेशियो आपका था। इसका मतलब वो लैंड नहीं डाल रहे हैं, जबकि आपके पार्सल बहुत छोटे हैं। तो इस मुद्दे को आप डाटा, मतलब मैं बता रहा हूँ, डाटा के एनालिसिस जरा करिए। डाटा में बहुत चीज़ें निकल के आती हैं। एक ये था हमारा कंसर्न, मैं अभी बाकी चीज़ों पे आऊँगा, शुरू में थोड़ी चीज़ें ब्रीफ कर दूँ। हम लोगों ने डैशबोर्ड बनाया था ऑफिसर्स के लिए, सबके लिए। अनफॉर्चुनेटली लोग इसका यूज नहीं करते, जबकि इसमें सारी इंफॉर्मेशंस रहती हैं काफ़ी। आप इसमें डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल तक की इंफॉर्मेशन केवल डैशबोर्ड पे देख सकते हैं। अब आप पूछेंगे कि आपको कैसे मालूम कि नहीं करते, ये भी तो एक सवाल बनता है कि तो नेट पे आपको कैसे मालूम नहीं देते। इसमें क्या है, इसमें लॉजिक लगा हुआ है कि जब पहला बटन कोई दबाता है तो पहली बार डाटा फैच करता है, और मैं ही वो पहला आदमी होता हूँ जो सुबह ऑफिस आता हूँ, उस बटन को दबाता हूँ, डाटा फैच होता है, तो मालूम चल जाता है कि किसी ने कुछ नहीं किया सुबह से। मेरा कहना है कि इसका यूटिलाइजेशन करिए, आप लोग इसको देखिए। इसमें सारी चीज़ें, आपको बहुत चीज़ें जो आप लोगों को ज़रूरत होती है, जैसे SC ST कवरेज, मेल फीमेल कितने हैं, सारा इस डैशबोर्ड में अवेलेबल है। ये रिसिप्ट हम लोग देते हैं, हर फार्मर की रिसिप्ट ऑटो जनरेट होती है, आप लोग जानते हैं, और रिसिप्ट का इस तरीके की रिसिप्ट निकलती है। महाराष्ट्र में केसेस हुए, मैं सिर्फ इसलिए इसको लेके आया हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र में जब केस हुए तो होता क्या है कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट जब देखती है कि फर्जी तो नहीं है, क्योंकि फर्जी बहुत बनाई गई, महाराष्ट्र में BLEs ने PDF को एडिट करके लोगों को बांटा, जिससे दिक्कत हो गई। लेकिन मैं तो सिर्फ इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि मेरे को भेजने की ज़रूरत नहीं है इस चीज़ को कि ये क्या है। इसमें आपका QR कोड लगा हुआ है, और QR कोड में क्या लिखा होता है मैंने बगल में लिख दिया है। इसमें सारी इन्फॉर्मेशंस हैं, उस छोटे से कोड में आप देखेंगे सारी इन्फॉर्मेशंस रहती हैं, जितना इधर लिखा है उतना ही उस QR कोड के अंदर लिखा हुआ है। तो मेरा इसमें आपसे कहना है कि आप लोग इन केसेस को अपने यहाँ ही वेरीफाई करें, अपने नीचे वालों को भी बताएं। QR कोड स्कैनर सारे मोबाइल में आजकल अवेलेबल हैं, और कोई भी QR कोड पढ़ सकता है, जिससे कि फोर्स चीज़ें आराम से देखी जा सकती हैं। अब मैं मेन स्ट्रीम पे आता हूँ। खरीफ 18 में मैं सारे सीजन में क्लोजर की क्या पोजीशन है बताता चलता हूँ। खरीफ 18 में सब कुछ क्लोज है। सब कुछ का मतलब ये है कि जितनी भी एप्लीकेशन है उस पर कंपनी अपने स्टेप्स ले चुकी हैं, और कोई भी चीज़ पेंडिंग नहीं है। इसमें अभी भी 2 चीज़ें पेंडिंग हैं, डाटा लेवल पे 2 चीज़ें पेंडिंग हैं। एक तो हमको क्लेम की इंफॉर्मेशन चाहिए, मैं इसमें आगे स्लाइड है मैं उस पर आऊँगा। दूसरी, जो आपने सब्सिडी ली है उसको हमको रिकंसाइल करना है डाटा के साथ, जो कि हमने वर्क स्टार्ट किया, उस पर भी थोड़ी देर पे आऊँगा मैं। रबी 18 में AIC की कुछ एप्लीकेशंस रह गई हैं। AIC से मेरा अनुरोध है कि रबी 18 को क्लोज कराने में सहयोग करें, और चोला की कुछ एप्लीकेशंस रह गई हैं। खरीफ 19 में करीब 2 लाख एप्लीकेशंस अभी भी ऐसी हैं जिस पे कंपनियों ने कोई स्टेप नहीं लिया। मेजॉरिटी जो है वो आपकी राजस्थान वगैरह में है। राजस्थान में आप लोग कहते रहते हैं, राजस्थान और MP की मेजॉरिटी है। आप लोग कहते रहते हैं पोर्टल देर में खुली, लेकिन पोर्टल को बंद हुए बहुत दिन हो गए, कम से कम 1 महीना बीत गया होगा। 1 महीना सफिशिएंट टाइम था कि आप इस पर स्टेप लेते, क्योंकि इसके आगे हम हर चीज़ रिकंसाइल करेंगे। इस आगे मैं इसको एक्सप्लेन करूंगा कैसे करेंगे। रबी 19 में भी 1 लाख एप्लीकेशंस करीब रह गई हैं, और वही किस्सा है MP और राजस्थान का। खरीफ 20 भी निकले काफ़ी समय हो गया। अब हम काफ़ी समय हो गया ना, गाइडलाइन में बहुत अच्छा लिखा हुआ कि 15 दिन में ऐसा करते हैं, 10 दिन में ऐसा करते हैं, तो काफ़ी समय हो गया है, उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। लेकिन अभी भी 21 लाख एप्लीकेशन इसकी भी ऐसी हैं जिस पे कंपनी ने कोई स्टेप नहीं लिया। और अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो भूटानी सर सुबह कह रहे थे, CSC की मेजॉरिटी रह जाती है, जो कि एक अच्छी चीज़ नहीं है। CSC की एप्लीकेशन आप लोग अंत तक दबा के बैठे रहते हैं और बिल्कुल लास्ट में डिसीजन लेते हैं, जो कि गलत है और ट्रांसपेरेंसी के अगेंस्ट है। अगर आपको लेना है डिसीजन तो तुरंत लीजिए, रिजेक्ट करना है रिजेक्ट करिए, एक्सेप्ट करना है एक्सेप्ट कीजिए, लेकिन इसको अंत तक क्लेम तक ले जाने का कोई मतलब नहीं, जो सर ने सुबह आपको एक्सप्लेन किया था। ये मुद्दा हमेशा बहुत गर्म रहता है, CC का मुद्दा आप लोग जानते हैं। फील्ड लेवल की प्रॉब्लम में नहीं जाऊंगा, मैं डाटा पे जरूर रहूंगा। डाटा पोजीशन आज भी वही है कि केवल 24% CC कंट्री में होते हैं। राजस्थान एक ऐसा स्टेट है जो अचानक नीचे से निकल के आया है और जो अच्छा काम कर रहा है। बाकी स्टेट में 1-2, महाराष्ट्र ठीक है, वो ठीक है कि अभी मेरे इस फिगर पे विरोध कर रहे थे कि आपने 1 लाख का फिगर क्यों दिया, तो क्योंकि वो कहते हैं 70,000 CC हमारे यहाँ होते हैं। तो बेसिकली क्या है, आप CC को मर्ज करते हैं और स्कीम इसको अलाउ नहीं करती। आयु मीन्स आयु है स्कीम में, आप 2 आयु मिला के 1 कर लेते हैं। वो जो हमारा कैलकुलेशन है, हम 1 आयु को 1 ही आयु मानते हैं। कुल मिला के ऐसे दोराहे पे फंसे हुए हैं हम लोग कि ना हमको लगता है कि इससे काम चल रहा, ना टेक्नोलॉजी से काम चल रहा, दोनों तरफ से फंसे हुए हैं और सारी प्रॉब्लम यहीं आती है और यहीं से प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट होती है। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से हम लोगों ने बहुत बार अनुरोध किया कि आप लोग ऐप का इस्तेमाल करें। ऐप का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते हैं तो कम से कम डाटा तो पोर्टल पे भर दें, क्योंकि दोनों फैसिलिटीज आपको अवेलेबल हैं। अगर आप ऐप से करते हैं तो करिए, जितने सीसी आप नहीं कर पाते हैं उसकी एंट्री कर दीजिए। लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली न एंट्री हो रही है ज़्यादा। आज तक कंट्री में 5019 की एंट्री की गई है और 2,46,000 केवल सीसी किए गए हैं। इसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट की ज़रूरत है, इसके भी कुछ सॉल्यूशंस पे मैं आगे आऊँगा। CSC चैनल के कवरेज के बारे में था। आप जानते हैं कि ये कवरेज शुरू में बहुत कम था, बाद में बढ़ता गया, अब इस समय स्टेबलाइज हो गया है, जो कि बहुत फेवरेबल नहीं है। चीज़ों को आगे बढ़ते रहना चाहिए और स्टेबलाइज होने का केवल एक कारण है कि जो जिनके यहाँ से आते हैं वो सैचुरेट हो गए हैं और जिनके यहाँ से नहीं आते वो तैयार नहीं हैं लाने को। तो नए स्टेट जो हैं CSC चैनल को लाएं, क्योंकि जो बड़े स्टेट हैं वो CSC चैनल को नहीं ला रहे। इसके कारण क्या है कि इसका कवरेज अब बढ़ेगा नहीं जब तक कि नए स्टेट पिक्चर में नहीं आएंगे। महाराष्ट्र से हम लोग सोचते हैं सब कुछ आ जाए तो महाराष्ट्र अकेले क्या करेगा, बाकी स्टेट भी पिक्चर में आए। आप नीचे मैंने बिजनेस प्रोफाइल दिया है, काफ़ी ह्यूज बिजनेस आता है। CSC से करीब 600 करोड़ रुपए का ट्रांजेक्शन फार्मर ऑनलाइन करता है, फार्मर देता है पैसा। ये एक ह्यूज मनी है। फार्मर के पर्सपेक्टिव से एक बहुत बड़ी ह्यूज मनी है कि फार्मर 600 करोड़ रुपए खुद जाके देता है। ये पॉजिटिव सिग्नल है, लेकिन इसको बढ़ाने के लिए हमको स्टेट को आगे आना पड़ेगा और नए स्टेट को अपने यहाँ एवेन्यू तलाशने होंगे जिससे कि ये कवरेज बढ़े, नहीं तो ये सैचुरेशन लेवल पे खड़ा हो रहा है धीरे धीरे। कुछ फीचर्स के बारे में बात करेंगे। एक बड़ी शिकायत थी, महाराष्ट्र से बहुत ज़्यादा शिकायत आ रही थी क्योंकि BLE सबसे ज़्यादा वहीं इस्तेमाल करते हैं, कि जैसे ट्रांजेक्शन फेल हो जाते हैं तो मनी रिटर्न में बड़ी दिक्कत थी, क्योंकि हम रिकंसाइल करते थे तब तक उसकी मनी फंसी रहती थी और उस कारण से बड़ी शिकायतें आती थी और हमारे पास इतनी मैन पावर नहीं थी कि रोज़ रोज़ हम उसको रिकंसाइल कर सकें। तो हम लोगों ने एक नया फीचर दे दिया कि BLE को ही एम्पावर्ड कर दिया था सॉफ्टवेयर से कि वो अपनी मनी को अपने आप ले सकता है, उसमें हमारा कोई रोल नहीं था। इस फीचर के आने के बाद मेरा जहाँ तक मानना है BLE में कोई अब इशू मेरे साइड से नहीं रह गया जो मैं समझता हूँ, और महाराष्ट्र वगैरह इसको देख रहे होंगे। पिछले सीजन में कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई, क्योंकि मेरा हमेशा मानना रहा, हमारी मिनिस्ट्री का हमेशा मानना रहा कि यूजर को एम्पावर्ड करना चाहिए। सॉफ्टवेयर में हर चीज़ आप नहीं कर सकते, यूजर को ही सारे पावर देने चाहिए विद सम लिमिटेशंस एंड गाइडलाइंस। कुछ न्यू इनिशिएटिव थे। लैंड रिकॉर्ड इंटीग्रेशन उड़ीसा से हम लोगों ने पिछले बार किया था। मैं बता दूं बड़ा पेनफुल होता है, डरा नहीं रहा हूं, बता रहा हूं। जिस स्टेट के साथ हम करते हैं वो स्टेट पहली बार बड़ा परेशान होता है, और परेशानी के बहुत से रीजन हैं। परेशानी का रीजन टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, ज़मीनी सच्चाइयाँ कुछ अलग हैं जो दिखाई बाद में देती हैं जब लैंड रिकॉर्ड इंटीग्रेशन पे आते हैं। एक एक लैंड पार्सल पे सारे भाई लोनिंग ले लेते हैं, आप जानते हैं बड़ी नॉर्मल सी चीज़ है। बाकी इंश्योरेंस ले लेते हैं, लेकिन जब ऑनलाइन लैंड इंटीग्रेशन कर देते हैं सब चीज़ें ख़त्म हो जाती हैं। उड़ीसा ने आपकी बड़ा पेन सहा है इसमें, और महाराष्ट्र ने भी सहा था, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र के लैंड प्रोफाइल थोड़ा डिफरेंट है। महाराष्ट्र में लैंड डिविजन्स हो चुके हैं। महाराष्ट्र में मैंने देखा कि 90% लैंड डिवीजन एक इंडिविजुअल के नाम पे है, लेकिन उड़ीसा में लैंड डिवीजन नहीं हुए। उड़ीसा में एक लैंड पे जाएंगे तो 8 नाम मिलेंगे आपको, 5 नाम मिलेंगे, 6 नाम मिलेंगे। अब होता क्या है कि पहले क्या होता था कि 6 के 6 लोन भी लेते हैं उसी कागज़ पे, और 6 के 6 इंश्योरेंस भी कराते थे। जब हम लोगों ने 6 में से उसका हिस्से रोकने शुरू किए तो बड़ा हंगामा हुआ, और ये हंगामा लगभग सारे स्टेटों में होगा। लेकिन जो फैक्ट है वो सत्य है, वो फैक्ट ही रहेगा, और हमें इससे परेशान ना हो कि हमको लैंड रिकॉर्ड इंटीग्रेशन की तरफ बढ़ना चाहिए, क्योंकि ACF वगैरह की सारी दिक्कतें बिल्कुल तो नहीं खत्म होंगी, लेकिन 30-40% एसीएफ खत्म हो जाएगा इससे। केवल यही रहेगा जो फार्मर लोन लेते हैं वही प्रॉब्लम, डबल इंश्योरेंस की प्रॉब्लम खत्म हो जाएगी, एसीएफ काफ़ी हद तक कम हो जाएगा। इसमें कुछ इशूज हैं, जैसे कि आप लोग जानते हैं कि हम लोगों के बड़े नाम होते हैं, एक अकाउंट में कोई नाम होता है, आधार में कोई नाम होता है, लैंड में तीसरा नाम होता है, बड़ा जनरल सा अपने कंट्री में है। तो 2 नाम तो हमने सॉफ्टवेयर में संभाल लिए थे, हम 2 नाम लेते हैं, एक बैंक का नाम लेते हैं, फिर एक आधार का नाम लेते हैं, दोनों के बीच हमने फार्मूले लगा रखे हैं। तीसरा नाम भी आ गया अब, जो कि रीजनल लैंग्वेज में है, इसको हमको किसी तरह के सॉल्व करना है, क्योंकि कंपनी के लिए पेनफुल काम हो जाता है कि हम अभी क्या करते हैं, हम लैंड उठाते हैं, दोनों नाम देते हैं, तीसरा नाम मान लीजिए कि मराठी में दे दिया या उड़िया में दे दिया, तो उसको फिर क्या करता है कंपनी, उसको बैक एंड से पूरा कन्वर्ट करती है, फिर मैच करती है। इस प्रोसेस को भी हम लोगों को ऑनलाइन करना चाहिए, इस पे हम लोग विचार कर रहे हैं, जल्दी इस पे काम करने वाले हैं कि हम लोग इसको ऑनलाइन ही कर दें, जिससे कि कंपनी की ये प्रॉब्लम भी सॉल्व हो जाए। इसके कुछ स्क्रीनशॉट हैं जिसका ज़्यादा महत्व नहीं है, मैं सिर्फ ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि हम लोग कैसे लैंड इंटीग्रेशन करते हैं। एक बहुत पुरानी शिकायत है कि पूरी पोर्टल में क्लेम की इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं रहती, और ये शिकायत बहुत जेन्युइन शिकायत भी है। हम लोग बहुत दिन से विचार कर रहे थे कि क्लेम की इंफॉर्मेशन को लाया जाए। अब आप कहेंगे कि कैलकुलेशन करने में क्या आप क्लेम कैलकुलेट क्यों नहीं कर देते, तो उस पर तो अभी बाद में आऊँगा कि क्यों नहीं कर सकते हैं, क्या दिक्कतें आती हैं। हम लोगों ने कुछ फैसले लिए इसमें ये कहा कि खरीफ 18 तक के जितने क्लेम होंगे सारी कंपनियां अपलोड करेंगी, और खरीफ 18 के बाद जो होगा, खरीफ 18 से हम सारा कैलकुलेशन ऑनलाइन करेंगे। अब ऑनलाइन करेंगे तो ऑब्वियस है हमको AY/TY चाहिए होगी, तो उसका हमने सॉफ्टवेयर हम लोगों ने प्रिपेयर कर लिया है और जल्दी ही लॉन्च करने वाले हैं। पहला पार्ट हम लोग लॉन्च कर चुके हैं जिसमें हमको डाटा चाहिए, सेकंड पार्ट पे हम काम कर रहे हैं, 10-15 दिन के अंदर इसको भी हम लॉन्च कर देंगे, जिससे कि क्लेम हम लोग खुद ही कैलकुलेट करें। ये इसका स्क्रीनशॉट है, इसमें ज़्यादा नहीं जाएंगे, आगे चलते हैं। इसके ये रिजल्ट हैं। आज तक करीब 11 करोड़ पॉलिसी बनी थी अपने यहाँ से, और हमने 11 करोड़ का कंपनियों से हिसाब किताब मांगा था कि आप मेरे को बता दीजिए कि किस पॉलिसी के अंदर क्लेम है, किसके अंदर नहीं है। डेडलाइन दी थी, हमेशा टूट जाती है, वो भी टूट चुकी है, 1 महीने से ऊपर हो गया टूटे हुए। कंपनीज का परफॉर्मेंस किनारे रखा हुआ है, केवल ICICI लोम्बार्ड लगता है बिजनेस खत्म हो गया तो अच्छा काम कर दिया उसने, 97% डाटा उसने बता दिया कि क्या है क्या नहीं है। बाकी टाटा AIG ने 99% अपलोड कर दिया, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारी ही एप्लीकेशन उठा के हमको ही वापस कर दिया उन्होंने। टाटा AIG से कोई है नहीं, नो क्लेम में सारी एप्लीकेशन डाल के अपलोड कर दिया, तो वो 99 नहीं, बेसिकली 0 ही है। बाकी कंपनियां देख लें, हम फिर से क्लियर कर देते हैं, हम चाहते हैं कि फार्मर को हर चीज़ दिखाई दे, ट्रांसपेरेंसी अब आनी चाहिए। बहुत सालों से हम इन चीज़ों को पीछे रखते रहे, अब समय आ गया है कि फार्मर को हर चीज़ दिखाई जाए, और आप डाटा दे देंगे तो हम पूरी कैलकुलेशन फार्मर को दिखाएंगे कि आपका क्लेम कैलकुलेट कैसे होता है, आपके गांव में AY क्या था, आपकी आयु क्या थी, उसमें कितना यील्ड था, और आपका कैसे कैलकुलेशन होती है, इसकी हर चीज़ हम ऑनलाइन दिखाएंगे, जिससे कि फार्मर को कभी कन्फ्यूजन ना रहे कि पैसा कैसे कैलकुलेट होता है। लेकिन मेरा फिर से सारी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी से अनुरोध है कि आप लोग ये डाटा दे दें। हम ये मान के चलते हैं अगर आपने क्लेम दिया है तो आपके डाटाबेस में ये सब चीज़ें होंगी, लेकिन 2 महीने बीतने के बाद भी ये पोजीशन निकल के आती है, ये अच्छी चीज़ नहीं है। आप लोगों ने अपना अपना पढ़ लिया होगा, नाम लेना अच्छा नहीं है। आप लोग बाद में बाहर चल के कहते हैं सर नाम क्यों लिया मेरा। एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट जो पिछली बार हम लोगों ने लॉन्च किया था, इसकी भी बहुत नीड थी कि जो बैंक प्रीमियम देते हैं या इंटरमीडिएट प्रीमियम देते हैं उसको ऑनलाइन कर दिया जाए। हम हर पैसे को हम लोग अब धीरे धीरे ऑनलाइन कर रहे हैं, कोई चीज़ ऑफलाइन के बिल्कुल मूड में नहीं है और ना होनी चाहिए। पिछली बार हम लोगों ने लॉन्च किया, बैंकों ने बहुत सहयोग किया और मैं हमेशा बैंक की गलतियां बैंक करते हैं, लेकिन अगर बड़े प्रोस्पेक्टिव में देखा जाए तो बैंक अच्छा काम करते हैं, मैं यही कहूँगा बड़े प्रोस्पेक्टिव में। हाँ, थोड़ी बहुत दिक्कतें रहती हैं। बैंकों ने ह्यूज मनी ट्रांसफ़र हुई पोर्टल से, करीब 2036 करोड़ रुपए बैंकों ने ऑनलाइन ट्रांसफ़र किए। अब अंतिम फिगर जो है इसमें कंपनियों को देखना है। अभी भी जो है अंतिम वाली फिगर जो है उसका डाटा अभी भी मेरे को नहीं मिल रहा खरीद का। मैंने कई बार कहा कि ये कंपनी की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि अगर बैंक ने पैसा दिया है तो रिकंसाइल कराना आपका काम है, आप उसको कराइए। बैंक आइडेंटिफाइड है, पहला पैसा आपको मालूम है कहाँ से आया है, डाटा आपको मालूम है कहाँ से आया है, आपको ये भी मालूम है कि कहाँ पे गैप्स हैं, इसलिए आप लोगों को इस पे काम करना चाहिए। जो जबकि सारी पोर्टल बंद हो चुकी हैं, आप जानते हैं, इस पैसे का क्या होगा, क्या करेंगे, कैसे करेंगे, इस पे विचार करने की ज़रूरत है। और आगे के सीजन में मेरा कंपनियों से अनुरोध है कि पहले दिन से ही आप लोग देखा करेंगे, क्योंकि पैसा अब पहले आ जाता है और आप जानते हैं किसने पैसा दिया है। आप लोगों को चाहिए जो भी बैंक बसते हैं उनके यहाँ जाके आप उस काम को पूरा कराएं। हर चीज़ बैंक पे छोड़ देना भी बहुत अच्छी चीज़ नहीं है। एक और चीज़ लॉन्च किया था हम लोगों ने, क्रॉप लॉस फीचर ऐड किया था। ये बहुत डिमांड थी फार्मर्स की कि हम लोग कहाँ जाएं बताने के लिए कि मेरा लॉस हो गया। तो उसके लिए फिर हम लोगों ने ऐप लॉन्च किया था। ऐप पहले से था, उसमें एक फीचर ऐड किया था क्रॉप लॉस फीचर का। हम चाहते हैं कि आप लोग इसको एडवर्टाइजमेंट में वगैरह में देते रहें, जिससे कि फार्मर इसको जाने। पहले ये एक सीजन का डाटा है जो पिछले बार लॉन्च किया, काफ़ी 3,61,000 इंटीमेशन ऐप के थ्रू आए हैं। ये लॉन्चिंग के समय ही इतने इंटीमेशन आना शुरू हो गए, जिस पे कंपनीज ने काम किया है। काम करने का मतलब सिर्फ ये है कि उन्होंने पहला डाटा देखा है और उसमें से क्या एक्सेप्ट करना है, क्या नहीं करना है, उन्होंने देखा है। आगे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और इंश्योरेंस कंपनी मिलकर इस पे काम करती हैं। इसमें फार्मर अपनी एप्लीकेशन खुद खोज सकता है, सारे फीचर्स हैं, फीचर्स के अंदर मैं नहीं जाऊंगा। आगे हम क्या करने वाले हैं इस पे आते हैं। इसमें बहुत कुछ लिखा हुआ है, इसको पढ़ेंगे नहीं, आप ये जानते हैं कि क्या होना चाहिए। अवेयरनेस एक प्रॉब्लम है फार्मर के साथ। क्लेम इंटीमेशन एंड पे आउट्स के बारे में मैंने बता दिया कि जल्दी ही हम इसको लाने वाले हैं। एक ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट प्रॉब्लम है, जब तक हम ट्रांसपेरेंसी नहीं रखेंगे ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट हमेशा पिक्चर में रहेगा। आप क्लेम 0 रुपये दीजिए, लेकिन बता दीजिए कि 0 रुपये देते कैसे हैं। ग्रीवांस रिड्रेसल एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है और इस स्कीम में देखा जाए तो मिस ही कर जाता है। हमने बहुत सी कमेटियां बनाई हैं, लेकिन कमेटियों के पास कितना काम है ग्राउंड लेवल पे, ये एक मुद्दा है। दिक्कत क्या है कि हर चीज़ ग्रीवांस नहीं होती, कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन भी होती है। मैक्सिमम चीज़ें इन्फॉर्मेटिव होती हैं, जो फार्मर ढूंढता रहता है उसको मैं ग्रीवांस तो नहीं कहता। अगर मेरे को जानना है मेरा क्लेम कैसे मिला तो ये ग्रीवांस नहीं है। मेरे को जानना है कि मेरे क्लेम क्यों नहीं मिल रहा है, ये ग्रीवांस नहीं है, ये इन्फॉर्मेशन है। तो कॉल सेंटर की रिक्वायरमेंट इससे निकल के आती है, जो कि पूरे उस सिनेरियो में मिस करती है, जिसके लिए हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। इस पर मैं फर्दर एक स्लाइड है उसमें बताऊंगा। सेंट्रल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की आप इसमें जानते हैं कि लोकेशन हायरार्की एक प्रॉब्लम है। इस सब्जेक्ट के अंदर जाऊंगा नहीं, बड़ा कॉम्प्लेक्स सब्जेक्ट हो जाता है ये। एक्यूरेट डिस्क्रिपेंसी का सलूशन तो आप जानते हैं कि लैंड रिकॉर्ड से मेरा मानना है 50% चीज़ें सही हो जाती हैं। सीसी एक इशू है और स्कीम मॉनिटरिंग बहुत बड़ा इशू है। स्कीम मॉनिटरिंग इस समय ऐसा हो गया है जैसे लगता है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ही इसको ड्राइव कर रही है। ये स्कीम जो है स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को इसको ड्राइव करना चाहिए। जैसे सर ने कहा था कि अगर हम बृहस्पतिवार को मीटिंग लेते हैं तो आप मंगलवार को ले लीजिए, इसमें कोई बुराई नहीं है। हर चीज़ यहाँ से ड्राइव करना ये भी ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि हर चीज़ ड्राइव नहीं हो सकती यहाँ से। इस स्लाइड को मैं आगे बढ़ता हूँ। इसमें लोकेशन मास्टर में हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा हेडेक होता है, बताऊँ मैं ये, और डाटा डिस्क्रिपेंसी बहुत ज़्यादा होती है इसमें। मेरा आप लोगों से हमेशा हर कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये अनुरोध रहा है कि आप लोग जो भी हायरार्किकल चेंजेस होते हैं नोटिफिकेशन के पहले बता दीजिए। आप लोग क्या करते हैं, जब आपको बैंक वाला कहता है कि नहीं साहब ये वाला गांव यहाँ नहीं है, तो आप हमारे पास आ जाते हैं, और तब तक क्या होता है, बहुत सी पॉलिसी बन चुकी होती हैं, बैंक बैक एंड वर्क इतना बढ़ जाता है हमारा। इसलिए मेरा बार बार अनुरोध रहता है आप लोगों से कि आप लोग जब भी नोटिफिकेशन करें एक बार अपना लोकेशन सिस्टम को जरूर देख लें, अदरवाइज हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है ये। इसके लिए भी हम सॉफ्टवेयर का सोच रहे हैं, कुछ इस तरह का प्रोविजन करें जिससे चीजें बदल सकें, लेकिन वो कॉम्प्लेक्स सिनेरियो है। एक फ्यूचर में हमारा मानना है कि पीएफएमएस इंटीग्रेशन बहुत जरूरी है। इसमें दो चीजें इससे सॉल्व होती हैं। एक तो बैंकर जो चीजें पंच करते हैं उसकी क्वालिटी कई बार पुअर होती है, इसलिए जब क्लेम जाते हैं तो क्लेम हमेशा बैक हो जाते हैं, ये प्रॉब्लम रहती है। तो पीएफएमएस में एक फीचर है कि हम लोग अकाउंट को वेरीफाई कर सकते हैं, तो हम लोगों ने सोचा है कि सबसे पहले हम अकाउंट वेरीफाई करेंगे जो बैंक पंच करेगा। जो भी अकाउंट हमको नहीं मिलेंगे उसको बैंक को रिटर्न करेंगे, वो एडिट करेंगे, वो सही करेंगे। उसके बाद हम क्लेम कैलकुलेशन करेंगे A/TY के आधार पे, और डिजिटली साइन करते हुए इंश्योरेंस कंपनी उसी सिस्टम के थ्रू फार्मर के अकाउंट में पैसा ट्रांसफ़र करेंगी। ये मॉड्यूल जो है इस पे हम लोग विचार कर रहे हैं, इसकी चीज़ें बातचीत हो गई है, अब इसमें रिटर्न इसको हम लोगों को लिखना है और हम कोशिश करेंगे कि इसको जल्दी ही लॉन्च करें इस मॉड्यूल को। सुबह भी किसी ने ये मुद्दा उठाया था कि सब्सिडी का एक फ्रेमवर्क होना चाहिए। हम भी मानते हैं कि सब्सिडी जो है, जो अभी जो सिस्टम चल रहा है, जब तक चल गया तब तक चल गया। इंश्योरेंस कंपनी बताए कितनी सब्सिडी चाहिए और हम उसका कागज़ देख के कहें, वो भी ठीक नहीं है। जब डाटा हमारे पास है तो हम बताएंगे सब्सिडी कितनी देनी है। तो एक फ्रेमवर्क की बहुत ज़रूरत है और सारे पैसे को ऑनलाइन करने की ज़रूरत है। जो इंश्योरेंस कंपनी भी देती हैं, AIC हमारे बिहाफ में देती है, उसको भी ऑनलाइन करने की ज़रूरत है, जिससे कि फ्यूचर में भी ये चीज़ें रहें। हाँ, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का दिक्कत है, उसका ट्रेजरी सिस्टम है, हम लोग जानते हैं, लेकिन स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के लिए भी हम ट्रेजरी का सिस्टम में कुछ सॉफ्टवेयर बनाएंगे जिससे वो अपलोड कर सकें, जिससे कि परमानेंट रिकॉर्ड वहाँ पे रह सके। इसको हम जल्दी ही लॉन्च करने वाले हैं, अगले 10-15 दिन में इसको लॉन्च कर देंगे। ये स्लाइड मैं कई बार दिखा चुका हूँ और मेरा पर्सनली मानना है कि अब ये समय आ गया है कि इसको हम लोग लॉन्च करें, क्योंकि हर चीज़ ग्रीवांस नहीं है। फार्मर बहुत सी इन्फॉर्मेशन चाहता है जिसको हम कहीं से दे नहीं सकते हैं इस समय। ऐसा कोई ऑफिस नहीं है, कागज़ों में बहुत चीज़ें लिखी हुई हैं, लेकिन हर ऑफिसर के पास काम है, वो जवाब नहीं दे सकता, ये हम भी समझते हैं। नीड है कि किसान कॉल सेंटर जो है उसका यूटिलाइजेशन किया जाए, उसमें हम एक सॉफ्टवेयर बनाएं जिसमें कि हर चीज़ उसको दिखाई दे, एक प्लेटफॉर्म दे दें जिससे सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन फार्मर को एक नंबर से मिलती रहे। इस पे भी हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, इसको भी हमारा प्रयास रहेगा कि जल्दी से जल्दी इसको लॉन्च करें, जिससे कि ये ग्रीवांस जो है फार्मर की इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं मिलती, ये सॉल्व हो सके। कुछ चीज़ें और करने वाले हैं हम लोग इसमें। CC ऐप में रीवैम्प करने की आवश्यकता आ गई है, क्योंकि स्मार्ट सैम्पलिंग जब से आ गई, हमारा ऐप स्मार्ट सैम्पलिंग को सपोर्ट नहीं करता है। स्मार्ट सैम्पलिंग में जियो कोऑर्डिनेट के ऊपर सब कुछ होता है और हमारा जो है हायरार्किकल सिस्टम पे चलता है इस समय। इसलिए हम लोग इसका एक नया वर्जन भी लॉन्च करने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं और उस पर काम भी कर रहे हैं, जिससे कि स्मार्ट सैम्पलिंग के CC भी ऐप के थ्रू किए जा सकें। सेकंड जो है इंटरमीडिएट मोबाइल ऐप, इसकी नीड है। हम लोग CSC पे बहुत ज़्यादा डिपेंडेंट हो चुके हैं, हमको नए एवेन्यू तलाशने चाहिए। इंश्योरेंस कंपनी, इसके 2 रास्ते हैं, मैं सर से बात भी करूंगा। इसमें 2 रास्ते हैं। एक तो रास्ता है कि हम एक ऐप हम बना दें जिससे कि कंपनियां नॉन लोनी फार्मर्स को लाएं। दूसरा है कि हम API बना दें जो इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को दे दें और वो अपने हिसाब से चीज़ों को बना लें। क्योंकि अब थोड़ा लगने लगा है कि इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को हमको API देना शुरू कर देना चाहिए, जिससे इंश्योरेंस कंपनी अपने प्लेटफॉर्म को खड़ा कर सकें। सब कुछ अपने ऊपर लेके वो ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि कस्टमाइजेशन आप, हाँ, अगर हम API देंगे तो आप कस्टमाइजेशन कर सकते हैं, अगर API नहीं देंगे और हमारे ऊपर डिपेंडेंट रहेंगे तो आप कस्टमाइज नहीं कर सकते। इसलिए बेटर है कि मैं सर से बात करूंगा कि हम लोग API देने के बारे में विचार करें और हर कंपनी अपना अपना ऐप बना सकती है। सॉफ्टवेयर डाटा हमारा इस्तेमाल करेगी, API हमारा इस्तेमाल करेगी, फ्रंट एंड उसका होगा। गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी से इंटीग्रेशन MNCFC और IMD से करने की आवश्यकता है। इतने सालों के बाद अगर सच पूछिए तो WBCIS हमसे तो छूटा ही रहा हमेशा। WBCIS में केवल डाटा हम कैप्चर करते हैं। अभी भी हमारे पास हमने कोई प्लान नहीं बनाया जिससे कि इनकी टर्म शीट वगैरह हम इंटीग्रेट कर सकें, वेदर पैरामीटर हमेशा निकाल सकें और क्लेम कैलकुलेट कर सकें। एक ऐसा काम है, इसको करने की आवश्यकता है। इस पे भी हम लोगों के उसमें हैं, इसको करेंगे। ब्लॉकचेन सिस्टम, हम चाहते हैं कि इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के साथ ब्लॉकचेन हो, क्योंकि इसमें क्यों ज़रूरत है, ब्लॉकचेन क्यों होना चाहिए, इसमें नहीं जाऊंगा, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम है और हम लोग चाहते हैं कि हम इसको इंश्योरेंस कंपनी और जो एनसिप के बीच में ब्लॉकचेन सिस्टम लगा दिया जाए। कुछ एड ऑन कवरेज का है, डिफरेंशियल प्रीमियम का है, ये सब सॉफ्टवेयर पे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। उम्मीद करते हैं कि हर बार कुछ ना कुछ हर सीजन में करते हैं, अगले सीजन में मिलेंगे तो कुछ नया लेके ज़रूर मिलेंगे, क्योंकि हर सीजन में हम कुछ ना कुछ ज़रूर लॉन्च करते हैं। स्पीड जरूर हमारी स्लो है, लेकिन इतने बड़े कंट्री को साथ लेके चलना भी बड़ा मुश्किल काम होता है, इसलिए थोड़ा स्पीड स्लो हो जाती है। लेकिन फिर भी उम्मीद करते हैं कि इसमें से जितनी चीज़ें मैंने बताई उसमें से कुछ चीज़ें हम कर सकें। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद गजेंद्र जी। आपसे अनुरोध है कि आप मंच पर ही रुकें हमारे अगली पैनल चर्चा के मॉडरेशन के लिए। सर ठीक है, हिंदी। All right, ladies and gentlemen, for our next panel discussion, Shri Gajendra Singh ji will be moderating it, and the topic for the discussion is NCIP End-to-End Digital Solutions, Perspective of Different Stakeholders. And I'd like to invite our panelists on the stage, Shri Akash Deep, Commissioner and Director Agriculture, Government of Assam, Shri Ajay Sharma ji, Joint Director Agriculture, Uttarakhand, Shri Uday Deshmukh ji, Chief Statistician, Government of Maharashtra, Dr. Om Prakash, Commissioner, Agriculture, Government of Rajasthan, Shri Vibhas Kumar, Manager, CSC, Shri Vishal Gulati, Manager, AIC, Shri Azad Mishra ji, Vice President, HDFC Ergo, Shri Milan Maheshwari, National Head, Reliance General Insurance, Shri B. Sudarsanu Samu, AGM, Bank of Baroda, and Shri Jaina and Shri Bahera, SLBC Orissa. Some of these panelists are going to be joining us virtually. I would also like to invite Ms. Vasuki, Director Agri, Government of Kerala. Ladies and gentlemen, post this panel discussion, we are going to get into the breakaway sessions that you have been waiting for. Once again, you will have to do a fresh login on PMFBY All the details have been sent to your WhatsApp groups on your email addresses, and the same will also be displayed on the screens post this panel discussion. Thank you.
अजी ना हम क्या बोलेंगे, तुम लोग बताओ क्या चाहते हो। हाँ, स्टार्ट करें। हाँ, मैंने जितना भाषण देना था दे लिया था। ये हमारा प्रोस्पेक्टिव था कि हम चाहते क्या हैं। दिक्कत क्या है कि जैसे कोई जो बच्चा रोता है उसकी हम सुन लेते हैं, हमारी ये दशा वही है बिल्कुल। जो स्टेट कहता है ये खराब है ये खराब, उसको जल्दी से बना देते हैं। लेकिन पोजीशन ये है कि हम कभी ये जान नहीं पाते कि और लोग क्या सोचते हैं। जो ये मुद्दा रखा गया है कि और लोगों को क्या लगता है कि इस पोर्टल में ऐसा होना चाहिए कि ये फीचर होना चाहिए, हमारे हिसाब से ये होना चाहिए जो हम सोचते हैं इस लेवल पे आके, इसलिए इस सेशन को रखा गया है। मैं चाहता हूँ कि पहले स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से स्टार्ट करें कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट क्या सोचती हैं इसके बारे में और क्या चाहती हैं, इसमें कोई नई फीचर चाहती हैं। उसके बाद बैंकर की तरफ चलेंगे, फिर एट लास्ट इंश्योरेंस कंपनी की तरफ से करेंगे। मैडम आप स्टार्ट करें।
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity and thanks, Bhutani sir, for such a wonderful arrangements today. Sir, so for your question, as far as the portal is concerned, so it's fairly a good portal. That's the primary feedback that we would like to give. And regarding the speed, you already mentioned, thoda slow hai. So we had issues regarding that, and thanks to Bhutani sir, then it was opened again and we were able to do the data entry. And then one feature that we would like some change is that an option for refund, because when there are some wrong payments that happen, which cannot be avoided all the time, so the refund option takes a very long time. So if that can be made quicker, then that will be nice. So that's my primary feedback. Thank you.
मैडम रिफंड किसका, सीएससी का कि बैंकर्स का?
ये सीएससी का जो
सीएससी का वैसे हम लोगों ने नया फीचर कर दिया है, फिर से हम देख लेते हैं उसको। उस फीचर में ये शामिल है। बैंकर को भी प्रॉब्लम है इसमें, उनका भी रिफंड बड़ा लेट आता है, वो पे ऑफ हमारा सर्विस में थोड़ा दिक्कत है। ठीक है मैडम। हाँ आसाम।
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank Bhutani sir for inviting us and giving us an opportunity to say a few things regarding PMFBY, to listen to the expert opinion on this is very important scheme, and to also listen to the fellow states. As far as Assam is concerned, we are really grappling with the scheme in a sense that we have, even though we have started, but we are dealing with the real actual problems on the ground. Well, portal is another aspect of that story. If I limit myself to the portal, then I'll say most of the things which you are already covering and which you plan to cover is like more than enough for us as of now. But there are 2-3 specific issues as far as Assam is concerned. Assam is a state which is having a normal kind of revenue system, as well as there are tribal areas also, tribal councils. So the hierarchy in those areas where there are tribal councils is slightly different than those areas where it is not. So I would like to request, if that can be allowed, means a multiple hierarchical system may be allowed in the portal. If it is possible, then it will be good for us. Secondly, Assam is also a state where the state government has decided that not even a single penny, except maybe 1 rupee, will be borne out of the farmer share for the premium side. And whatever is the farmer share also will be it will be borne out of the state exchequer. So that arrangement, if that can also be reflected, maybe for Assam is a specific thing, it will be much easier for us, because I faced little issue in paying premium to insurance companies when I joined, because the figures which was being shown or reflected in the portal was different than what they were claiming. In fact, they were claiming less, not more. What was reflected in the portal? But I couldn't understand what is the reason. In fact, I have spoken to you on this also, sir. So later on, we dwelled on that. We found out that these were the reasons कि इस वजह से ऐसा हो रहा है. बाकी as far as digitization is concerned, whatever you digitize will be good. I mean, I have nothing to say, because जितने process आप उसको integrate कर लेंगे, starting from enrollment as well as to the final claim settlement, जितने steps involved हैं आप involve करेंगे. Assam की तरफ से I am there. हम पूरा आपको कोशिश करेंगे, जितना हमारे पास में आप सहयोग हम आपको दे सकते हैं दें. और क्रॉप कटिंग एक इशू है जो उसमें पता नहीं कितना वो आ पाएगा. क्रॉप कटिंग में सर ने हमें डायरेक्ट किया है कि वी शुड इन्वॉल्व सम थर्ड पार्टीज एजेंसीज ऑल्सो, विच वी आर वर्किंग ऑन इट. होपफुली इट विल बी डन सून, एंड सो दैट आवर जो उसका जो एवरेज यील्ड है, जो क्लेम सेटलमेंट है, उसमें हमारे लिए थोड़ी सी आसानी हो सके। एक पॉइंट और था, इट जस्ट स्लिप्ड आउट ऑफ माई माइंड, एज एंड व्हेन आई रिमेंबर आई विल जस्ट, इफ यू अलाउ मी, आई विल इंटरप्ट एंड से दैट। थैंक यू सर।
सर मल्टीपल हायरार्की को हम सपोर्ट करते हैं। दिक्कत क्या है कि आपकी प्रॉब्लम मैं समझता हूँ कि आपके यहाँ ऐसा सिस्टम है कि बहुत सी चीज़ों को मिला के आप बना देते हैं। इस पर हम लोग बैठ के बात करेंगे, हम लोग क्या सलूशन निकाल सकते हैं। जहाँ तक रहा कि दूसरा प्रॉब्लम कि 1 रुपये का प्रॉब्लम हम सॉल्व क्यों नहीं कर पाए, उसके बड़े रीज़न थे। आपने एक कंडीशन और साथ में लगा दी थी कि इतने एरिया के बाद 1 रुपये देंगे। कौन पहले आएगा ये तो सॉफ्टवेयर जानता ही नहीं है कि पैसा लेके कौन बैठा है, इसलिए बहुत दिन तक फंसा रहा वो मामला। हम लोग इसमें भी एक बार हम आपसे डिस्कशन करना चाहेंगे कि इसको लॉन्च करते वक्त कुछ चीज़ों को टेक्नोलॉजी में देख लेना चाहिए कि ये फिजिबिलिटी कितनी है इसकी। जैसे आप कहेंगे कि पहले जो आएगा मैं उसको दे दूंगा, अब पहले तो वही होगा सर जो पैसा लेके बैठा है, जो डाटा लेके बैठा है वो नहीं है पहला वो है जो पैसा लेके बैठा है। तो उसमें क्या है, लिटिगेशंस हो सकते हैं, इसलिए इस पर हम लोग विचार कर लेंगे। हम आपसे बात करेंगे इस पे। उत्तराखंड वर्चुअली है, उत्तराखंड से अजय शर्मा जी। अजय शर्मा जी, आप मेरे को सुन पा रहे हैं? ठीक है, आगे चलते हैं। महाराष्ट्र।
सबसे पहले तो आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू
माइक नहीं आवाज आ रही है आपकी। अभी भी नहीं आ रही ना? आ रही है? नहीं आ रही। माइक गड़बड़ तो आप यहाँ आ जाइए, यहाँ से बोल दीजिए।
सर एक तो सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हमने रिलीजियसली एनसीईआरटी को अडॉप्ट किया है और इससे हमारी दिक्कत बहुत कम हुई है, क्योंकि अभी ये ऑलमोस्ट 2020 का खरीफ से हम देख रहे हैं कि हम लोग अभी काफ़ी सुकून की नींद पाते हैं, क्योंकि बहुत सारा जो डाटाबेस या डाटा रिक्वायरमेंट्स होती है और जो बहुत सारे ये इश्यूज़ है इम्प्लीमेंटेशन लेवल के, कि जैसा कि हमने देखा कि सीएससी का एनरोलमेंट हो कि हाईएस्ट हम लोग है, उसमें लॉस इंटीमेशन का अभी आपने जो स्लाइड दिखाया है कि आउट ऑफ 3,65,000 3.55 लॉस इंटीमेशंस केम फ्रॉम महाराष्ट्र अलोन, क्योंकि इसमें आईसी का भी बहुत सारा हाथ है। और दूसरा कि जो महाराष्ट्र हमको सिखाता है इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में, जो हम लोग इम्प्रूवमेंट एनसीईआरटी में कर पा रहे हैं, कि जैसा कि एक बार कोडिंग का जो है कि अभी हम लोगों को आपके पास डाटा भेजने की ज़रूरत पड़ती नहीं, मेरा आदमी वहाँ पे एप्लीकेशन आईडी डाल के या बार कोड से दिखाता है, या उस पर जो हम आईसी करने जा रहे हैं उससे रियल टाइम में हम लोग पकड़ पाते हैं कि फार्मर को पकड़ पाता है कि ये रिसिप्ट गलत है, ये रिसिप्ट फर्जी है। और इसमें जो दिक्कतें पीछे आ रही थी तो वो इवेंचुअली सीजन आफ्टर सीजन इसमें बहुत सारी कमी आ रही है सर। दूसरा कि क्लेम सेटलमेंट का हमने जो देखा सर कि सबसे पहले सबसे ज़्यादा क्लेम सेटलमेंट महाराष्ट्र ने एनसीईआरटी के डीबीटी पोर्टल थ्रू किया, डीबीटी से किया कि लास्ट ईयर अभी खरीफ 20 में एआईसी का बहुत सारा रिजर्वेशंस था कि ऑलमोस्ट ये लॉकडाउन के पहले का टाइम था, फरवरी का टाइम, फरवरी 20 के दरमियान, कि 5,400 करोड़ उनके रिजर्वेशंस होते कि लास्ट एनसीईआरटी का जो सिस्टम था कि हम लोग बैंक्स में जमा कर देते और बैंक पुश करेगा, फार्मर के अकाउंट में क्रेडिट करेगा। फिर वो हमने देखा है कि डिस्चार्ज वाउचर्स का इतना बड़ा इशू लॉन्ग पेंडिंग है कि डिस्चार्ज वाउचर्स का हम अभी तक वो रिकन्सिलेशन कर नहीं पा रहे। लेकिन लास्ट सीजन में सर शॉर्टेस्ट पॉसिबल पीरियड में कि ऑलमोस्ट 1 वीक में हमने 5,400 करोड़ का क्लेम थ्रू डीबीटी दिया, और सिर्फ एनसीईआरटी के वजह से ये पॉसिबल हुआ है। उसके बाद में सर अभी हम लोग राइट ट्रैक पे है, हम लोगों का डिस्कशंस काफ़ी कंटिन्यूसली हम लोगों का डिस्कशंस होते रहता है कि बहुत सारे जो चैलेंजेस हम लोगों के पास है सर। इसमें सबसे पहला है कि क्लेम का जो हम बोल रहे हैं कि एंड टू एंड अभी उस पर काम कर रहे हैं कि ईल्ड मॉडलिंग जो है, ईल्ड मॉडलिंग हम स्टार्ट से कर रहे हैं। जो हमने ईल्ड मैपिंग जो किया है 2 या 3 सीजन से हम कर रहे हैं। अभी आपने दिखाया है कि ऑलमोस्ट ऑल आपके डैशबोर्ड्स और बाकी इंटरफेस तैयार हुए। अगर वो वर्कआउट हो जाता है तो ये जो ग्रीवेंसेस होती है तो ये क्लेम के बारे में जो इश्यूज है तो वो इमीडिएटली सेटल हो जाएंगे। और आप जो बोल रहे हैं कि ब्लॉकचेन का, तो इससे जो ट्रेसेबिलिटी का जो इशू है वो भी रिजॉल्व हो जाएगा, क्योंकि अभी होता है कि इशू से रिमाइंडर के ऊपर रिमाइंडर आते हैं कि यू शुड start auditing the delay in claims और पेनल्टी इंटरेस्ट, लेकिन जहां तक ट्रेसेबिलिटी अब तक आती नहीं। तो ठीक है, हम लोगों को यील्ड कब दिया पता है, स्टेट का सब्सिडी कब दिया पता है, लेकिन सेंट्रल का सब्सिडी कब गया है, क्लेम्स कब गया है, इसका कोई नॉलेज स्टेट के पास नहीं है। और फिर ये पेनल्टी हम वर्कआउट करें तो कैसे, तक कभी कभी मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि टीएसयू एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रोल में जा रहा है। हालांकि उन्होंने कुछ ऐसा वर्क प्रोसेस डेवलप करना चाहिए कि स्टेट ने ये पेनल्टी वर्कआउट कैसे करनी है। तो ये शायद आपका जो मॉड्यूल वर्कआउट होगा तो उससे ये हम लोग कर पाएंगे कि पेनल्टी पेमेंट्स वगैरह या पेनल्टीज जो हम लोगों को ये करनी है तो वो भी कर पाएंगे हम लोग। दूसरा सर, जो मेजर इश्यूज जो है कि ये कुछ छोटी छोटी चीज़ें रह जाए कि कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन ऐसी भी लगती है कि हम लोग स्मार्ट कार्ड वगैरह जैसा हम लोग सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट में पहले कभी काम करते थे तो वहाँ पे कुछ स्मार्ट कार्ड हम एटीएम सर के बनाए थे कि एक फार्मर ने लास्ट 3 सीजन में प्रोक्योरमेंट सेंटर पे कितना फूड ग्रेन लाया है, उसका कितना प्रोक्योरमेंट हुआ है, उसका क्लेम्स उसका सेटलमेंट कितना हुआ है, अमाउंट कब क्रेडिट हुई है, कितनी हुई है, इस तरह के स्मार्ट कार्ड हम फार्मर्स को दिया करते थे। तो वैसे स्मार्ट कार्ड्स तो नहीं है, लेकिन पोर्टल बेसिस पे एक फार्मर का कवरेज कितना होता है या उसका कवरेज कितना हुआ है, उसको क्लेम कितना सेटल हुआ है, ये भी हिस्टोरिकल डाटा अगर आप कर पाते हैं, स्मार्ट कार्ड नहीं लेकिन पोर्टल के थ्रू, तो ये एक अच्छा फैसिलिटी हो जाएगा। फिर सर एक दूसरा जो है कि आपने सही बताया है कि आरडब्ल्यूबीसीएस में एनसीआईपी पोर्टल पे एनरोलमेंट के सिवा कुछ भी काम नहीं हुआ है। जो काम हुआ है वो भी इनकम्प्लीट हुआ है। जैसा आपने बताया कि एड ऑन जो है, एड ऑन कवरेज हम लोग कैप्चर नहीं कर पाते एनसीआईपी में, और ये एक थोड़ा ग्रे एरिया है कि कितना एक्चुअल एनरोलमेंट हुआ है, उसका प्रीमियम कितना आया है। ये सर इसकी थोड़ा सा ट्रांसपेरेंसी का इशू अभी भी थोड़ा इशू है, क्योंकि इसमें सेंट्रल की सब्सिडी जाती नहीं है। फिर स्टेट का वेरिफिकेशन करने में दिक्कत आती है कि वी हैव टू डिपेंड ऑन दिस इंश्योरेंस डिक्लेरेशंस जो एनसीआईपी का तरीके से था, तो वही बेसिस पे हम लोगों को करना पड़ रहा है। तो वो थोड़ा सा सर प्रायोरिटाइज करना पड़ेगा। इसमें भी सिंपल मॉड्यूल्स हमने जो कंसेप्शलाइज की है कि एडब्ल्यूएस नोटिफिकेशन हमने करना है, तो एडब्ल्यूएस नोटिफिकेशन का मॉड्यूल हमारा अभी तक क्लेरिफाई नहीं हुआ है सर, वो भी प्रायोरिटाइज करें, क्योंकि एमएनसीएफसी को हमने एडब्ल्यूएस की लोकेशंस दे के अभी 3 साल के ऊपर टाइम हुआ है सर, लेकिन इसका जो हम लोगों को मैपिंग करना था वो मैपिंग आज तक नहीं हुआ है। तो इससे बहुत सारी आजकल जो ग्रीवेंसेस आते हैं एडब्ल्यूएस के बारे में, ये चीज़ें जो मैपिंग का इशू है तो ये प्रायोरिटाइज करना चाहिए सर। दूसरा सीसीए के जो एंड टू एंड सॉल्यूशंस है सर, कि अभी आपने तो किया है ट्रेनिंग वगैरह का पार्ट, या वो जो इंटीग्रेशन हुआ था कि एमएनसीएफसी का और बाकी जो एस्टिमेशन से, अभी सुबह हमने मूर्ति सर का जो प्रेजेंटेशन देखा है कि महाएग्रीटेक प्रोजेक्ट हमारा बहुत सारा डाटाबेस किया है सर हमने। जैसा निवृत्ति के साथ जो हमारा पीपीपी आईडी में प्रोजेक्ट हुआ था कि वो 1983 से 2013 तक उन्होंने विलेज वाइज सैटेलाइट ये वेदर डाटा कलेक्ट किया है। वैसा सर अभी रिसेंटली हमने महाएग्रीटेक प्रोजेक्ट में 44,000 विलेजेस का विलेज वाइज ऑर्चर्ड मैपिंग किया है, और जो एनरोलमेंट के साथ अगर हम उसके लेयर्स हम अभी दिए हैं, कुछ ये प्रोसेस हमने डेवलप की है, तो इसमें हम लोग जो अभी एसीएफ जैसा हम लोग पीएमएफबीवाई पे देखते हैं, तो वैसा यहाँ पे नॉन इंश्योरेबल इंटरेस्ट जो सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है कि आपका जो प्रीमियम सब्सिडी का ऑप्टिमाइजेशन जो होगा, तो टर्म शीट के साथ साथ ये आपका ऑप्टिमाइजेशन जो प्रीमियम सब्सिडी का है वो आपका ये एरिया जो है उसका वेरिफिकेशन से या उसका प्रॉपर मैपिंग से होगा। और ये मॉड्यूल सर इसका इंटीग्रेशन भी हम लोगों को सोचना पड़ेगा कि ये किस तरीके से हम लोग हमारा जो विलेज मैपिंग या बाकी एरिया एस्टिमेशन है पीएमएफबीवाई का वो इंटीग्रेट करें, तो ये एक प्रॉपर और बहुत अच्छा एक सोल्यूशन हम लोग दे पाएंगे सर। बाकी हम लोगों का जो आपने तो वो पकड़ ही लिया है कि सेंट्रलाइज ग्रीवेंस रिट्रेसल सिस्टम है या सेंट्रलाइज टोल फ्री नंबर है, उसके डैशबोर्ड्स है, ये भी करने की जरूरत है सर। कृषि ऋण का पोर्टल अपना चल ही रहा है, तो कृषि ऋण पोर्टल का एनसीआईपी के साथ अगर इंटीग्रेशन हो जाता है तो सर ये जीआईएस बेस आपका ऑर्चर्ड मैपिंग या ये जो चीज़ें है तो ये भी हम लोगों का प्रॉपर हो सकेगा। और इसके साथ साथ सर इसका सबसे बड़ा बेनिफिट जो होगा कि एरर एंड ओमिशन की जो केसेस हमारी बैंक्स पे आती है, तो वो इससे हम लोग उसको आसानी कर सकेंगे कि रियल टाइम में डाटा अपलोडिंग हो जाएगा लोन अप्रूवल के टाइम में। तो ये चीज़ें सर प्रायोरिटाइज करना चाहिए, और हम तो साथ में काम कर ही रहे हैं, आगे भी अच्छा काम करेंगे और अच्छा सॉल्यूशंस भी लेके आएंगे। और ये डेफिनेटली हम लोगों के बेनिफिशियल है कि हम लोग बहुत अभी सर से भी बात अभी सुबह कर रहे थे कि पोर्टल जो अभी बहुत तगड़ा हो रहा है, तो इससे बहुत आसानी हो रही है और एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी लेवल भी बहुत अच्छी बढ़ रही है सर। चाहे वैसा डाटा हम लोग एक्सट्रैक्ट पर कर पाते हैं, जो रिक्वायरमेंट्स होती है एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की पॉलिसी डिसीजंस के लिए, वो भी इसमें हम लोग अच्छी तरह से क्वालिफाई कर पाते हैं और थोड़ा सुकून आ रहा है पोर्टल की वजह से। तो थैंक यू सर।
आप सही कह रहे हैं कि WBCIS में हम लोगों को देखने की ज़रूरत है। फार्मर का प्रोफाइल के बारे में आप कह रहे थे, अच्छा विचार है, इस पर विचार किया जा सकता है कि एक फार्मर हर सीजन का अपना सब कुछ देख सके, उसका एक प्रोफाइलिंग हो जाए। आधार बेस्ड सिस्टम अब काफ़ी मजबूत हो चुका है, हम लोग रेशियो 1.1 के आसपास पहुंच गए हैं, अब ये बनाया जा सकता है।
सर एक पॉइंट मेरे को एक बोलना था कि हम लोग अभी PMFBY का ऑडिट किए सर। PMFBY का ऑडिट में हम खरीफ 16 से किया, अभी रबी 18 तक हम ऑडिट आए, जिसमें AY-TY का बहुत सारा एरर्स आ जाता है और कंपनी अभी सेटल भी कर रही है। वैसा WBCIS का भी ऑडिट करने की बहुत सारी ज़रूरत है सर। WBCIS का एक सिंपल मॉडल्स हमने बनाया एक्सेल बेस, तो वो एक दूसरी भी ज़रूरत होती है कि टर्म शीट जब हम बनाते हैं तो टर्म शीट में प्रोबेबिलिटीज रिक्वायरमेंट की एक सबसे बड़ी चीज़ होती है सर कि हिस्टोरिकल डाटा 30 ईयर्स, 20 ईयर्स, 10 ईयर्स, ये डाटा अगर हम इस पे डाटा हमारे पास रहे तो हम लोग जो प्रोबेबिलिटीज़ होती है टर्म शीट की, तो प्रोबेबिलिटीज़ इसमें वर्कआउट हो सकती है। एक सिंपल एप्लीकेशन हमने बनाया है रिसेंटली, वो बहुत कोई बड़ी चीज़ नहीं है क्योंकि डाटाबेस तो हमारे पास है, तो वो भी अगर इंटीग्रेट होती तो ये फैसिलिटी भी हो जाती है सर। एक फुल फ्लेज RWBCIS का मॉड्यूल करने की जरूरत है, इसमें SRS की जरूरत है सर।
थैंक यू। ओम प्रकाश सर राजस्थान से होंगे वर्चुअली।
सर गुड आफ्टरनून सर।
हाँ आवाज मिल रही है।
Am I audible सर?
हाँ आवाज मिल रही है
सर। थैंक यू सर। सर मोस्ट ऑफ द पॉइंट्स जो है वो देशमुख साहब ने कवर किए हैं सर। तो पिछले सर महीने से 1.5 ईयर से सर ये फसल बीमा को देख ही रहा हूँ सर, तो काफी चेंजेस जैसे आप कह रहे हैं हर साल हर सीजन में यू आर एडिंग समथिंग न्यू और lot of sir information is available start from registration number of farmers are registered or the how many policies has been generated or how many policies has been approved with the insurance company और सर क्लेम के स्टेटस वगैरह सर काफी मतलब मिल रहा है। lot of information is available sir. Farmer now they can file their grievances online also. Sir, some few small suggestions, although most of things are having covered by Jason sir, few small suggestions sir. When we are going for this village mapping or village master sir, sometimes what happens is the actual information related to the villages are not available on the portal because some corrections are there, so sometimes village name is not correct or village code is not correct or for some you can say that the tehsil has been changed, a new tehsil has been created. So every time we have to approach your team. So I think sir these kind of things can be given to the state and they can make the local corrections, so time can be saved and when the policy is being generated sir, so it will help the banks also that it can be done sir very smoothly. That is one part. Secondly sir, कई बार जैसे हम लोग एक विलेज के मतलब कौन कौन फार्मर है उनका किसका कितना सर इंश्योरेंस हुआ है, जब हम ये चीज सर डाउनलोड करना चाहते हैं तो हमें पूरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट का सर मास्टर है वो डाउनलोड करना पड़ता है। करीबन सर एक ही पे मतलब एक रिपोर्ट में सर 50,000 के आसपास सर डाटा आते हैं। तो यदि 5-6 लाख यदि फार्मर्स की पॉलिसीज है तो 10-12 सर शीट होती है और फिर सर उन शीट को हम लोग मर्ज करके एंड देन वी टेक आउट द विलेज। तो सर इसमें थोड़ा सा सिंप्लीफाई कर दें कि हर विलेज में यदि हमें फिल्टर की सुविधा हो तो उस विलेज में हम फार्मर वाइज भी निकाल देते। कई बार सर कंप्लेन आती है हमारे उस गाँव के सर है वो क्लेम सेटल नहीं हुए हैं, कितनी पॉलिसी जनरेट हुई है, कई बार असेंबली क्वेश्चंस भी इस तरह से आते हैं तो वी आर नॉट एबल टू हैंडल इट, टेक्स एक्चुअली टाइम सर। तो यदि उसको थोड़ा सा सिंप्लीफाई कर दें और हमें सर उसकी फैसिलिटी अवेलेबल हो जाए तो वो काफी अच्छा होगा। तीसरी चीज सर फार्मर्स के जो लीडर्स हैं सर कई बार मेरे पास आए हैं वो कहते हैं सर आपका AY-TY की इंफॉर्मेशन हमारे पास में वो CC में आपने क्या मतलब आपको डाटा मिला है उसको आप जो पोर्टल पे लोड कर रहे हैं इसको भी सर फार्मर को इसकी मतलब फार्मर को जाके देख सके, ये सुविधा भी किसान को सर देनी चाहिए ताकि वो सर उसके ट्रांसपेरेंसी बढ़े, उनका जो फेथ है सर हमारे सिस्टम में वो सर बढ़े। एक सर आपने उड़ीसा के लिए कहा कि उड़ीसा में और डेफिनेट महाराष्ट्र और कर्नाटक का कह रहे थे सर कि उनको लिंक कर रहे हैं लैंड रिकॉर्ड के साथ में। राजस्थान भी सर हम भूटानी सर से भी मेरी बात हुई थी सर, हम अगली सीजन से सर कमिंग खरीफ से सर उसको लिंक करेंगे करीबन सर 350 तहसील है, 350 में से 265 तहसील जो है उनका सर लैंड रिकॉर्ड डिजिटाइज हो गया। फ्यूचर में जितना भी सर होने हैं ऑनलाइन ही उनका करेक्शन होगा, तो इट विल हेल्प। बट जो आप कह रहे हैं उड़ीसा का जो इश्यू है कि एक ही मतलब कि जो खसरे हैं उसमें 5-7 मतलब कि लोग हैं वो उसके अंदर है, और उनका जो लैंड का है डिवीजन जो महाराष्ट्र में आप कह रहे हैं 90% हो गया, तो हमारे यहाँ पे पार्टीशन हो। तो वी विल स्टार्ट एंड आई थिंक सर आपका जो उड़ीसा के साथ जो एक्सपीरियंस है वो हमें हेल्प करेगा कि हम लोग कंपेरेटिवली कम प्रॉब्लम फेस करेंगे। एंड एक चीज सर जो फार्मर को अपने पोर्टल पे सर ये सुविधा दी है कि वो ऑनलाइन अपने ग्रीवांसेस अपलोड करे, और सेम टाइम सर जो है वो फार्मर्स इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को फोन वगैरह करके भी सर करते हैं। तो कई बार जो फोन पे सर इंफॉर्मेशन होती है वो मतलब ये लगता है उनको फार्मर जब बाद में बात करते हैं कहते हैं नहीं, जब सीसी शुरू हो गया उसके बाद में ये इन्फॉर्मेशन हमारे पास आई है। तो सर बेटर है ट्रांसपेरेंसी के लिए कि जो सब फार्मर ऑनलाइन कॉल करके जो इन्फॉर्मेशन जो कंप्लेन देता है इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को वो सर पोर्टल पे लोड हो जाए तो सर टाइम पे हो जाता है, तो कम से कम ये फेथ बढ़ेगा कि नहीं जो मैंने जो कंप्लेन करी है उसको उसी टाइम पे सर लोड कर दिया, फार्मर उसको देख सकता है हाँ मेरा ग्रीवांस से क्या वो रजिस्टर हो गया। तो ये सर मेन पॉइंट्स है जो मेरी तरफ से है। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू। जो लोकेशन हायरार्की का मुद्दा उठाया उस पर हम विचार कर रहे हैं। हम लोगों ने पहले भी मैंने बताया कि आप लोगों को पावर दिया जाए, बैंकर को भी दिया जाए, आपको भी दिया जाए, उसका एक अप्रूवल का तरीका बनाने पे इस पर विचार कर रहे हैं। फिल्टर वाला काम आपका एडवाइस है जो हम उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर देंगे, जिससे कि आप फिल्टर्ड इन्फॉर्मेशन को निकाल सकें, जिससे आपको पूरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट का डाटा डाउनलोड ना करना पड़े। A/T हम जल्दी ही अपलोड लेने वाले हैं, तो जब हमको ये डाटा मिल जाएगा तो हमको फार्मर में दिखाने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं हो। हमारा तो मानना है कि हमको फार्मर को पूरी कैलकुलेशन दिखानी चाहिए कि उसका क्लेम कैसे कैलकुलेट होता है, इसमें कुछ भी गलत नहीं है। इस पे तो हम लोग पक्का काम करेंगे और इसको जल्दी ही आपको मिल जाएगा। हाँ, ग्रीवांस पोर्टल में जो आपने एक चीज़ कहा कि एक ऑनलाइन ग्रीवांस सिस्टम भी होना चाहिए, तो ये ठीक है। जब हम कॉल सेंटर का सॉफ्टवेयर बनाएंगे उसमें ये भी इम्प्लीमेंट कर देंगे। हमने इसको नोट कर लिया। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। थैंक यू।
CSC से विभास कुमार जी होंगे। CSC वर्चुअली हैं। CSC आपको आवाज़ मिल रही है क्या मेरी? चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं, लगता कुछ उसमें प्रॉब्लम है। AIC ये भी वर्चुअली हैं। गुलाटी साहब आप हैं क्या?
यस सर, गुड आफ्टरनून सर।
गुड आफ्टरनून
सर। मेरी आवाज आ रही है सर?
हाँ बिल्कुल आ रही है आपकी आवाज़।
हाँ जी सर, ये पहले तो बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव रहा सर, सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को काफी फायदा हुआ है पोर्टल से और लाइफ काफी इजी हुई है। वी आर स्टिल इवॉल्विंग, नए नए फीचर्स आ रहे हैं सर। कुछ फाइन ट्यूनिंग इम्प्रूवमेंट्स क्योंकि सॉफ्टवेयर का में रहते ही हैं, तो वो कुछ सजेशंस हैं सर। जैसे कि सर चलान में, क्योंकि वो नया ही आया अभी करीब 20 से ही, उसकी सक्सेस रेट थोड़ा टाइम ज्यादा लग रहा है सर, और कुछ रिफंड में भी टाइम ज्यादा लगता है सर। ये पहला सर। और एड ऑन कवर, जैसे सर ने भी बोला था, एड ऑन कवर का ऑप्शन चाहिएगा होगा सर। एक सर रिपोर्टिंग डेट वाइज, फ्लेक्सिबल रिपोर्टिंग, जो डेट वाइज अगर हम डेटा निकाल पाए तो वो बहुत फायदा हो जाएगा सर। और अप्रूवल और रिजेक्शन डेट हमें मिल जाए जिस दिन वो अप्रूव हुआ है सिस्टम से, तो वो अकाउंटिंग और काफी चीजों में फायदा हो जाएगा सर।
कुछ चीज़ें तो जानबूझ के छिपा लेता हूँ मैं कि बवाल ना हो, जो आप मांग रहे हैं ना इसलिए छिपा लेता हूँ उसको मैं। डेट तो मेरे पास सारी हैं, लेकिन आप फिर कहोगे बैंक ने ऐसा पंच किया वैसा, उसको भी करेंगे, थोड़ा समय आने दीजिए। चालान का जहाँ तक रिफंड का मामला है, ये प्रॉब्लम है। हम पेगॉप से हमने बात किया था, पेगॉप नया सिस्टम लॉन्च कर रहा है, उससे हम इंटीग्रेट करने का प्रयास करेंगे। अभी क्या है, हमारे पास ऑनलाइन चेक का कोई सिस्टम नहीं है, इसके कारण से डिले हो जाता है। एड ऑन कवरेज का हमने प्रयास किया था, नेक्स्ट सीजन से आपको ये मिल जाएगा एड ऑन कवरेज, आप वहाँ पे देख सकेंगे। रिपोर्ट डेट वाइज का कर सकते हैं, ऐसा कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, डेट हमारे पास है, इस पर हम विचार कर लेंगे। नेक्स्ट SDFC एर्गो, आजाद साहब।
Sir, first of all, I would like to congratulate Bhutani sir and you and your team to come up with this end-to-end technology-based solution. Probably, sir, I mean in 2016 when we first talked about developing a national crop insurance portal, I mean we never believed that within 2-3 years, and this is the 5th conference, and we are talking about National Crop Insurance Portal, and we are talking about NCIP 2.0 on the improvement of existing systems. So this is a great achievement for us. A lot of things had already been covered by states, but few points, just few small suggestions that we would like to just highlight, sir. That one thing we have seen currently that you have come up with the challan payment-based system. So we are getting a separate challan-based file at the bank branch level. Also, we are getting a separate payment voucher file, which we do have to match all these files to tally against the application number. If we can directly get the extract at the district level, MIS extract, the challan details and the payment voucher details, so that would be obviously better to reconcile in that perspective. Secondly, sir, what we have seen, especially during Kharif 2018 in state like Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, maybe due to migration of the portal or maybe due to change in the notification master, we had seen some data at the application level had been changed. Some data pertaining to level 5, level 6, level 4. One of the reason could be the portal had been opened multiple times, and each time the portal has been opened, the notification master might have been changed. So if it is possible that the notification master for the particular region, for a particular state can be fixed, if it is possible, if that can be worked out. And just to add on to what Deshmukh sir was saying, pertaining to add-on cover, sir, our suggestion was if we can have a very simple module on add-on cover, ideally the add-on cover should be given to the farmer who already have a basic cover. So any farmer who has a particular application number, he should be qualified only for applying the add-on cover. So if we can, based on his application number, if some simple 5-6 column format can be uploaded, some uploader can be developed, so that would be great. And obviously, we had discussed about the claims module part, that will solve a lot of problems, lot of queries, which we are getting across different channels. So obviously, once we have the uploaded TYAY data, and once we develop the claim module, and obviously then we can also go for this application status search, wherein the claim details of the particular customer can be visual by any person. So that will be a great step forward. And additionally, sir, if I mean, we were discussing earlier also, if the final claim payment, if we can develop a claim payment module where the final payment can be derived from PMFS with the NCIP validation, the central level, so that would be great, because we have seen in some cases, some state, the rejection ratio is almost to the tune of 30-40%, because many times the bank account details entered might be wrong. Then again, we have to coordinate with bankers, because of which there is already a delay in the claims payment to the farmers. So some NCIP validation system and PMFS-based payment, if that can be developed. So that's the.
चालान की प्रॉब्लम तो आप जानते हैं, हमको दिक्कत नहीं है, पे ऑफ हमारी स्पीड से चलता नहीं है, वो गवर्नमेंट का सिस्टम है, वो मेरे को इन्फॉर्मेशन देता नहीं है कि मैं जो आप मांग रहे हैं ना, हम भी चाहते हैं वो दिखाना, हम प्रयास करेंगे, उनसे बात करेंगे। आप नोटिफिकेशन फिक्स करने की जहाँ तक प्रॉब्लम है, हम भी चाहते हैं फिक्स हो जाए लेकिन आप लोग भी देखिए कि जब नोटिफाई करते हैं, आप उसको अप्रूव करते हैं, और आप और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट दोनों एप्लीकेशन बनने के बाद कहते हैं साहब गाँव ही गलत है। हम लोगों का पेन आप नहीं समझते, पूरा बैक एंड प्रोसेस हमको सही करना, हम चाहते हैं कि फिक्स करा दें आप लोग, और होना भी चाहिए। एड ऑन कवरेज का मैं कह चुका हूं कि हम इसको कर देंगे, क्लेम मॉड्यूल का भी मैं बता चुका हूं कि इस पर हम काम करेंगे। रिलायंस मिलन।
गुड इवनिंग सर, थैंक यू आशीष सर एंड गयन सर। जो सर आपने पोर्टल को जो 4 साल पहले था और आज है सर 2-3 सेशन है सर। पहले सर वी वांटेड कि जो आपका एनसीआईपी पोर्टल है सर, वो बहुत दिन से आउटस्टैंडिंग है कि इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के पोर्टल से लिंक हो, इंटीग्रेशन सर होना पेंडिंग बाकी है सर। बैंक्स का जो सर सर्विस चार्जेस हैं, इट शुड बी ऑटो कैलकुलेटेड एंड द इनवॉइसेस शुड बी ऑल्सो ऑटो जनरेटेड, सो द टाइमली पेमेंट हो चुके। जो बैंक के से इशूज़ चलते हैं काफ़ी टाइम से कि पेमेंट नहीं हो रहा टाइम से, दिस कैन ऑल्सो बी एड्रेस सर। सर डिजिटलाइजेशन के बाद मास्टर चेंज होना एक प्रॉब्लम होती है, फिर से रिकॉन करो, अब सब करो, ऐसा लंबा टाइम लग जाता है इसको करने के अंदर, कि वो सर चेंज नहीं होना चाहिए सर। एंड सर लास्टली जो आपने टेकअप किया हुआ सर मेटल पे ऑफ के साथ, चालान शुड बी जनरेटेड सर ऑनलाइन एंड इट शुड बी व्यूड ऑल्सो ऑनलाइन, और सभी ऑफलाइन रिपोर्ट आप भेजते हैं, हम करते हैं, अगर सर वो भी हो जाए तो सर अच्छा हो जाएगा सर। बस ये सर सजेशन से।
आईसी इंटीग्रेशन पे हम लोग विचार कर रहे हैं, और फिर जैसे मैंने कहा था कि जैसे हम इंटरमीडिएट मॉड्यूल पे सोच रहे हैं, हम सोच रहे हैं कि हम एपीआई को अब आपको देना शुरू करें 1 by 1, और आप लोग अपना खुद का सिस्टम बनाएं, हम केवल एपीआई प्रोवाइड करेंगे और अपना कस्टमाइज सिस्टम अपने हिसाब से बनाएं। इस पर हम लोग सर से बात करेंगे इस पर। और सर्विस चार्जेस के बारे में बिल्कुल सही सलाह है आपकी, बिल्कुल हमको बनाना चाहिए, इसको हम बना देंगे कि बैंकर को वहीं से सर्विस चार्ज हो जाए, वहीं से आप पेमेंट कर दें ऑनलाइन, जिससे कि ये मुद्दा खत्म हो जाए। इसमें केवल एक ही इशू आता है कि बैंक का किस अकाउंट नंबर में डालना है ये नहीं मिलता है, और बैंकर से बड़ा डर लगता है गलत अकाउंट नंबर ना डाल दे, और उसको वेरीफाई करना एक मुश्किल काम है, लेकिन कैलकुलेशन हम कर देंगे, बस अब ट्रांजेक्शन एक मुश्किल काम है उसमें, उस पर हाँ।
एक बार हम कर दे ट्रायल रन बैंक के साथ।
देखिए, जब फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजेक्शंस होते हैं ना, सबकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती है। अब बैंकर डालेगा तो हम पक्का से स्टेटमेंट भी मांगेंगे कि अपने मैनेजर से साइन करा के लाओ, हायर ऑफिसर से लाओ, अपना अपलोड करो, क्योंकि पैसा आप कहीं भी ट्रांसफर नहीं कर सकते, गलती हो सकती है। इस पर विचार करेंगे। हाँ, नोटिफिकेशन वाला जो मामला है वो आप लोगों को देखना, हम भी चाहते हैं कि नोटिफिकेशन ना बदले। मैं फिर से कह रहा हूँ, मैं भी चाहता हूँ एड ऑन ना,
एडिट ऑप्शन
किस चीज़ में? हाँ, ये देखिए एक बड़ा चैलेंजिंग टाइप की चीज़ है। मैं बताऊं कि इस पे सलूशन क्या है, इस पे बैठ के सोचना पड़ेगा कि बीएलई ने एक चीज़ दी, पॉलिसी भरी, गलत भर दी, अमाउंट गलत डाल दिया, पॉलिसी क्रिएट होगी, पॉलिसी लेके चला गया, उसके 3 महीने बाद आता कहता साहब एरिया गलत है। तो ऐसी कंडीशन में क्या किया जाए, इस पर विचार करने की ज़रूरत है। एक तो हम लोगों ने ये सोचा था कि अभी क्या होता है कि आप एप्लीकेशन या तो अप्रूव कर पाते हैं या रिजेक्ट कर पाते हैं। मान लीजिए किसी ने 3 हेक्टेयर का आपने इंश्योरेंस कराया और आप कहते हैं 2 हेक्टेयर का केवल डॉक्यूमेंट है, तो आप ये नहीं कर पाते हैं। तो एक मॉड्यूल हम लोग इसमें लाएंगे कि आप लोगों को ये फैसिलिटी देंगे कि अगर 3 हेक्टेयर है तो आप क्या कहते हैं। अगर आपको 2 हेक्टेयर अप्रूव करना है तो आप 2 हेक्टेयर करिए, अगर आपको 1 हेक्टेयर, ये मॉड्यूल लाएंगे क्योंकि ज़रूरी हो गया है, सीएससी की प्रॉब्लम जैसे जैसे बढ़ती चली जा रही है। इसके बाद बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा वर्चुअली हैं, एजीएम साहब आपको आवाज़ मिल रही है क्या मेरी? बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा।
सर गुड इवनिंग। सर गुड इवनिंग सर।
हाँ, गुड इवनिंग।
हेलो।
हाँ हाँ, कंटिन्यू, आवाज़ मिल रही है आपकी।
हाँ, मेरा आवाज़। यस सर। First of all, I would like to say thanks to the Bhutani sir and Gajendra sir and all other team members who are instrumental in development of this NCIP portal, sir. It is very nice. We didn't have any drawing from all bankers side. I would say thanks to that. One small issue: when user is transferred from A bank to the B branch, whatever the data he enters in the B branch, that is appearing in the A branch. For that, it should be some simplified procedure. At present, to change from user from A to B, we have to seek permission from PMFBY. It takes lot of time. Another issue is that suppose a branch is having 500 accounts. Out of that, how many we have entered, how many is pending to cover under this PMFBY? That report is not, we could not able to generate that report. Suppose on the basis of the Aadhaar ID, if it is generated, it will be useful for us, sir. These are the 2 issues, sir. If at all possible, please take care, sir.
बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा, एक तो जो ए और बी ब्रांच का आपने ट्रांसफ़र बताया है, मैं इस मुद्दे को उठाना भी चाह रहा था, भूल गया। बैंकों में क्या हो रहा है कि ब्रांच मैनेजर ट्रांसफ़र हो रहे हैं और नई ब्रांच भी ले रहे हैं और पुरानी ब्रांच छोड़ते नहीं हैं। जो आपका प्रॉब्लम है वो सॉफ्टवेयर का प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, मैनेजर साहब पुरानी ब्रांच को छोड़ते ही नहीं हैं। हाँ, बेसिकली क्या है, मैं सारे बैंकर से कहूँगा कि जिसका भी ट्रांसफ़र हो वो अपनी ब्रांच को छोड़ दें और नई ब्रांच को ज्वाइन करें। हो क्या रहा है कि जो भी ब्रांच मैनेजर इस ब्रांच में रहता है, एक्स में ट्रांसफ़र होकर वाई में गया, वाई वाली ब्रांच पकड़ लेता है, एक्स में जो आता है वो नया क्रिएट कर लेता है, तो उसके ब्रांच में 2-2 दिखाई देते हैं। और इस कार से बहुत से चालान क्या हुए, बहुत से बैंकर ने दूसरी ब्रांच पुरानी ब्रांच पे बना दी है। तो इस बारे में आप लोग
वही
हाँ मैं कह रहा हूँ ना, उसका रीजन सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं है, आपको एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिवली देखना है। आप लोग अपने यहाँ डायरेक्शन इशू करिए कि जो भी ट्रांसफर होगा वो PMFBY का उस ब्रांच को छोड़ देगा, PMFBY पे भी जो नया ज्वाइन करेगा अपना लॉगिन बना के लेगा। लेकिन ऐसा हो नहीं रहा है। अब हो क्या रहा, जितने भी ट्रांसफर होते जा रहे हैं उसके ब्रांच बढ़ती जा रही हैं। 3 जगह ट्रांसफर हो, 3 उसके पास ब्रांच है, नया वाला आया उसने नई ब्रांच ले ली। तो ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव इशू है। जहां तक आपका डाउनलोड की बात है उसको हम देख लेते हैं कि हम आपको ऐसी रिपोर्ट दे दें जैसा आप मांग रहे हैं।
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर।
SLBC उड़ीसा, जैना साहब, बेरा साहब।
हाँ, गुड इवनिंग सर, गुड इवनिंग सर, एम आई ऑडिबल?
अरे आप लोग तो आ गए होते, यहीं पे थे। आप लोग वर्चुअली क्यों हो गए?
नहीं सर, एक्चुअली सर हम एक ब्रांच टूर में आया हूँ। इनफैक्ट आई एम आउटसाइड भुवनेश्वर इन बानपुर वन एरिया, सो फ्रॉम देयर आई हैव बीन कनेक्टेड टू माय मोबाइल। सर, थैंक यू फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी। Actually, this NCIC portal is a great help for bankers, but still there are some challenges being faced by bankers. Sir, first issue is that, as you have already told, that instability of the portal. Sometimes that portal is slow or down, for which banks are not in a position to upload the data in time. Then AGM साहब जो बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा का बताया वो तो एक इशू है। Then third issue is, sir, inadequate insurance premium amount. Means sometimes the insurance premium is not commensurate with the insured amount. And again, village mapping issue. Some of the villages are not mapped in the PMFBY portal, for which banks are not able to enter the details in the portal within the notified time. Then next issue is property detail issues. Some of the banks have also raised the issue like property not showing in the government portal, name different in khata number not showing in the government portal, already insured or partially property insured, etc. Another issue is, sir, Aadhaar mismatch. Suppose farmer name mismatches as per the government record, Aadhaar number validation fails, etc. Then, sir, regarding channel grievance redressal, that is also, it has to be improved, because banks are complaining that in case of any problem in the portal, no response is coming from the email ID which is showing in the PMFBY portal for grievance redressal. So the grievance redressal should be on real-time basis for better result. Next, sir, is insurance companies are not sharing their MIS claim details along with the claim amount. Sometimes they are crediting the amount to the farmer accounts but not sharing any details to banks for future reference. Again, sir, you have already also told the non-payment or delay in payment of commission. Sometimes insurance companies are not sending the insurance commission to the banks, and if this is made online, then this will be better for the bank. Again, also we are not getting any hand-holding support from insurance companies. Suppose when there is wrong payment, wrong entry or double payment, they are not cooperative. So if all these issues are solved, then naturally it will, sir, help in more beneficial manner, and it will help the banks. So these are issues from banks in Odisha. On behalf of SLBC, I have conveyed this. So these things has to be taken care of. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. आपने 8 बता दिए, कुछ का जवाब दे रहा हूँ। हैंड होल्डिंग IC को करना है भाई, IC आप सुन लीजिए। मिलन आप भी सुन दो, आप ही शिकायत कर रहे थे। शिकायत है बैंक की कि आप लोग हैंड होल्डिंग नहीं करते, तो मैंने पहले भी आपसे कहा कि अब पैसा बैंक पहले दे देते हैं, आप लोगों को हैंड होल्डिंग करनी चाहिए। कमीशन का आपने कहा, कमीशन का हम प्लेटफॉर्म बना देंगे। MIS डाटा जो आप कह रहे हैं कि नहीं देते हैं, क्लेम कहाँ जाता है, मेरे ख्याल से अब हमको इंश्योरेंस कंपनी की डिपेंडेंसी ख़त्म करके जब हम क्लेम मॉड्यूल बना ही रहे हैं तो उसमें आपको दिखाई देगा, तो ये प्रॉब्लम आपकी सॉल्व हो जाएगी। ये बात सही है आपकी कि आप मेल करते हैं, हम जवाब नहीं देते, हम मानते हैं हमारे पास रिसोर्सेज की कमी है, हम इसमें सुधार करने का प्रयास करेंगे। आधार मिसमैच में हम कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते, हम UIDI से वेरीफाई करते हैं, UIDI जो हमको मैसेज देता है हम आपको दिखाते हैं। आधार मिसमैच जनरली इसलिए आता है कि फार्मर अपना नाम आधार में बाद में बदलवा लेता है और पुराना आधार लेके घूमता रहता है। इस बार इसको आप देख लें, मैंने आप लोगों को सलूशन में कहा था कि आप लोग इस फार्मर के आधार को UIDI के पोर्टल से वेरीफाई कर लें। अगर आपको वहाँ सही मिलता है, वो पोर्टल पे गलत मिलता है, तो हमसे कहिए। ऐसा कोई भी केस आज तक मेरे को नहीं मिला है। इसलिए उसको आप देख लीजिए। विलेज मैपिंग स्टेट का सब्जेक्ट है और सबका ग्रीवांस है, इंश्योरेंस कंपनी का भी है। ये मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि लोग जब नोटिफिकेशन के पहले इन चीज़ों का ध्यान रखें। पोर्टल स्लो होने का जहाँ तक मेरे को लगता है पोर्टल अब स्लो नहीं है, हाँ इशू ज़रूर है। इशू ये है कि इतने ज़्यादा चेंजेज आते हैं हमारे पास कि रोज़ हम सर्वर को अपडेट करते हैं, रोज़ डेली का काम है। और जब हम सर्वर अपडेट करते हैं तो उसमें टाइम लगता है और पोर्टल स्लो हो जाता है। वो हमारी मजबूरी है क्योंकि रोज़ कोई ना कोई चेंजेज आते रहते हैं और हमारे 4 पीछे सर्वर लगे हुए हैं, 4-4 के पेयर में हैं और हम जैसे जैसे अपलोड करते हैं उस समय स्पीड गिर जाती है, ये मानते हैं। चीज़ें चेंज होना कम हो जाएं तो ये सब स्टेबलाइज हो जाएगा। इस समय बाकी चलने में वो स्लो नहीं है, टाइम पीरियड में स्लो हो जाती है जब हम उस पर कोई चीज़ अपडेट करते हैं। उत्तराखंड अगर आप आ गए हो तो आ जाइए, नहीं तो फिर इसको ख़त्म करते हैं। CSC और उत्तराखंड, ठीक है, थैंक यू। आप लोगों ने नई नई इन्फॉर्मेशन।
Before this session closes, I would like to state few things. एक तो चीज़ जो मुझे बोलनी थी वो याद आ गई और दूसरी एक दो पॉइंट जो इसमें है, मतलब आई वुड लाइक टू से माय ओपिनियन ऑन दैट कि जहाँ कहीं मिसमैच हो आई थिंक इट वुड बी अप्रोप्रिएट की, बिकॉज आई थिंक कि ऐसे संख्या बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं होगी और अपवाद स्वरूप होगी वो। हाँ, तो ऐसे केसेस को मिला ले करके अगर उसका फील्ड वेरिफिकेशन करा लिया जाए और क्या सत्य है इसको पता करके उस हिसाब से कार्रवाई, तो मुझे लगता है ज़्यादा उचित होगा। चाहे वो आधार में, कई बार आधार भी ऐसी चीज़ें आई हैं कि वहाँ पे वो सत्य नहीं रहा है या दैट वाज नॉट वेरीफाइड, दैट वाज नॉट वेरी ऑथेंटिक। और अगर हमारे पोर्टल में कमी है तो इसका एक मैकेनिज्म बनाया जा सकता है, स्टेट को इसमें काम करना चाहिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है। बाकी अगर आप यहाँ से एक डायरेक्शन है हैंड होल्डिंग दे दें तो वो भी ठीक रहेगा। सेकेंडली सर, आई फील कि every state has got a land revenue department and which is a very important stakeholder in this scheme, sir, as far as beneficiary selection is concerned and their land area, sir. तो मुझे लगता है कि हम स्टेट लेवल पे कई बार वी वर्क इन साइलोज कि वो अपना अलग काम करते हैं, हम अपना अलग काम करते हैं, और आपकी स्कीम और जो हमारी स्कीम है इसका एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट जो इतनी परफॉर्मेंस कई बार अच्छी नहीं है, स्पेशली असम के बारे में मैं कह सकता हूँ और कुछ और स्टेट्स के बारे में भी। महाराष्ट्र में बहुत सारा लैंड रेवेन्यू बड़ा रियल टाइम या बहुत ही फास्ट अपडेशन होता है पोर्टल में, हमारे अभी उतना नहीं है। तो अगर उनको ऑन बोर्ड ले लें, आपके यहाँ से थोड़ा एक और सर ने इनिशिएटिव लिया, मैं सर से बात कर रहा था, तो थोड़ी सी चीज़ें और स्टेट में इंप्रूव हो सकती है। स्पेशली उनको अपने बेसिक्स और अच्छे करने होंगे, मजबूत करने होंगे, ताकि हमारी स्कीम थोड़ी इफेक्टिव हो जाए। अगर आपके यहाँ से कुछ ये एक मैसेज आता है तो वील बी कोऑर्डिनेटिंग विद देम, तो हमारे लिए भी थोड़ा सा हेल्पफुल होगा। थैंक यू।
दिक्कत क्या है कि 85 से 80 विरासत मिल गई कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव यूनिट भी है इसमें और रेवेन्यू यूनिट भी है। ब्लॉक भी लोग चला रहे हैं स्कीम में और विलेज क्या नाम है रेवेन्यू यूनिट्स भी सारे चला रहे हैं। मैंने पहले भी सर से भी रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि आप ब्लॉक को रोक दीजिए, क्योंकि जब खेत की बात है तो रेवेन्यू यूनिट है। तो होता क्या है, एक ही स्टेट के अंदर आप जाएंगे तो PMFBY चलती है रेवेन्यू पे और WPS चलती है एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव यूनिट पे। तो थोड़ा सा इसको देखिए आप लोग, इस पर चेंज करना चाहिए हम लोगों को, रेवेन्यू यूनिट्स की तरफ हम लोगों को चले जाना चाहिए। धन्यवाद सबको, आप लोगों ने नई इन्फॉर्मेशन दी, हम लोग इम्प्रूव करने का प्रयास करेंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Shri Gajendra Singh ji, for moderating this panel discussion, and thank you to all the panelists who have joined on the stage as well as virtually and gave their inputs. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be moving towards the breakaway sessions, and I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Bhutani to brief all of us about the breakaway sessions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the, I would say, the final session and the most interesting and the most awaited session of the evening, the breakaway sessions. As you are aware, that has been the system we have followed since earlier conferences, that we give maximum priority and focus on the breakaway sessions, because maximum learning and maximum inputs we get from the breakaway sessions. What we have done is we have divided the entire groups into 5 breakaway sessions. The group number 1 and 2 will be in this hall. Group number 3 will be on the first floor, and the group number 4 and 5 will be on the second floor. You will be guided accordingly. The names will appear now. We have 5 groups. The first group is optimization of term sheets under the revised or the restructured weather-based crop insurance scheme. As you are aware, that is a big challenge. Maharashtra, I have officers who are connected as well as physically present, a big issue in Maharashtra. This is something we intend to work upon, and this will be followed within a month's time by a one-day workshop in Delhi on the term sheets, which I think requires urgent attention, and a lot of crops can be covered and the area cover increase if we can work on this and get this through with the help of the technical agencies, including your state agriculture universities. And Sunil will be anchoring that session from the ministry side, and we have a host of other participants, including people from the insurance sector, and a lot of states will be participating. I would request Dikshitji if you can be there for some time in this session, because I think your inputs would be very critical for taking this forward. The second group is on increasing coverage of farmers under PMFBY. That will be moderated by Shri Ajay Singhal from AIC. And we have a host of people from various insurance companies and states and other technical agencies who will be participating. That will be group 2. 1 and 2, as I said earlier, will be in this hall. Group 3 is on the challenges and way forward for technology-based yield estimation. We talked about it in the panel discussion. We have again kept a separate session because we think this is one critical issue which has to be settled once and for all. We have been in discussion with the Department of Financial Services. Mr. Saurabh Mishra came and discussed this issue. I would say he touched upon this issue in his remarks when he was addressing this panel discussion. And we intend to take it forward to its logical conclusion. We have had a number of, I would say, engagements with various agencies. We'll discuss some of these issues in this session. A very, very important session. Then we come to the strategy for awareness generation. Mrs. Priya Kumar will be taking this session, moderating it as in group 4. And high premium rates and reinsurance capacity constraints is, I would say, another very big issue which is we are grappling with. Mr. Tripathi, I am told, shall not be anchoring this session, right? Mr. Rath will be anchoring this session from GIC. And I have all the reinsurers and all the state governments. I'll myself be present for some time in this session. I think this session requires greater deliberation. And we have a host of representatives from industry as well as state governments who will be participating virtually in this session. So all in all, 5 groups. And amongst you, there will be a moderator. There will be 2 people who will be chosen for making the presentation tomorrow. All of the other members will assist with, there will be, I would say, a very animated discussion in the group, followed by jotting of points, and a presentation has to be made, prepared by today evening, which has to be made tomorrow morning. I'll be coming to all the groups and ensure that the people are identified properly and the presentation is on track for tomorrow morning's presentation. So what we do is we have these group presentations tomorrow morning. First, we have a session on challenges in implementation of PMFBY, the state's perspective. Then we have 2 very important presentations. As I said earlier in my opening remarks today, as well as in my presentation, alternative risk transfer mechanisms is something we are looking forward to. We're examining it, exploring it. Is the crop insurance module which you are presently given to you, is it the only way of risk mitigation? Can we have alternative mechanisms? Mr. Tapan Singhal touched about catastrophic insurance at the national level or the state level, and could those models also be explored for catastrophes in the country? Mr. Devesh Srivastav, the CMD of the GIC RE, will be making a presentation on that tomorrow virtually. And we have a session on equitable risk sharing mechanism under PMFBY from Mr. Kohli Rao, another expert in the insurance sector. Very important 2 presentations we have tomorrow. That will be followed by the group presentations from 11:30. So I'm looking forward to, I would say, great discussion in these 5 sessions, 5 breakaway groups. I'll be coming to all the groups myself, and you are most welcome to raise any issue if you think requires my attention or any input from my side. So best of luck. You can have a short break for 10 minutes, have tea, and then regroup in this room. My request to all the moderators, please ensure that the group is intact and they are there. Please talk to them on phone also if they are virtually not connected. The list is being displayed on the screen. Please follow the list. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'll be joining back in 10 minutes. PMFBY conference.in. On the home page, you will have to click on the breakaway session button, and which will take you to various groups. You will have to click on your group. You can see on the screen the information that was mentioned, the list was mentioned, and the same has also been sent on your WhatsApp as well as been emailed to you. We'll be seeing you back again in 10 minutes. Thank you. Once again, to reiterate, Group 1 and 2 will be conducted here in this ballroom. Group 3 on the second floor above the ballroom. Group 4, the cafe lobby, third floor. Group 5, meeting room, third floor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful evening ahead.
Mm.